got reborn into royalty, like the universe just handed him a crown, and got kicked out almost immediately. It all started the day his class got laughed at as useless, and that humiliation lit a fire in him. Dead weight, he only does support magic and alchemy. I'm coming in with no sword, no flashy class, just me. Class just bursts into laughter, even out in exile. He finally learned how the whole system really works. And it turns out the most ignored profession on Earth is the one that matters most. Controls everything behind the curtain. Man, this is even better, way better than any other way. He can enjoy the world while leaving those losers in the dust. Let's find out just how far the worst job can sink him. The story kicks off with Shurasaki Rado posted at a bus stop, eyeing the road as he asks, straight up, when the next bus is actually due. He spotted a weird rift tearing open in the ground right in front of him. He demanded to know what it was, and the second he arrived, terror hit him like a truck, then he screamed his lungs out. He suddenly found himself trapped in this weird, unreal space where a winged girl swooped down to him and gasped that centuries, hundreds of years, had gone by since any human had ever set foot there. Right there, especially with one so young, the moment they met, he was completely blown away. She started scanning the room, blurted, "What is this place?" And when he turned to look, she said his name and lit up, "I'm so glad to meet you." Then she explained it. This isn't a normal location at all, it's the in-between space between worlds, like the gap between the stars. Yeah, that's the simple version. This place sits right between the life he knew and the other dimensions, until he got kicked out of the one he called home. Lived, that's how he wound up here in the first place, and listen, he won't be able to go back to his world. Where he lived until 1 second later he got yanked by a crack in the ground and without warning, tumbled straight into. She got shoved into the pit, straight down to the lower level, because she's a creature that can control the space between everything. Between worlds, she's the one who guides everyone who shows up here, then blasts them into another reality. With shock blazing across his face, he asked her, and there's no way he can go back to his world. He said there's absolutely no way that could ever happen. I guess you could call it a total failure, but he can label it an accident. Now he's got to go all in and crush it in the next world. He was in total shock, convinced he'd even missed the chance to say goodbye to anyone. Suddenly he was ripped into a whole new world, his hand snapped into a clenched fist, and he blurted, What kind of twisted other world is this?" She blurted out, eyes wide, then asked, "So he's already made up his mind?" "It's a whole fantasy world, so tell me, does he like it, or not? We're obsessed with RPGs, real monsters lurk in every corner, and the variety never stops. Different races roam this world, dwarves, elves, and more, and I've got one more thing to tell you. When he gets ripped out of his life and dumped into a whole new world, you're going to rebuild his body, and the moment it's set, panic starts crawling into his bones." He panicked and blurted out, "What happens to my body?" And she told him his soul and memories would stay completely intact. It was absolutely crucial that his body adapt to a whole new world, and the protagonist could feel it happening to him right in that moment. He gripped the edge of his sanity, wondering what was happening to his consciousness, while she told him that if he wanted to know something else about this world, he could summon it in his mind. She basically knew it all, so he could fire off any question he wanted, no limits. He wanted it badly. He stared at her and blurted, "Can I ask you anything?" Then who was she? She stepped up, grinned, and said, "I'm Iris," like she owned the whole damn show, and she was the one who controlled the thin space between worlds, so if anything goes wrong, he better not waste a second before calling her. She usually had nothing on her plate, so she could fire back anytime, then he lost. He blacked out, shot straight into another world, and swore he heard something calling his name. He heard a rumor, then wait, came the unmistakable sound of a human voice. People were shouting so loud that it cut through the air. "What's going on? He needs to calm down, and she needs to stop talking right now." Shut up. When she said it was a boy, he lit up with hope, and then this happens. What kind of garbage is this? He shoved the baby aside. MC, moments after being reborn, watched it all unfold. He swore his body shrank, but it didn't, so what, did he just turn into a baby? The girl snagged him right there and snapped, furious and loud, "What are you doing? This is your child." He roared that it was all his fault for betting his hopes on someone like her, then demanded she snatch that damn child and get out of here. She nodded through tears, choked out her goodbye, and swore she loved him with all her heart. He snapped, saying that was more than enough, then told her to get out of here. After a while, they were soaring on an airship, and she leaned in like, "Okay, where are you taking us?" A nearby guard said he was begging for forgiveness, but no one had an answer, so she broke down in tears. and asked why it even had to happen, only for the guard to shut him down and say, "Your Majesty declared it, this child can't be king." King, he even claimed he didn't exist. Then she snapped, "No, that's our son." Rado stared at her and thought, "That's it, so she's his mom." Mother, he reached out with trembling hands, mumbled until she understood, and when she pulled him into a hug, he finally got to beg for forgiveness. And told him, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay," then urged him to shut his eyes and sleep. His eyelids started to droop, and he couldn't stop wondering what the hell was happening. After a little while, he snapped awake. She immediately clocked it and asked, "Did you see it?" They were almost there, headed for their new home, when the servant showed up. Servant stepped out to meet them at the front of the house, and the butler bowed and announced her mistress, saying they'd been waiting for their arrival, before she asked her next question. He stared at them, clearly puzzled, and asked who they were. Then they told him they were the ones the kings handed this mansion to. The king issued the order and they swore to serve her. Then she blinked in shock and demanded, "Did you really fall for this child?" He just grimaced, saying, "No, I had no idea. They'll watch over the kids like they're their own, so she doesn't have to stress. No one here will ever lay a hand on him." He grabs her attention and tells her to follow. Then he points out that they already have a room prepared for him. He crashed into sleep again, popped awake at morning, and his mother beamed, calling out, "Good." She barged in that morning and called him Rito, and told him point blank that was his name, so he's gotta like that, right? He lit up, waved his hands like a kid, and grinned, because he'd spotted the same name as in the last world. She pressed a kiss to his forehead and told him they'd finally live in peace here. Then she tucked him into the crib, said it was time to eat, and made him wait a little, but he just stared. He spun in place, scanning the chaos, and realized he'd slipped through the cracks between dimensions without getting caught. He still didn't know much, and the words Iris said kept replaying in his head. So he figured he could finally ask her if she had any questions. He just had to psych himself up first. Then he shut his eyes, called her in his head, and went for it. She shot a quick hello right away and asked straight up if he could hear her. She, completely stunned, blurted out that it looked like he'd managed to. Reincarnated as a human baby, eyes wide as he mentally blurted, "Wait, where is this voice coming from?" She told him, "Don't worry, everything's in comms mode now," and as if time froze, there'd be zero trouble even if that talk dragged on forever. Time, he finally clocked it. His body wasn't listening because something was wrong with the rules. With panic rising, he demanded, "Where am I now?" Now, she said he was in a kingdom where people just like him lived, ordinary, but right in the middle of it all. And this mansion stood right here on that land. Born into a royal family, he came into the world with bloodline and power already on his side. Though he was born into a cruel mess, his father, the king, had turned disloyal. She couldn't stand him and booted him out of the palace, and he blurted, "So what happens to me now?" She just said. She flat out said she had no idea at all. Then panic hit him and he blurted out loud and clear that when they first met, she hit them with, "I already know everything about this world." She snapped that she must have messed up, because yeah, she knew everything about this world, but he was from somewhere else, and with her powers she still couldn't glimpse what his future would become. He finally steadied himself, muttered that everything was fine, and reminded everyone that nobody could see the future. Why did he suddenly understand the words of this world? She said it was all because of a skill called translation, so he should go ahead and try saying the word status, and he did. A system window snapped into view and he blurted, "What is this?" Right then, a game menu-style screen popped up in front of him. Iris swore it was a spell called status, and that everyone in this world could use it, so he could check his own status whenever he wanted. Status flashed on screen. There it was, his name, his main gig as a support mage, and his side hustle as an alchemist. His status looked totally normal, just one special thing. The translation skill lets him read and understand speech and writing from any language, and aside from that, there were no attacks or special unique skills. MC heard this and went, "Since you've got translation skills, you can understand Mom and everyone else's speech, right?" She nodded, and he hit her with a grateful grin. Turns out she won't have to learn any languages at all. She checked his status and told him his job was clear now. Yeah, he's weirdly lucky, isn't he? He just couldn't read her at all, so he snapped, "What does that even mean?" She told him that the moment he was born, people slapped him with the nickname Cursed Child. He's sitting there stunned because right after he asked, "Does she know why?" he can't stop wondering what she'll say. And so she gave in and straight up told him he'd been booted out of the palace because of his profession. He stared at the system window and demanded a support mage and an alchemist because of all that. Before she told him what his profession was, she promised she'd lay out the basics of this whole world for him first. He's living in the kingdom of Baroteros, ruled by his father, King Baroteros XIII, and before that, his dad's brother sat the throne until he died of. After that illness finally broke, his father seized the throne. Then came the twist. His brother ended up with 3 daughters since the previous queen was gone, and their father took them in and raised them himself. He asked, "Do the kingdom and the king have the same name, right?" And she nodded, saying that's exactly what the kingdom's laws say. The royal blood heirs carry the name *Barutaris ***, and it's not just some fancy title, because in the future, he'll step up as the crown's representative, and if the king can't produce a son, the entire dynasty collapses, because the kingdom's laws hand power to men, no exceptions. Rule it. That's why the moment he was born, the king burst with joy, until his job raised a whole new problem. He leaned in and demanded, "What's going on? Does it get so dangerous?" He flat out denied it, then snapped that his profession is too weak and it's too hard, like trying to climb a wall with your hands tied behind your back. So they trained non-stop, because that's exactly why nobody could ever has crushed it, and compared to other careers, the pace of growth and skill building is brutally slow, because every job he's done has 0 bite, so he can't take on monsters solo. No matter what party he joins, he still won't be raking in EXP. Experience hits him hard, but don't worry, once he grows up, everything starts leveling up. If he grinds every single day and sharpens his skills, he'll finally step into the fight and take the battle to the enemy. No one's even come close to that level yet, so people who do get stuck there are basically branded professionless. He snapped that his messed up life and terrible job were all the king's fault, because the king tossed him out of the palace. Royal blood heir? Seriously? Iris just shrugged and said it all comes down to what people do. Professions decide everything in this war. In this world, if you don't have a profession, you're treated like you don't even count. People spit on you, laugh at you, and humiliate you to your face. But in this world, that's just how things are, so what do you think the people would do if he became king? They'd spark a rebellion. And the kingdom would be destroyed. She's so sorry, but that's just the truth. And honestly, he's lucky, because kids like him usually get killed, he said. He told me it's a relief he finally knows why his father can't stand him. He refuses to dwell on the past, he's locked in on the future from here on out. Future? She stared, stunned by his fighting spirit, and she said point blank that people with no profession aren't even treated like humans. Do you really think he can make it if he refuses to even think about what's coming next? He basically said, no way, it's impossible. Rado leaned in and asked if she could tell him what to do, and she snapped back that she'd been waiting for him to finally say those words. In this brutal world, if you don't have power, you don't survive. She tells him, let's study together from now on, and he blurts, can I get strong? She told him, it's all on you. She dropped the advice he needed so he could lean on her. He thanked her and said he's depending on her now, plus he's a kid, so what's he doing with food in the toilet? She replied that his mom or the nanny would handle it instead. After all, he was just a kid, so how could he possibly do it himself? Yep, he was the nanny. Rage simmered in him, and he snapped out loud that he wasn't taking any of that. He might look like a kid, but he's already 15, and he refuses to let someone else pick up the slack. About his daily needs, Iris told him to calm down and reminded him he wasn't just some ordinary kid, so it felt. He seemed like all he had to do was wait about a year. Then the tears hit, and he begged to be killed, and she answered with, when did he go from ordinary to a warrior and get seized by those orcs? After he came back, he'd better savor this second chance. She waved goodbye, and he kept moving forward. He kept sobbing, baffled that anyone would even bother changing his diapers, until his words trailed off. He froze when the door slammed open, convinced she'd finally come back, his mother. Mom walked up to him and said, time to eat, then grabbed the food and started feeding him right away. They shoved food into his hands and said he was starving. Then the protagonist sat there thinking, what's he gonna do now? Racing down the corridor, he fled the servants and stared at the years, like 2 years already since his reincarnation into this world. To learn how to walk right, he hit the estate every single day, exploring until his steps finally felt perfect. What is this room even for? His personal maid Alia snatched him up. She marched up and shouted to the young master, begging him not to do this. So this is a book storage room. Why is he clawing at the door like he can't resist getting inside? He burst into frenzied motion, flailing his arms and legs, demanding she let him go. She said he can't even read yet, then turned and started walking away down the court. In the corridor, he shouted that he could read, then she yanked him right back. She marched right back and told him that now she'd make him behave and stay in the kids' room. Room. When she stepped inside, she went wide-eyed at the chaos, then blurted out, loud and furious, that the place was a total mess. She grabbed the mess and started cleaning, but right then he bolted and begged for forgiveness before he could get away. Forgiveness snapped in. She grabbed his collar and hissed that he'd never slip out of this room. He slid down beside her and said, "If that's true, then teach me magic." She stared back at him, eyes wide, and asked, "Is he really going back to that again? The young master should not be learning math this early. Magic, and honestly, she's no support magic wizard. She can barely back anyone up." He insisted it'd be enough for him, just seeing it would do, but she shut him down, swore she wouldn't, and told him they should now seriously start cleaning. He blew up over it and she snapped, "Who's this little piggy?" He started stuffing the toys into the basket with a disgusted look and snapped that she was evil. Then Aaliyah swung around to face him and she snapped that it's nothing like that at all. She just believes magic is dangerous, so she won't toss it around carelessly. MC, wearing a grim face, said he knew that too. Then a spark hit him and he called her by name. She spun toward him and asked, "What's going on?" She didn't spot him at all. She spun around, confused, and called out to the young master. He lunged at her from behind and grinned, happy that she'd finally opened up. Then she let out a shocked scream. He screamed at the top of his lungs and demanded to know where he even came from. He told her, "I've been behind you the whole time," but she had no clue. He clocked it and she laughed like it was funny, but he knew it wasn't, so he apologized and said, he said he only wanted to pull a prank on her, and she just said, with a deep knowing stare, like if somehow for any reason at all. She didn't even realize it, and that's when it hit her. She bolted. He bolted out of the room, crashed onto the bed, and called for Iris in his head. Then she answered, saying, she swore he was awful at pretending to be a kid, but somehow, by the end, he was actually having the time of his life. He pulled off stealth like it was some dumb joke so she wouldn't feel him in the room. Right, he agreed. He nodded and admitted it was freakin' fun, even as that awful class got him banished from the city. So he packed up with his mom, Ala, and came to live here, not knowing what's next, but knowing one thing for sure. He's gonna learn how this world really works. And because of her help these past 2 years, he unlocked skills one by one, so he stared at the skill window. Observer makes his senses go farther, endurance hardens his body, falling art cuts the damage his flesh takes, night vision lets him see in the dark, and stealth shrinks his presence. She swore it's all about skills. Out there, you need them just to survive, so they have to awaken even more. He lifted his head with a weary stare and admitted, even if he had to, he'd always have to stay in the mansion, because it's just that way, you know. It's suffocating. He can't leave the mansion at all. The whole place is locked in behind an iron fence like a damn prison, and she swears it's because this institution was originally built to keep the ones who needed to be kept away out of the way. Rado called her up and asked if he could climb over the fence and slip into the forest. Iris shot him a warning, "Don't you dare do that. This forest is packed with monsters, and one wrong move means instant danger." If he stepped into that forest in his current state, death was the only thing waiting there for him. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he snapped, "Why would you build it in a place that dangerous?" She basically snapped that this mansion was, if anything, the safest place on Earth. It was meant to keep the royal family and everyone else from getting caught in the crosshairs of deadly attacks. "People," he murmured with a thoughtful stare, like the forest wasn't something he could step into, not yet. She said that since he was bored out of his mind, they might as well use the time to level up even more skills. Some skills can be unleashed, but a bunch stay locked tight because they're tied to specific jobs. There's no cap on how many skills he can unlock, so if he has to awaken them, then he'll rip open as many as he needs. He's got to keep pushing day after day until he finally builds enough fighting power to make it count. He gave the nod, and 2 years later, he hauled himself up onto the. He stared at the roof, and the memory of earlier hit him like a punch. Maybe there was a secret path hidden somewhere. Behind the closet was a hidden passage, and this kind of place is just dangerous. He's packed with them, and this whole place is hemmed in by forest on every side. I can't stop thinking, when is he finally gonna break free from this mansion? He shot a mental Iris and told her this mansion felt like a vault stuffed with secrets. She nodded. And dropped the bombshell that this hidden passage was one of the escape routes if danger ever struck. "So tell me, is your training actually going well?" The protagonist grinned and told them, "Yesterday, I finally awakened precision and pure force." Foresight, she leaned in and asked what he planned to do today, and he grinned, saying that with so many skills already awakened, it felt like the perfect moment to awaken magic. Then she said, He shot her a sharp, annoyed look and muttered that he was only 4 years old. There was no way a body that young could handle magic, and even if he couldn't deny it, he insisted it would be fine only if she taught him at least a little. She told him, yeah, you've awakened a bunch of skills, but it still won't cut it. Since his profession was weak, he'd have to unlock even more, and those new skills would be the springboard he needed to cast magic. But he couldn't stop, he had to keep training to awaken more skills. He finally got what she meant, nodded, and promised he'd sever the connection right away, because magic still wouldn't work for him. To him, a pounding headache hit him, and he snapped that he already knew why. After days of constant talking, his nerves started to fray. Then he snapped and heard Aaliyah yelling his name at the top of her lungs. Lee stared at her standing on the ground and snapped that he'd been found. Then she erupted in fury, shouting what he thought he was doing in a place like this. She warned him not to do anything dangerous, so when he heard that, he doubled down and swore, "I'm fine, I'm doing it," like he wasn't listening at all. Right as it was already going wrong, his foot skidded out and he crashed downward, totally caught off guard. Panic twisted his expression, then he screamed at the top of his lungs, terrified. Fear hit her hard, worry surged, and she dropped the watering can. If she could, she'd sprint straight to him and reach him before anything stopped her. She snapped her hand through the air and summoned the spirit of the wind. She whipped up a tiny tornado that boxed him in and stopped him from. She crashed down from the fall, bolted straight to him, and stretched her hand out. She threw her arms around him and let out a breath of relief, because finally, everything was going to be okay. He accidentally clipped her in the face, and she shouted that it happened again. She plopped down in front of him and blurted that he was still a kid, then told him right to his face not to do anything so reckless and thoughtless. She looked like she was one breath away from breaking down, and in a trembling, worried voice she said, "If anything happens to the young master, me and Madam won't be able to bear it." He begged for forgiveness with a trembling, worried face, and she finally quieted down, saying that after he replayed his choices and came to terms with them, it all felt fine again. So yeah, can he even get up? He nodded and started to rise, then his legs went numb and he collapsed instead. MC spotted a flower right nearby. He called her and demanded to know the name of that flower. She stepped up to him and asked if he wanted flowers, then she smirked because these weren't ordinary blooms at all, they were herbs. They're the key ingredients for healing potions, even with a wild mountain of different herbs out there. You can't plant that without knowing how to grow it and having the right skills to do it. He stared at her and asked, "So you've got the skill?" She said it was because she was an elf, and of course she knew plants inside and out, so she tended that garden with loving, expert hands. With a bright smile, he told her he wanted her to teach him how to grow plants. She looked at his request, totally thrown off, and asked if he realized that's what servants do. Then she paused, stared him down, and asked if he understood, because he kept pushing and pushing, demanding that she teach him. Aaliyah shrugged like it didn't bother her at all, but she demanded a trade. He had to stop bugging her to show him magic. Magic, he grinned and said he'd already seen it, so nothing was wrong. She went wide-eyed, shocked by that. Then he blurted, "Will this be enough for him?" and grinned, thinking that this herb-growing skill was going to come in wildly handy. A year later, the whole crew flooded into the hall. Rato's birthday didn't go unnoticed. Everyone lined up to congratulate him. And with a bright grin on his face, he thanked them from the bottom of his heart. They traded places, circling in to hand him gifts, and he started to think that he thought this mansion treated him like royalty, like everyone was going out of their way to make him feel safe and cared for. Even though he's a cursed child, he'd better be grateful for what he's got. Aaliyah slid up to him, pressed a tiny box into his hands, and wished him a happy birthday. And she swore it was a gift from her. Then he pulled out a tiny bottle of liquid and demanded, "So what is this?" She grinned and said the potion was pure healing, brewed from the very herbs they'd grown together. He thanked her, convinced this was a gift, one of those healing potions that could fix anything. Allah smiled and said, like it was a strange twist, that it felt as if she was the only one left. She slid the tiny box into his hands, called his name like it mattered, and urged him to accept. Except this wasn't the moment to peek inside yet. At first, she planned to hand it to him the day he finally became an adult. But it felt like the moment had finally arrived. Until he fully grew up, she was keeping that key close, and right up until then, he should hold on to it tight and cherish it. So he nodded, agreed, and felt the whole atmosphere hit different from the usual. Yep, here in this world, once you hit that point, people don't call you a kid anymore. They treat you like an adult the moment you're considered one upon. Hitting 15 years old, he could finally ask Iris what was inside, and so our protagonist held on to this gift. He tucked the gift into a small suitcase, and after a while it finally showed up. He slipped into the garden, ready to grow a whole mix of wild herbs. Aaliyah waved over the young gentleman and asked, voice sharp, if it was finally time to rest. They showed up at the gazebo, dug in, and as they ate she stared at the whole mess and couldn't believe it. Somehow, he still took care of the herb beds every single day without ever stopping. He said it was all because raising herbs felt awesome, and the moment he tasted that thrill, he was itching to plant even more kinds of herbs. She said he was giving it everything, no kidding. Then she leaned in and begged to be allowed to reward him for all that hard work. Does he want to learn the elven game? She'd been obsessed with it since she was a kid. He leaned in and asked what kind of game it was. She just drew a triangle. He stepped up and said the rules were simple. If he could stand in, he'd win. Stay inside the triangle, don't let yourself slip out. She'll try to shove him past the lines and make it brutal, so he'd better be on guard, but he doesn't have to panic. The girl trying to shove him out has zero right to lay a hand on him. She can't even use objects either, and she sure can't just start throwing rage at him. She can only push with her own anger. With magic, she blasted out a gust of wind, shoved him out of the triangle, and sent him crashing to the ground. She thrust out her hand and beamed like the young gentleman had just struck gold, then asked him, laughing, how he was enjoying this elven game. He grabbed her hand and snapped, I'm against this because you're using magic and I can't do a single thing to stop it. She refused to let him see how small and scared she really felt, so embarrassment flared in her chest and she snapped, what are you talking about? Talking like it was nothing, she'd already handled him with effortless ease, so that's when the MC got an idea. He planted himself in that triangle and demanded a second shot, and she nodded, agreeing right away. And he figured this game could turn into real special training. He kept tumbling spell after spell, ripping away his footing, right up until evening. But still, he kept asking to play with Alia, his worried expression spelling it out for the young gentleman, that's enough, you two should stop. She apologized, cheeks burning, for how unexpectedly she'd blown him off the first time. He still begged to play again, and she snapped back in a sour, disappointed voice, yeah, but this was the last time she let loose a blade of wind. He stayed on his feet, already believing that after the first gust hit, he could slowly steer the wind back his way. The wind, she gritted her teeth, kept using magic and swore he was absolutely relentless. Stubborn as ever, she still got cut off, so she never finished that sentence. And suddenly the wind roared harder, blasting out stronger than before, and he spotted his system window snapped in front of him, flashing the words about the combats. The skills of the circle block had already been mastered. Grinning, he triggered the skill, and then reflected on everything he'd done. He beamed as he brought the magic back to her, like it was the best thing in the world. Joy lit up his face as he pulled it off, and he let the wind hit his reflection like a victory he could feel. She stared at him, eyes wide, then snapped, wait, what just happened? Rado told her he was testing whether he could wake the skill circle block, and she shot back with. And he couldn't believe it, this skill was getting awakened by fighters. He stared, baffled, and blurted out, wait, isn't that weird? Totally strange, she snapped, loud and indignant that it was downright weird. How in the world can a young master with some laughable little profession unlock power like that? Aaliyah's jaw dropped, her heart finally caught up with what her words had just unleashed. She yanked him into a tight hug and blurted, I'm so sorry, and even she didn't know. Wanna know why she said that? He threw his arms around her too, and he told her that she didn't have to sweat it, keep moving at this pace, and her clothes would get filthy right along with it. She broke down in tears and blurted out, I'm so sorry, and he just sat there thinking. With sadness in his eyes, he finally got it, she wasn't trying to hurt him at all. And yeah, he finally got it, she wasn't looking down on him at all, but then he also realized that it felt impossible to twist the outcome. That night he crashed into bed, called Iris, and told her that. In the end, she treated him like gold because he was the king's only son, and she even admitted it was a disaster. It was brutal, but you could see why it made sense. If he slipped out of his current spot, there'd be nobody left to swear they deserved to live. No matter what chaos hit next, she'd still stand by his side, so after all this, he could finally stop stressing. With those words hanging in the air, he shut his eyes and started slipping into sleep. The next day, he slumped in his room, heart heavy, replaying everything that happened with. Ilya called Iris again, and she picked up fast, asking if it was okay for her to give him advice before he cut her off mid-sentence like, was he she? He was like, so you're sure you want it? And yeah, he said it straight up. He still had anger burning in him, but his mind kept slipping to something else entirely. Right now he had to get stronger like instantly. With a bright smile, she urged them to move on to the next step right then. So the protagonist was fired up by that idea, and she leaned in and asked, "Wait, when you say the next step, do you mean magic?" Magic was there, but she shut it down, insisting that for now, he simply couldn't use magic yet. So they'd better master the skills his job demands, because she was about to teach him alchemy. To kick things off, he can bend one kind of metal. Metal gets shoved into something new, transmutation magic that turns the impossible into reality, and yeah, the ability to twist the form of anything at will, total shapeshifting power. Finally, he found a way to crank up his power to insane levels. He had to master the power behind strength and hardness, how materials get reinforced, and that meant learning all three skills. He was totally shocked by what he heard, and then he blurted out, asking if he really had to learn three abilities all at once. Iris grinned and told him not to stress, like he'd have it down by the end of the day in no time. Then he grabbed a fork and knife, thrilled to death that his room even had metal cutlery, and honestly, after all, he couldn't practice alchemy in front of everyone, plus, he couldn't even look Aaliyah in the face. To get it done, he had to start by reshaping the material from the very beginning. He shut his eyes tight, zeroed in on the knife, and believed it had to be just as sharp as unbreakable and tough as diamond, no mercy. After he finally locked in his focus, he whipped a knife through the air and nailed the toy stand. He stood right there, drove the blade straight in, and then bolted. He sprinted in, snatched the knife out of the toy, and he blurted out, shocked because it just cut straight through. He stared at the knife blade and realized it looked like it had sliced him clean, like an axe. He even slipped and used the shape-shifting skill too. Then the system blared that he'd unlocked the alchemy tech for shape-shifting and shape-changing. He stared in shock and blurted, "Wait, did you really pick it up that fast?" He had to set everything back to normal right now. Then he grabbed the fork and swore that from this day on, he'd forge that fork into something damn near unbreakable. He unleashed the skill and slammed it straight into the fork. The knife plunged deep so hard it shocked even him. Then he stared at the tableware in disbelief. He insisted the shape was warped, but the fork was totally fine, same material, same deal. And the reinforcement hit like a game changer. When the system chimed, it confirmed he'd mastered the material enhancements. MC flashed a satisfied grin and said Iris right in her face, then shortened it even more like he couldn't help himself, and she snapped, "Who'd he call?" And the moment it hit, he blushed so hard he couldn't breathe, admitting he hadn't used her full name, but somehow it still landed. Then she sighed and said, "We've talked so many times, I'm used to it already." He grinned and said it felt like learning skills tied to a profession was ridiculously easy. She hooked him in with a sly grin and said it looked like he just tripped over the secret of this world. He was squirming with embarrassment over her reaction, and he told her not to blow it out of proportion, because straight up, he couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could call this power as useless as they were claiming. She snapped, "Why is everyone sleeping on these skills?" Then she admitted it, alchemy-related abilities really are special, but this kind of power only lasts a while. After enough time passes, anything he messes with snaps right back to its original form, every single time. Here's the catch, the upper limit sits at about a minute, because in this world, steel is the toughest metal mankind has ever found. So basically, these people can forge metals so tough they might as well be steel. Steel melted from his mind as Rado snapped his focus to her words, because in the world he lived in, he claimed there were countless things mightier than steel. Steel, she nodded and said like it was obvious that he had knowledge from another world, and that he could create things with zero effort. Craft metals tougher than steel, he lit up with a grin and called it the best profession ever, and she just said. He said that magical metals were everywhere in this world, and this stuff was way tougher and way more durable than steel, too. Alchemy ran on magic, not muscle, so alchemists might forge a deadly sword, but their bodies couldn't swing it with real force. He realized material transformation was way weaker than he'd ever imagined, so he shot back, "What about shape-shifting and material enhancement?" She said deep in thought that from now on mastering everything would matter more than ever. Then she told him to open the status window, and he did, and it showed that he was blown away by the alchemist's insane mastery, material transformation, power so sharp it could boost durability, reshape what needed changing, and push enhancement to its absolute limit. He gasped as new text popped up right after his alchemist powers kicked in, and Iris told him that mastery number sits beside your special skills, basically your level. It showed him just how much he's actually been using the skill and how battle-trained he is with it was what the protagonist wanted to know, so the more he uses it, Uses the skill, and the higher the number got, the more she nodded, agreeing. And he set the maximum effectiveness at 5, because the higher the level, the easier it becomes for his body to overpower and carry on. She tells him to first level up his shapeshifting, because once he cranks that power high enough, he won't just use it on metals. He stared at the system window, stunned. Wait, is my material transformation level already at 5? She said it was because he'd used what he knew from another world, so he stared back with a look of pure dissatisfaction, thinking, why? Why would a transformation like that even be needed? He was already maxed out and he wasn't happy one bit, and then he snapped, all right, then I'm starting training right now. Now she told him to give it everything he had, and she even said he could use the metronome from his old world to practice shapeshifting. As he daydreams about the metronome, he needs to make it slide left to right the same way, then once he finally gets the hang of it. Then he had to push it faster and nail the control with precision. She was convinced it would level him up big time. With a bright, happy grin, he said, I'm doing it right now. Now he shut his eyes tight and focused all his energy on the knife. He gripped the knife and decided he had to picture a metronome in his mind, then swing it from left to right. He tried to write, but when nothing moved, he snapped that he was 100% certain he'd seen it all right, so why in the world is? Why is it still silky smooth? Because he's about to swap the knife's blade over to aluminum. It feels way softer, like it gives without a fight. He bent it like that and said that everything played out exactly as planned. Now, if you keep going. He kept picturing a metronome, then with a jolt, the knife in his grip snapped in his hand. And with a worried look on his face, he muttered that his mother would punish him for it. Wait. Hold up, don't I get to pull out shapeshifting right now and fix this mess? MC clutched the knife's shattered pieces in his hand, like they were the only thing still holding him together. He used the skill and the broken pieces came alive, starting to move. He absolutely hated how this felt. He gripped the knife handle and pressed it down, thinking, now if he slammed the pieces back into place. Picture the knife in his hands, because right there he was. Joy surged through him when he finally got the knife back. And just like that, the system pinged him. He'd unlocked the special skill correction. With a grin on his face, he bragged that he can smash anything he wants now, no getting caught, and he'll finally get to practice too. Practice on things in the room right now. Then later he slipped into the garden and planted his hands on the. Aaliyah spotted him sprawled on the ground and shouted, young master. He sped up, spun toward her, and she shot back, asking if he could finally go out yet. But he flashed a grin, agreed right away, and told everyone, I'm good now. She marched up to him and blurted out how thrilled she was to finally hear it. Listen, he begged her to wait, his voice shaking, then he snapped that she wasn't allowed to go in there. There she sprinted forward, clipped the edge, and crashed to the ground. He snapped a worried look and thought, He'd used shapeshifting to dig the hole himself, but he couldn't bring himself to tell her. He closed the distance and, with panic in his voice, demanded to know if she was really okay. She was fine for a moment, then rage erupted, and she snapped loudly for the young master. Right then, Isla stormed into his room, spotted his toys, and blurted that they were all strange and twisted. She stared out the window and felt it. This kid carried way too much darkness in his heart. For the next 6 months, it was downright unsettling. Then he kept honing his skills the moment night fell. Rado fell back, then hurried up to the locked door and slipped a fork inside. He forged it into a key and told him the locks wouldn't stand a chance against his power. He was training that shapeshifting magic, and then he slipped into the kitchen and snatched the knife with a grin. He figured that he never ever guessed he'd reach the absolute peak of shapeshifting. Would have opened the door for him to pull something like this off. Then, just like that, it happened that he stumbled onto this gift during precision training, and then he started using it to hyper-vibrate with pure control. He was convinced he'd made it here just to test the thing, until it looked like this. A chair would do. He swung once, split it clean in half, and with his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open, he couldn't believe it. He thought he had. It only barely caught the edge, then the chair dropped hard to the ground. And the knife flew loose from his grip, slipping away like it had a mind of its own. Then slammed into the floor so hard it really. He jolted him with fear. Then, right as the skill cut out, he leaned in and said with it, stunned that it actually managed to slice clean through the floor. He yanked the knife from the floor and said, this kind of power would be deadly in battle. He slid the knife back where it belonged, tore himself out of the kitchen, and his mind immediately started to wonder what came next, because he wasn't done. So yeah, he has to admit it, shapeshifting is ridiculously useful and he can use it. She can use it in battle, and it even pops open any lock, the same vault she couldn't crack. The lock on the door keeps you from getting in, and turns out Aaliyah isn't here either. Maybe there are books on Magic. Then he yanked the door open, peered inside, and blurted, "What is this place?" "Yep, this isn't a storage room at all. It's basically a closet with secrets. There's just one bookcase in here." He snatched a black book off the spot and demanded to know what the heck it was. He stared at it, and when he finally checked the bookshelf, shock hit him like a punch. He froze mid-step and blurted out, totally shocked, that every single one of those books was black as pitch, like the world swallowed every light. He opened one of the He grabbed one of these books, flipped it open, and instantly realized the names on the cover were the ones he was looking for. The royal and noble families' names. Maybe it's some kind of list, but the darkness is swallowing the details so hard you can barely make out a thing. What about the other books? His eyes snapped to the fact that right beside, on the name, it was stamped in plain ink, murder. Then he kept reading. I read it and just had to wonder, do they actually spell out names and causes of death in here, or are these books all the same story? Because then, more importantly, wait, why are all these deaths listed here in such mind-blowing detail? Do Arya and the crew even know these books exist? Books. He snatched another book open and he was convinced it couldn't be his. And here his mother's name was etched in ink, right beside the line that revealed the cause of death. The death column sat there totally blank, and then it hit. This is where they write the names of people who haven't died yet. And right here it's crystal clear, anyone who gets in the way doesn't survive. And the wild part, his name was written right here. Then the protagonist shoved every single book away and piled them up together. He slipped the books back, breathed quietly, and tiptoed straight to his room. Then Ira said, "This is exactly how it happens. Just look at what he did, you sick freak." He finally cracked the secret. Snowballs weren't just snowballs, because the royal family's names showed up on the list of murder victims. He demanded to know why it was locked away in this mansion, and she guessed it had been kept here for a reason. She totally caught what he was about to say and nodded, saying he was 100% right, because this place was cut off from the outside world. It was the perfect hiding spot for the kingdom's darkest secrets, so even after he learned the library was real, there was no way out of this place. He claimed the lands all around were crawling with demons, but then I had to ask, how on earth are people surviving here, and what about food and daily essentials? She swore they were stashing it all in the basement, and every time supplies ran low, they rushed more in. It gets blown wide open by the movement magic squad, and he straight up asks if something like that is still hiding out there underground. She told her that he'd already shown up here by airship, and the mansion had one rule: you either arrived or left by sky. Then he admitted he had to start learning how to fly. Why? She swore this was the moment, his magic the whole key, and trust me, it was insanely fascinating. Wild. He leaned in and asked if she meant that super vibration, and she just shook her head and said she didn't think. Tell me, who else on this planet could have pulled off something like that? Using it to his advantage would he really step up and learn how to wield a sword? He blinked in shock at what she said, then shot back, "Wait, are you really offering this?" Even though he was a mage, Iris said he'd pull it off. Just give it time, and honestly, why not try? He thought, let's try, and the moment it caught his interest, he promised he'd give it a shot. 6 months later, one morning, MC was out there swinging a wooden sword, drilling his moves like he meant it. Leah marched up and called the young master, asking if his last shout had landed differently, he'd have spun to her and demanded, "So, is it breakfast time yet?" Yet she caved and agreed, her eyes widening as she stared at him, then blurting, "Why?" Sweat poured off him. How long had he been grinding away this whole time? Before breakfast, he scrubbed himself clean, then he dropped the log onto a stump. Stump grabbed his attention and told him to wait, promising that this was going to be something huge. Be the last one. He gulped in every breath he had left, then summoned the strength to. He slammed a wooden sword into the log and split it clean in two, then used with the helmet splitter skill in hand, he grinned, because the result was exactly what he'd hoped for. He got through it and bolted to wash up, and she jumped in to help. Then she snapped that he wasn't fine at all. He was seriously worn out and strained. Strange, she'd never seen a mage train swordsmanship before, and he yelped the second the washcloth's icy cold hit his skin. He noticed she'd been acting off for days, but right when it mattered most, things snapped back to normal. He called her up and told her how thankful he was for the wooden sword she made him. Then she said. She admitted she was thrilled he liked it. Then he drew in a breath, ready to ask his question. But she warned him straight up she couldn't teach him no matter what. He tried to fence because she was a mage, and he couldn't stand the thought of doing something so ugly. They've got to head straight to the dining hall. He changed his clothes, but his face screamed pure dissatisfaction. He tailed her and blurted that he was itching to fight. He wanted to test his strength, and when she spun back with a sharp, annoyed glare, she warned him to stop acting like a maniac. After breakfast, Rado strutted back to the room and announced, "I'm stuffed." After busting his tail, he finally got to dig into a good meal, and with that relief still in his chest, he called Iris right away, telling her he needed to ask her something. He butchered her name in his head, and she snapped back with pure dissatisfaction. Satisfied with himself, he couldn't even wrap his head around it. What was he thinking? How did he dare talk to her like that, he thought. He gasped in shock because, wow, maybe the people in this world just wouldn't understand at all. She burst into laughter and claimed she was a goddess, like every world was right within her reach. She picked up tons about the world he came from, and yeah, you could tell he was dead serious about training with that sword. He nodded, sprinting forward, and agreed, then said he'd already gotten the fencing and the helmet splitter. He just couldn't make it better, like he'd hit a wall and couldn't move, and then she looked at him with a thoughtful stare. Just imagine trying to keep sharpening your skills if the future has no proper opponent waiting for you. That would make everything brutal. She lit up with an idea and told him, "Don't stop until you find." She spotted the perfect opponent to train with, then pushed the idea of learning a brand new skill. He admitted he'd been thinking the same thing, so now I gotta ask, what skill was he gonna chase next? Next, she burst into another laugh and said, "All right then, if that's the case since." Because he couldn't wait another second, she urged him to kick off their math training right now. Magic hit him like lightning, he couldn't stop grinning. And she told him she felt it was way too soon, but she went ahead and did it anyway. She didn't even get to finish her sentence because he blared that she'd teach him magic, like, right now, as fast as she possibly could. He was getting ready to talk again, then he blurted a hard no, shouting that if she didn't teach him magic, he'd never beg for her help ever again. She swore he'd been turned into a kid, so if he wouldn't talk to her anymore, how was she even supposed to teach him magic? He steadied his breath the moment it clicked, then she started too. And she said, "All right, now we can finally start your magic lessons." The protagonist said that for some reason she just felt different than usual. Iris flashed a bright smile and said it was all because she was in a great mood. His main gig is support magic. Basically, he uses it to keep the whole team standing while the story keeps heating up as he builds his move. He pours his magic into his allies. There are 3 kinds in total: body enhancement, magic enhancement, and recovery enhancement. He blurted, "Wait, what exactly did that?" And she smirked, "That's a great question." Then she leaned in, ready to start. He kicked things off with body enhancement. Magic supercharged his physical power, and just how strong it got depended on how skilled he was. What happens if he hits the skill limit? His physical power spikes 5 times, right up until the effect. Once that boost fades, his body can completely give out from pushing too hard. Then comes magic enhancement, and he can finally use it to crank up the punch of his offensive magic. Push this skill to the max and he'll jack the power up by. And just like that, everything gets multiplied. Magic consumption surges up by 5 times too. Finally, recovery enhancement supercharges the body's natural ability to bounce back. Natural self-healing powers that kick in, just know it might take longer than recovery magic, but with it you can fully heal. He has that. He blurted out in shock, "So, the last skill, does it come with any downsides?" She nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm in, but the recovery is painfully slow." Now the best part of that support is straight up amazing. They keep it as their magic reserve because it lets them hit the absolute maximum level in any. He blurted in shock, "No way, this is unreal." Iris nodded and swore it was real. Yeah, their magic reserve was actually that. It's wild, straight out of a game, like there's magic out there that might actually make this happen. Might not be enough for it because honestly, most jobs waste way more than they ever should. When it comes to magic, he cracked a laugh, but a worried look stayed on his face. "So what's the downside?" She admitted, finally and with a grim tone, that the biggest weakness of support mages is real. Because they can't use bombardment magic. Basically, it's the power that lets you place the shot but not blast with bombardment magic. He fires a burst of magical power that twists into a blazing beam. It's also known as a magic cannon, so he fired off the question, did she mean beams that blast out like a gun? So she nodded, snapped, "All right, I'm in," and admitted the combat magic's power is seriously no joke. Even a rookie apprentice mage can wipe out around a dozen goblins in one go. Goblins with it, yeah, that's the thing, because the magic holds terrifying power. Magic drains fast, so you don't get many uses before it's gone. He pushed for answers, but the truth hit hard: support mages can't cast offensive magic. Magic, she paused, shook her head, and said that wasn't the whole truth. He needs to remember he's not limited to support. He can pull off port magic and the rest, elemental magic, whatever element he needs, he just calls it. He said that sounded way too weak to stand on its own. She told me it was called everyday magic, and everyone agreed it was pretty weak. Even so, he knew it could still swing back in combat. He stared at the idea, then cut it into simpler words and said, in other words, sup. Support mages can only cast magic that barely helps, but they can't use the real stuff either. He's going to lean on offensive magic, the whole reason mages exist, so with only the elementary spells he has, he absolutely can't expect much battle power. Iris nodded and said, sure, then warned me about one big downside of support magic. Magic is torture carved into your bones, but there's a way to survive the strain. He beamed and blurted, I get it now. It's a huge push and she agrees. And told him he could crank a recovery boost on himself to cut the strain on his body down to nearly nothing. Rado said he's got a plan, start from there, because support magic is crazy useful. She looked a little let down but said, maybe still, we've got to back the support mages. Mages still can't take bombardment magic, no matter what they do, they just can't stop the blast. He changed because in this world, support mages get slammed way harder than ordinary mages or swordsmen, and then he said that even if her words cut deep, it didn't mean he had no skills, he still had hope burning in him. He figured that even with the support mage's power on his side, he'd still have to master it. After a while, when he turned 7, Aaliyah burst in with a stack of books and declared, time for lessons, starting right away with the alphabet. He dialed her up with worry in his eyes and blurted, you know I already know you can write, right? And I've got the translation skill too, so this won't be a problem. With a grim look, she said, just because you write prettier than me doesn't mean you get to slack off. Then he shot back with a bitter expression, thinking, doesn't she see how badly I want to learn more about support magic? She said that once he was done with that, they'd kick off studying the differences between the 6 races. She was seconds away from opening that book, then the protagonist. The propagandist cut her off and blurted out that this world is split into 6 different races. World first, the humans, they're the huge majority, and they're also packed with one of the most razor-sharp intellects around. Elves weren't just any race, they lived the longest and wielded the most devastating magic of all. Third, beastmen, half animal, half human, swaggering around with traits from both worlds. They're the giants everyone fears, built like living walls, huge and brutally strong. Among the 6 races, demons stand out with the wildest range of abilities in a class of their own. Appearance and honestly, their brains are every bit as sharp as humans. And there are dwarves who are naturally loud, wild, and full of swagger, yet they're also insanely skilled blacksmiths, and rumor has it they can forge special gear you won't find anywhere else. Like holy swords or demonic blades, tell me, was he mistaken or had he really memorized the entire thing? She gasped, stunned. He thought he'd just handed her back what he'd heard from Iris, but she beamed and said she was thrilled he was throwing himself fully into his studies. He stared at his lessons like they were a chore and muttered, should I keep studying the kingdom? His face twisted with clear discontent, wondering when he'd finally get time to train if things kept moving at this pace. Alia told me the Baratoro's kingdom was built around 300 years ago, an all-human kingdom that's the biggest state on this whole planet. And that's just the beginning, besides. Only giants, beastmen, and elves ruled their own kingdoms. Back then, the 6 races tore into each other in a brutal, bloody war. Then the king, guided by his great ancestors' legacy, forged an alliance with the other races and crushed the fighting for good. All MC froze in shock and blurted, wait, I'm hearing about this for the first time. She leaned in and said, young master, the blood of this great man is running in your veins now. He spoke in a calm voice, saying that being related to some great man doesn't make him great automatically. Besides, father still refused to let him be called part of the royal family, and she cut herself off mid-sentence with a small, wavering pause. She shot him an upset look, then slammed her deepest apologies straight into the air. Total confusion hit him and he blurted out loud and clear, I don't mean that at all. So quick question, can she use elementary magic or not? She stared at the idea for a second, then asked, did he mean real, everyday magic? He nodded right away and politely asked her to show him. She thought it over, then told him she was sure it wouldn't be a problem if the young master just used everyday magic, because, really, it's that simple. She didn't think it could possibly hurt a thing. She nodded and agreed to show it, then they'd kick things off with a quick magic lesson. She blurted out, shocked, one more lesson, and then declared loud as a bell that in this world magic is split into 7 elements. Darkness crashes in, fire erupts, water surges, earth grinds beneath you, and the wind howls like it's alive. Lightning and sacred magic, having an affinity for any element, comes down to one thing. It all boils down to what you are. Race and profession decide your magic type, like humans crush fire magic, while elves like her zero in on wind magic. Oh, and here's the wild part, magic elements can match up, and their compatibility can decide just how strong the spell power gets. Sure, you can level up your elementary magic with practice, but it's so flimsy that that doesn't count as combat magic at all. So does he even get what's going on? Rado shot her a tired look. Aggression settled and they agreed. Then Aaliyah, once the theory was out of the way, leaned in and asked if she could show him magic in action. First, she'd teach him basic wind magic, because elves absolutely crush that kind of power. With a spark in his eyes, he couldn't stop himself. What would it feel like? Would it hit as hard as the time she saved him? She asked because they were literally talking about elementary magic. He shouldn't go expecting anything special, got it? Okay, she shot her hand up, pointed right at him, and slammed a wind pressure spell into the air. Spell, she sputtered out a weak breeze, so he slammed his disappointment into the air and demanded an answer. He snapped, "That's it," and she shot back, "Yeah, so I told him not to expect anything special." Then he pressed again. "Do you really think you can use this magic?" she demanded, and then, almost like she just realized it, she muttered, "Come to think of it." So they never bothered to even find out what element he'd awakened, right? The test is gonna be a piece of cake, but honestly this is more than enough for now, even if that's all we get. Even though she insisted most kids are naturally drawn to fire magic, some children still get born with it like it's been burning inside them forever. The young master with an insane knack for wind magic, so why won't he try to copy what she just showed him? He shot his hand up in front of him, demanded it, and then he just had to cast the spell. He cast the spell, hit, and the system flashed the news that the combat skill, wind pressure, was learned. Then, right out of nowhere, a savage blast of wind ripped out of his hand, flipping tables and chairs like toys in an instant. In the office, and the moment it happened, both of them froze, totally blindsided. And she blared, "What in the name of all the gods was that magic?" The protagonist snapped around to her and shouted that she never told him elementary magic could hit this hard. Aaliyah, all confused, blurted that even with pure inclination, power like this usually wasn't possible, yet this spell was just as devastating. He grinned and said, "Now I want to see the other elements too." She blinked, confused, then insisted, "I'm sure our mistress can handle fire magic." He burst into the corridor, grinning and shouting that it was excellent. Then he said they'd meet again later. Meanwhile, she blared, calling the young master. Told him to hold up, his lesson wasn't over yet, but she never got to finish because she slammed right into the closing door. He burst into the room where Isla was and shouted. He called out to her. She whipped around, stared at him, and demanded what he was doing there. Wasn't he supposed to be in class? Then he looked. Grinning hard, he asked if she'd let him see her elementary fire magic, like they were still just running through it in class. He opened his mouth to go further, but she suddenly caught his meaning and cut in, saying it felt like. She looked completely stuck, but then she nodded, said she was in, and lifted her hand right in front of me. She hurled herself into position in front of her and unleashed the fireball spell, then controlled not one but two scorching fireballs at once. Fireballs whipped around him and he blurted, "Do you see this?" She could even move it, and then he shot his hand up in front of him. He stared at himself and said, "Now it's my turn, I'm going in." He fired off the spell too, and it hit like a thunderclap, absolutely wild. He couldn't believe it, he actually managed to summon a fireball. He froze in shock and blurted, "Wait, can he use it too?" She stared at him, stunned that he could whip up a fireball this massive on his very first try, and when the MC stared at it, he admitted it was brutal trying to make the thing move. Rough as it was, she nodded and swore she felt the same. Then he finally managed to get the fire going. Fireball shot off and he froze, stunned by it. Then she stared straight at him. She stared at him with a worried look on her face, and he told her straight from the heart that he was so grateful she'd taken the time to talk to him. She grinned and told him he could drop by any time, then hit him with one last push, work hard on his studies. He bolted away and she couldn't believe it. How could a kid that young pull off magic like that? That kid has to have some wild magic talent, because the second it hit, she burst into tears. He was sobbing, convinced that if only he hadn't been born a support mage, they might have let him rise and become the next king. After a while, he hauled himself up to the roof and conjured 4 searing fireballs in one go. Balls and thought, so this is where he hits his ceiling, right? It looks like as his skill level rises. The ball count will jump up too, so don't worry, it's all good. After his mother lit up the fireball spell for him, he rushed back to Alia, and she taught him multiple spells. Earth Elemental, Earth Block, Water Elemental, and Ice Block, built from the results of those experiments. Turns out, he's way better at controlling that fireball than he's ever been with the Ice Block. I guess that's what she meant by elemental affinity. Either way, all he needs. All he can do now is train hard nonstop so he can jump off the roof and think about it midair like, this is it. Using the spell he'd just seen, he copied it like a blueprint, then pointed his finger. He thrust his hand downward, cracked off a wind pressure spell, and jerked himself to a stop right before disaster hit. He looked up right before it hit, convinced he'd pulled off the perfect win. He made it, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Aaliyah and Mom were one bad move away from totally messing everything up. He'd probably drop dead on the spot if he saw this, so yeah, he's got to be way more careful. So yeah, she really did say the elements can match up right. Right, then maybe we can finally pull off fusion with 2 elementary-level magic spells. Magic, if everything goes his way, he might finally lay his hands on that ink. With magic so wildly powerful it felt unreal, he unleashed fire magic and scorched everything in sight. Instead, he'd have to start by forging a whole stack of fireballs. And he'd blast them with the force of the wind. On them, he pulled it off, and the moment that fireball happened, shock hit him like a truck. Balls shot skyward at insane speed, and everyone shouted, "What the hell was that?" How was that even possible? Because the system blared that the combat skill, Flaming S. He'd finally mastered the spear technique, read it over, and then declared, "I've got a synthesis match." He didn't just learn magic, he fused fire and wind magic together and somehow cooked up a whole new kind of power from that perfect mix. Honestly, you can't even call that elementary magic. It could seriously maim someone if it goes wrong. Out of nowhere, a brutal headache hit him like a truck. He dropped to his knees and demanded, "What is happening?" Leah spotted him, shouted his name, and blurted out that. She finally tracked him down just as she opened her mouth to ask him something. He crumpled to the ground and passed out, and panic hit her hard. After what felt like forever, Rado jolted awake inside the room. He clutched his head and demanded answers, then shouted for Iris, begging her to tell him what just happened. She basically said, yeah, he just drained way too much mana, and then it hit his. Studying magic sounded like his best move, but it backfired hard, didn't it? She figures he deserves a huge congratulations, because somehow he figured out fusion magic all by himself. If he trains hard to master it, she's convinced he'll be able to go toe-to-toe with a magic cannon in the future. He paused and said, yeah, maybe, but with his current manifold, he was betting that training it would blow everything away. Ridiculously hard, she stared into the silence and admitted there wasn't much anyone could do, so why not use what you've got and take advantage of it? He could grow his mana pool by leveling up, by crushing demonic beasts, so what if she drops the bombshell that there's a way easier route? She was bragging about skill points, but he already had them, a whole system. A glowing system window snapped into view, and she told him, use it to unlock brand new skills or level up the ones you already mastered. If he blows them all, he's not getting them back, so he'd better remember that. So what was he thinking, using those points to level up and learn a whole new skill? In her eyes, that was exactly the skill he needed right this second. He stared at the system window for unique skill recovery enhancement and asked, so I just need a brand new skill? She nodded and told him, exactly, do this and the strain on your body will be barely anything. Even if he burns every last drop of mana in one shot, it's a one-of-a-kind skill. Once he learns it, the rewards will keep paying him back for the rest of his life. Then the protagonist snapped, wait, why didn't you ever tell me there was a system this convenient? Iris shrugged and said, once people learn it exists, they get lazy so fast. Honestly, getting better this way is way easier, right? She waved goodbye, promised she'd dive back into her favorite pastime with a cup of tea, and he couldn't help but think she was totally right. His head finally stopped pounding, so he flopped onto the bed with a satisfied grin, thinking, so this is it, this is what a unique skill power feels like. And once he had that kind of strength at his fingertips, he knew he could train as much as he wanted. He wants it even if it takes longer, because he's going to master it with training support magic and training fusion magic, again, right from the start. Magic is everywhere, so much to do and barely any time to breathe, but for now, the biggest question still comes first. Find a way to shake Ali off your tail so you finally get the time to train later. He clashed with her using nothing but swords, and in the middle of it, he realized 8 years had already slid by since he was reincarnated, and just 6 months ago, she finally dropped the truth. Her profession wasn't anything else, she was a swordsman. That day, the swordsman started taking her lessons seriously, and she began training him in real swordsmanship. He snapped his strike aside and fired back, saying that he was way too naive. He lunged at her and she slammed the skill's name, Helmet Splitter, right through the air, and when she saw his strike coming, she ducked and sprang back with her own attack. She snapped the loud warning, telling him not to lean so hard on his fighting skills. Then she drove her wooden sword right against him. He grabbed his throat and blurted out that this was her 387th win, perfectly spotless in all 387 fights. He quit mid-fight, crumpled to the ground, and she snapped that once he uses a fighting move, his body follows the same pattern every time, so when his opponent dodges, he'll be wide open. She'll just keep repeating herself. Meanwhile, his sword skills are sharpening fast and she's overflowing with confidence. He was so sure his power had finally caught up to a brand new adventurer's strength. She's talking about the Adventurers Guild crew, jack of all trades for hire, the kind of people who'll hunt monsters, guard cities, dig up medicinal herbs, and even step in to do the household chores for pay. He couldn't believe it. She knew more about adventurers than he ever imagined. She told him she'd turned 1 year old back when she was little, and that shocked the heck out of him. She pressed him for the truth, and when he asked, she just smiled softly and admitted she was lucky enough to meet her mistress when she was still C-ranked. So she ditched her wild adventure life and became his servant. Then the MC leaned in and asked, "Wait, do adventurers even have a ranking system?" She nodded and said, "Top tier is S, then A, B, C, straight down to the lowly F," and she leaned in with a grin. Right now, there are only 10 S-rank adventures left in the whole world. With curiosity blazing in his eyes, he leaned in and asked, "So, do adventurers really rake in the big bucks?" "Money?" Alia asked with a half-confused smile, like, should he really go straight for the money first? She'd be lying through her teeth if she said she didn't feel it. She leaned in close, eyes blazing with a terrifying glare, and told him. She'd grown up hearing it, weak adventurers don't get a second chance to survive, and just as that thought hit hard, she started. He burst into nervous laughter, terrified out of his mind, and then shouted, "Is that true?" Later he crashed onto his bed and stared at his sword, lost in thought. And the moment he realized he could freely grow his powers, he thought, this is exactly what I'm built for, because he'd always loved the whole way those skills work, and yeah, he could say it with zero doubt, the number of skills out there was. To him, it had surged to a whole new level, because in just the last 8 years, he'd mastered over 50 skills. He was so sure he'd pulled in over 20 skills this year alone. Iris had definitely said learning skills would have, no joke, been a lot more than. Once he finally got the principle, everything clicked, so who'd ever guess he'd pick up the art of butchering just by staring into the kitchen. He'd never complain about learning more useful skills, like cooking, but the young master is straight up banned from getting anywhere near the kitchen. He's not impressed. What's the point of slicing skills if he can't cook a single thing? His stomach growled, so he bolted out of bed and asked. I kept wondering if the dining room had anything left. Then Rato slipped in, spotted some apples, and thought, wait, so Iris already said there was. There was a teleportation magic circle carved into the basement floor. Right? He stormed into the basement and spotted a door sitting there like it was waiting for him. He latched the door with a handful of locks, then called her in a hurry and said. He said that in the dining room, under the floor, he uncovered a door he'd never laid eyes on before. Does she even realize where she is? She swore it was an armory, like that name wasn't completely off. Turns out that place isn't some harmless storage at all. Poisons and murder weapons are kept there, and he stared in shock before asking. Asked why they'd stash something so deadly here, and she just shrugged it off. It's all simple, she said, so they could finally get rid of the royal. The royals deemed useless were brushed aside so easily, it barely even took a fight. Now that it's come to this, she feels trapped, like she has to spill every last truth to him. Hidden in the mansion's servants, an assassin was slipping through the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He was completely stunned, and she told him that once the kingdom decided that if her life was going to be nothing but trouble, they'd fire off an order that very hour, telling her to get rid of him on the spot. The second he got it, everything clicked, and his brain screamed, no way, that can't be true. Among all the servants in that mansion, there was only one girl he could reach. He couldn't wrap his head around it until the very end. Then he blurted, wait, is it really Alia? And she nodded, saying. She straight up told him her real gigs, spirit mage and assassin, and she even thought the swordswoman act was just bait to get him to drop his guard. He said she was supposed to be mom's servant, and when she agreed, she started too. She's also tied to the Black Shadow, that infamous organization of assassins who serve straight under the throne. She begs for forgiveness, but she's terrified that someday she could end up as his enemy, so he asks why. There's no reason for that. That was the reason she turned into his enemy. She said the situation just, unfortunately. In 2 years, his first wife, the queen herself, was going to give birth to a boy. He'd be stripped of the right to the throne, the only heir to vanish, and then that day finally hit. If she tried that, the king would have no choice. He'd order for him to be erased from this world. Soon after, the protagonist froze at the news, sank into his room, and couldn't wrap his head around what he'd just heard. Turns out she was a murderer, but Iris had no reason to lie to him. He just sat there, so what was he supposed to do now? If this keeps going, he's basically doomed, counting the days until his death. Wait. He needs to calm down. She's not going to kill him right this second. If he wants to live, he's got to get out of this mansion. The real question, how? Maybe slipping through the forest. It'd be safer for him to grab the barrier stone and the decaying stone off that fence. The system warned that the barrier stone can snap into a green protective wall that shrugs off any physical damage, but only magic can shatter it. Decaying stone, meanwhile, reeks so badly when demonic beasts get near it. He had to approach it. Only demonic beasts can smell something like this, so they try to dodge it at all costs. He thought, wait, that's impossible because it's buried way too deep. Even if he pulls this off, once he escapes, there's still a real chance those things will hunt down his mother. What did he do to earn this fate? He needs to snap out of it. Guess this was always coming, born into a miserable trade. Honestly, it's a miracle he managed to live in peace for all these years. He's got to think fast. There's still time, and he's not letting them take him out that easily. Late at night, the MC stalked up to the fence. He blazed his path with fire magic, then twisted the fence into something he could bend, slid the bars aside, shot out the other side, and thought, asterisk, now that I've got this skill, I can. He can bend those bars like they're nothing, and he spent years training, learning every skill he'd need to take on demonic beasts, so tonight, he was heading into the forest to scout an escape route, and he'd already pushed deep, way past the point where anyone should have gone. Deep in the estate, he kicked on night vision, and suddenly the pitch-black night lit up in his eyes, so he could spot everything around him. He even relied on silent steps and slick stealth, moving without making a single sound. The sound of his footsteps vanished as he hid his presence, and he said, now I. He was desperate to master the present search skill, so he went for it, using a skill that turbocharged the user's jump and made their leaps hit a whole new level. He leapt from tree to tree and couldn't believe the irony of it all. Who'd ever guessed that the jumping move he mastered just to slip away from Aaliyah would end up saving him in a whole new way? He dropped off that tree branch and right away slid into action. He unleashed the ice block skill and slammed it into place, carving out a perfect foothold for his next move. He sank back for a breath, exhaled in pure relief, then stared down like the answer was right there. He stared at it like, wait, is that a goblin? And then it hit him. This was his chance, and he was ready to strike. Get thrown into a real fight and earn battle experience for real. Right on cue, he couldn't wait any longer. Time to unleash his brand new weapon, the ice block. Clumped together the pieces of his own unique alchemy and made it happen. He'd forge a weapon made for him, custom fit, built for the way he fights. He forged an ice sword, then lunged straight at the goblin, unleashed the helmet splitter skill, and then he had already started plotting an attack until it finally noticed him. And then he unleashed a brutally strong. He slammed a brutal sword strike as he crumpled to the ground. He lunged in and wiped out the monster, then panted hard like his lungs were on fire. His whole voice shook with excitement as he blurted, so that was a demonic beast. Can you even believe a monster like that actually existed? Even after everything, that nasty feeling still slithered through this world like it owned the place. He balanced on his hands, still, lucky for him, it never slowed a single swing of his sword. He caught a noise nearby, spun around, and watched 3 goblins crawl out from behind the bushes. They erupted in loud chaos, and he snatched his sword on the spot. He gripped his sword, stared them down, then they closed in from every side, and the moment hit him. He couldn't forget what Iris told him, if he ever ran into. If danger started closing in, he should bolt right away, and if things felt like they were slipping out of control, he should call immediately. Call her, okay? Ri-Ito scanned the area, convinced he wasn't walking out without a fight. Fight, right? He still remembers what she told him, because if he can't beat those pathetic goblins, so tell me, how the hell was he supposed to escape from this damned mansion? And then he snapped another ice sword into existence. Shouted that he was 100% going to survive. If he wanted to live, he had no choice but to push through. He fired off the jump skill, touched down right beside him, and he ended it with one deadly swing of his sword. He heard a goblin shriek, then snapped around immediately. He swung and drove his sword straight through the head. He lifted his gaze and stared at his own hand, like it had just betrayed him. With a heavy, sad face as he thought, so this is it too. He even picked up that skill from Alia, only it still didn't turn out like he thought it would. Snapped him out of his thoughts the second he spotted the last guy. The goblin lunges straight at him, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Spur that physical enhancement skill to life and land the strike. He smashed a brutal kick into the monster's stomach and drove them back with sheer force. He shoved the monster back and slammed out a fireball, then whipped up wind to finish the spell. Pressure spells, this attack is what it all unleashes. He crushed the final monster, then it started to breathe. He panted hard and shouted that he'd made it. He dropped onto the ground and blurted out that he had actually. He crushed them, and it was obvious, his power had jumped to a whole new level. And with that, he pocketed more skill points. Right then, a system window flashed in front of his eyes. It was basically a spell about storage magic that lets you stash stuff away in another dimension. You can't just stash a dimension like a drawer. Storing liquids, gases, or living creatures inside it simply won't work. The weight limit is 50 kilograms, so he dove right into his magic and carved out a dark hole. He muttered the magic, then shot back in pure shock because something real finally showed up. First, he tries to slot the stone in. Right then, a system window pops up in front of him, bluntly warning that it's just a plain old pebble, nothing special. The protagonist read it, nodded like, yeah, I get it, and the whole stash list popped up, everything locked in storage, so to grab it, you've gotta go over there, reach out, and press the button. This storage magic is a total lifesaver. He sprinted up the iris tree and shouted, are you there? All right, she nodded in agreement, then grinned and asked, so his first battle went off without a hitch, right? He smiled back and said he felt way more confident in his fighting now, like he'd finally found his footing. He probably smiled because 2 whole years still sat between him and freedom, so yeah, he better get stronger, got it? He popped up and said this right here was plenty for day 1, then promised he'd pick the training back up tomorrow night. He raced back to the mansion and collapsed onto the floor. Dozed off in class and just when night hit, he burst back outside and went after it, chasing it out. He bolted after the rabbit with a horn on its head and blurted out, so this is where the horned rabbit was hiding, and it looked so cute it almost fooled me. He just couldn't let it go, no matter what. He totally stumbled and launched headfirst into the ground in a blur. Somehow he caught his footing and drove the rabbit with a sword lunged in, and with one brutal strike he crumpled to the moment his feet hit the ground, a glowing system window snapped into view right in front of him, which said that the special skill Fast Step had been. He finally caught the lesson, read it once, and thought, I've gotta thank that horned rabbit for this. He slashed the rabbit with that cutting skill and fired back, so tell me. If he remembered right, crushed horn was the key ingredient in the whole thing, because it led straight to the recipe. So it's the cure for exhaustion, right? Honestly, it sounds like that would be the better move. Better to stash this for now, so he grabbed a frying pan, struck a flame, and said he'd heard that starting fires. Forest fires are brutally dangerous, but there's a shocking reason this is only the beginning. He's chasing one skill like it's life or death, and he'll pay any price to get it. So yeah, he's ready to gamble everything, no turning back, and according to the adventurers, the horned rabbit's meat is wildly delicious, like try it if you dare, and yeah, he cooked it himself. He took a bite, shouted in shock because it was unbelievably delicious. Then once he was done eating, he bowed his head and thanked God for the meal. And he blurted that it was insanely tasty. Then his face went blank with confusion as he shouted that he'd totally forgotten the skill. Just ate it, so how's he supposed to learn cooking now? Looks like he'll have to try again, right when it cuts to a sudden a terrifying monster smashed into him and landed a brutal blow that rocked his whole world. The attack crashed in like a rocket, but the MC snapped out of the way at the last second. He spotted a bunch of kobolds charging straight at him, and he said it looked like building a fire was the absolute worst idea after all. He believed kobolds were usually the higher level ones, at least that's what he thought until everything got messy. And with goblins closing in, he knew he had to vanish from here fast. He blasted those monsters with a wall of fire. Fireballs bolted in panic and blurted, this is it, this is your chance. The monsters kept sprinting after him, totally ignoring everything else. And he anxiously wondered whether his fireballs had landed even a single hit on them. Not strong enough at all, was it really that weak? He spun around. Brown snapped his arm into motion, forged an ice sword from thin air, and launched himself straight at them. He lunged at them with his sword, trying to strike down one of those monsters right then. Then the kobold yanked his strike to a screeching halt with its own jaw. His jaw clenched and panic hit hard when he saw his sword snapped in half. He crumpled, stammering, "This can't be happening," and then he launched himself forward. He yanked himself back from the monster's strike and blurted out that, since it all led to this moment, he decided to unleash a blazing spear. Just as he started weaving his magic, the monster lunged in and cut him off with its deadly. Then he got hit with the attack. He snapped backward mid-strike and then unleashes the wind pressure spell. This gave the monsters a brief, painful slowdown. He figured they were straight up blocking his shot at using fusion mat. Magic surges, now he's burning through every ounce of strength just to stay out of reach. If only his fireballs hit harder, he suddenly remembered it. Realized, yeah, he really did have that pro skill burning in his veins. He blasted the magic enhancements and turned it all up to max. Smith unleashed his skill, then threw out a volley of blazing fireballs. He bellowed that the firepower needed to kick in right now. Now it was enough to end them. He slammed into the monsters and took out several in one go. He let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. And he got pulled away from them like his focus got ripped clean off. Cobalt Blue Blur sprinted up to him, and just as he froze it, with a brutal power-packed kick, no time to breathe, knocked him aside and he skidded across a few meters. Leaders on the ground snapped into view and turned around, asking, wasn't that the last strike? They needed to wipe them all out. He froze in panic the moment he saw that. The two monsters had already launched themselves at him in the blink of an eye. They charged at him and lashed out with their paws, trying to slam him back. He figured that worried look was his cue, so he decided to bet everything on it. Everything on that fireball with a terrified look. Then he threw his hands up in front of him and with the wind pressure skill activated, he unleashed a blazing flame stream so brutal it wiped out the last of the kobolds. The system blared that he'd unlocked the special skill Flaming Bullet ***, and Rado stared at the monster corpses he just wiped out, muttering that that spell was downright terrifying. Who would have guessed basic magic could become this brutal with a little magical enhancement? The next day, a servant rushed to Aaliyah and told her the young master said he wasn't feeling well, so he was holed up in his room. She blinked with a tense, worried look and said she got it, but she was still freaking out because he'd been acting weird since yesterday too. She told them to let him crash and rest today all at once. He was deep in the forest, blasting the wind blade spell as the gusts tore through the trees. He stared at the system window, and a huge grin lit up his face, and said it was wonderful, like everything turned out exactly how he hoped, right down to the wind pressure, which somehow evolved into now wind blades being pumped up by magical enhancement, and that means his attacks hit even harder, more power, right on cue. So there's only Earthblock left, and I'm dying to know what wild skill it's about to evolve into. Maybe into something that lets you dig a deep hole in the right there in the dirt. He unleashed an upgraded version of that skill. He slammed his palms onto the ground, then in an instant his hands sank straight into it. He burst out shouting, "Are your hands getting sucked in?" then stared at his own hands in stunned shock. He stared at the glow, wondering if this magic truly made his palms hit with heavier gravity. If that really was the case, then going all out from the very beginning, using every last ounce of strength, would probably blow up in his face. He should start with something lighter first. Then he slammed his hand into a He swung in straight through the tree and froze, shocked he actually pierced it cleanly. He stared at the system window and blurted, "So, did I learn the punch skill after all?" Then he strode up to a bigger tree and said it looked like it was finally time to test a beefed-up earth block. He didn't hold back. He slammed a punch so hard the tree split clean in half. And he was totally stunned by what he just saw. The protagonist finally learned the brutal truth behind that heavy SDR. He pulled off a strike skill and claimed he'd just unlocked another one. So yeah, he'd better put this one on his training list too, right? Then he threw his fury into a huge rock, pounding it with non-stop punches, leaving brutal dents in the wall, but it still wasn't enough. He landed a terrifying punch and shattered right through the bowl. The boulder slammed down, tearing the ground open and leaving behind a massive hole. The system blared the news. The special skill was coming. Cannon punch had been mastered. He grinned through it and said he'd just picked up yet another new skill. Rage and agony exploded through him after that hit, and he snapped into action, using the skill on the spot. Recovery enhancement. He shot back a sour look as he asked, and then, "Whoa, so this is what it really feels like when your muscles are aching." He never imagined he'd swing a fist at his own body, and that thought hit him. Looks like he's gonna have to train even harder if he wants to master every last martial arts skill. Wait, wouldn't he be a support mage? A few days later, He tore across the mansion grounds when Aaliyah burst out and demanded he pick up the pace, right now. He sprinted on and the truth hit him. Everything in his life had flipped upside down the moment he learned those brand new skills, and the biggest shift of all, she agreed to train him in martial arts when he finally asked her about it. With a sharp, unimpressed look, she snapped that she'd already told him it was for his own good, because he wasn't just any guy, he was a mage by trade, so no matter how hard he tried to cosplay martial arts professions, he'd never even touched their level, so why grind himself trying to learn martial arts skills? He wanted to know if training his body would keep him from getting sick. So many times in the future, she swore he was right. She finally got it, then she threw herself into training him, pushing him to be the best she could make. She could, he thanked her, then eyes heavy with exhaustion, he just couldn't believe it. Who would have guessed it would be this hard? Aaliyah called him and said to start with she would. So he had to sprint just to get his lower body firing, meaning a brutal 100-lap grind around the mansion every single day. And at the same time, she pushed him to train his muscles too, so he was stuck constantly lacing up those weights on his arms and legs. MC snatched it from her and blurted, "Whoa, this thing is way heavier than it looks." But he'd do it. She said he couldn't forget the practical training either. So he should have been kicking off a mock brawl every single day right after class. He nodded and then hit him with the real question, "All right, but what about her work?" She grinned and told him, "My main job is to help you with everything I can always." She kept forcing her way through, day after day, until the same fight played out for several days straight. Then, right in the middle of the fight, with a brutal kick, he crumpled and hit the ground hard. She said it was great, so that's where we're calling it for today. He told her that their training over the past few days had been an absolute blast, and that he was genuinely grateful to her. She turned to go, told them they'd train again tomorrow, and so yeah, he had something to actually look forward to, because he watched her walk away with that smile like it meant everything. And somehow it suddenly felt like no way were they headed for separate paths this soon. She spun around and called him over, telling him to go back to the mansion right then. He nodded, then sprinted after her without missing a beat. After a while, he sprawled in his room and realized 6 long months had already slammed by since their training kicked off. Somehow, in this stretch of time, he miraculously picked up 2 more special skills, and now, 10 years after, ever since his reincarnation, the day that would flip his whole life was creeping closer, fast. And then it kept getting closer. Later, people spilled across the mansion, running around like crazy, shouting, "Hey, did you see? All the banquet ingredients are here, now we've gotta grab extra decorations, then scatter colorful flowers right here. So what do you think?" He's hoping this year's gift actually lands and he'll love it for real. I mean tomorrow, right? The young master's 10th birthday, and at this exact right, plopped down in his room, finished a letter and said, "It's perfect, this is exactly what I needed. Now I just gotta know, did it turn out good enough?" He snapped, "That's enough," called Iris, and once she read it, she nodded and said everything looked perfectly fine. He grabbed his stuff and started packing it in another space. Then he kept thinking that after he and her hashed everything out so many times, they figured the only way out was a fake death, so he planned to slip a last will into the world, shape-shifting to rebuild his own skeleton from monster bones, then haul it straight to the incinerator behind the mansion. Then he struck a match and lit the place up, and it hit him. To stay alive, he'd have to write his last will and testament first. He grabbed the letter and shot it down in his own head. He'd already packed everything he needed for the escape. So yeah, tonight was the night they were going to pull it off. "Tonight, right?" Iris nodded with a straight face and basically said, "Look, his dad already made the call, he's getting rid of him." She was certain they'd give the order to kill him tomorrow, on his birthday no less, so yeah, that twist would hit like a total shock. But yeah, he agreed, and he decided to get out of that mansion today. Nodded with a heavy, sad look and admitted, "Yeah, she's right," like she'd been feeling it too. He was wrecked by it all and told me not to stress, like everything would be okay. So after the escape, she'd haul him straight to a safe place for sure. He suddenly snapped back to a memory, yanked open a tiny chest, then muttered that he had to head back. "Tell me what's inside." This is the box his mother handed him. "I can't stop wondering what's waiting in there." He snatched up a fork and muttered, "I mean, I don't think it'll hurt to. So you want to peek inside, right?" He fired off a skill and forged a key out of thin air. He yanked it open and blurted, "Wonderful." The seal cracked open and there it was, a huge stone. He stared at it and blurted, "What is this?" Iris stared at it and declared, "It's a sacred light stone, one that gets destroyed and only a chosen person can ever hold it. It came straight from the royal family of the Baratoro's kingdom. an official bride price they handed to Isla when she married the king. The king banished and supposed to be cut off, so there's no way he should have gotten it, but his mother still wants him. He demanded proof of his royal bloodline, and the protagonist stared at it with a heavy heart, then quietly asked, "Who gave?" Handed him the most precious gift of all. He wiped his tears, snapped the box shut, and told her with a trembling voice how grateful he was. And he looked utterly wrecked, and God, he was so sorry. He grabbed a bottle of potion from there and thought, how the hell is she going to? Was she really about to end him? He snapped his head back, fighting to keep those thoughts from sinking in. He said that if he ran into her now, doubt would hit him like a punch, so he chose to bolt and run away with. So he's leaving this mansion for good without even seeing her one last time, right? Yeah, because this is his final day here. So it's probably no big deal if he squeezes in one last stroll around this mansion. You're saying we slipped in there with stealth, right? He stormed out of the room and he started pacing around like something was about to go down and spotted his joyful mother breaking into it. He's frantically grinding through holiday prep, getting everything ready for the big day. He stormed out into the corridor. He spotted an open door and couldn't help but wonder, was the vault door left unlocked? He crept in closer, peered inside, and spotted. He caught sight of Alia. She stood there with her back turned to him. He leaned in and roared in a chilling voice that the order to kill the target had officially come through. She was about to kick off the mission, then he froze with pure terror because of what he heard hit him hard. He stared at her, then snapped back to the path he remembered. He stared into the past and couldn't shake the thought, was any of it actually real? It was seriously just her, no mask, no act, this was the real deal. He slapped his hand over his mouth, trying to muffle what he couldn't let out. Ducked out of sight and bolted to his room, quick as lightning. Bolts of urgency hit him. He grabbed everything and shot out in an instant. Burst out the window and flashed a mental call too. Called out to Iris, and she was still on the clock working too. He fretted about it and even snapped that it was a bad sign, so who could have predicted they'd strike before his birthday even hits? She apologizes because even if she can't clearly see how the future ties her to him, it's obvious she was still wildly too hopeful. He sounded insanely optimistic as he shouted that they'd deal with it later, so where was he supposed to sprint to right now? She told me that Aaliyah can't find out we know her secret, but she's pretty sure Aaliyah will figure it out sooner or later. She burst into his room and everything hits at once, so for now, he's gotta slip out of this place as fast as he can. He finally understood her, dropped down hard, then blasted off with the body enhancement skill to tear down the path at insane speed. Faster than he pulled out quick step and sprinted fast. He bolted for the fence, then launched himself over it with that clean, practiced jump. Skill, he dropped onto a tree branch, then spun and turned. He spun around and snapped his far vision into place, staring straight through it, like a camera eye that wouldn't miss a thing. And his sharp observer skills kicked in. He caught sight of Aaliyah leaned toward the window, staring out like she was waiting for something big to happen, with worry etched all over her face. He finally cooled off and he couldn't shake the feeling. She wasn't faking it. She looked genuinely scared for him. Panic surged through him the second he noticed that she stared at him with a grim look, then yanked a knife into view. Terror gripped him so hard it felt like his chest was caving in. He leaped down from the tree in one explosive burst. And then he sprinted even harder, vanishing fast away from the mansion. Tears burst out of him as he started to sob, remembering the glorious days he shared with. She stood right there and he blurted out loud, demanding to know why. Why does life always have to hit this hard? After a tense pause, she finally has to answer him. Under a moonlit sky, the MC sat beneath a tree and blurted a question into the night like something big was about to start. Asked. Iris shot him a tired look and asked, "Are they hunting you?" Hunted? She snapped back that it probably wasn't like that at all. They'd seen him vanish into the forest and you could feel the chaos already roaring. He snapped his head down and shouted, "I get it, Aaliyah already told me." She told him the truth, and now he was in the forest with a real shot at slipping away if anyone came after him. So what was he supposed to do now? She said. She told him plain and serious that whatever it takes, he has to find shelter tonight, because getting out of this forest is going to chew up 3 or 4 whole days. In the forest, he thanked her with a heavy heart, then turned and headed out. He yanked a potion straight out of his bag. He tried it and instantly thought, if this works, then this remedy could change everything. The odds of running into monsters would drop, and when he tilted his head up, he muttered that rain was coming, and he needed. I had to rush then, right when I thought I was safe, a brutal downpour slammed the world. He fell, then bolted to a giant tree and said, He'd slip in here, using his shape-shifting skill to disappear in plain sight. He set out to build a shelter and casually said he could whip up a cave with ease. Turns out his alchemy skills were insanely useful. A white wolf stepped out of nowhere in front of him, and that left him completely stunned. The wolf plopped down and it hit him like a punch, total shock. Right beside him, everything started to tremble and shake itself loose. He hauled himself out of the water, then snapped, barking at his friend as they clicked into action. Friendly smile on his face, then the wolf started licking the radar like it was food. Rado cracked up and told him, "Relax, I'm super friendly." And somehow it didn't scare him one bit. Then he called Iris and demanded, "So what are we doing?" She swore it was the great white wolf. Then he revealed he was the son of the Lord of the Forest raised him, but after monsters killed his parents, he cut everyone off and lived all alone. He doesn't hold back an ounce of caution. He's totally unhostile to everything that lives in this forest. The forest minus the hostile monsters feels like one huge family, and we're just about to find out what happens next. Weak creatures are shoved together, forced to live side by side, because only as one can they fight back. Looks like after that little one lost his parents, he got raised by elves. He said that even inside the monster forest, the elves. She insisted that even with that, the elves vanished from the forest anyway. By the way, they were just down the road and it hit him hard. Everything he heard lit a fire under him. She perked up and asked if there was even one house left around there. Then she paused, thinking hard, and admitted it wasn't really a house at all, more like a converted cave. He asked if it'd be better there than here, right? Then he leaned in and offered to take a look himself. Stare at it, he glanced outside, then snapped, "It's." The rain looked light, like it wouldn't matter, so he threw on his hood. Hood kept moving the right way, and then he realized the wolf was stalking him from behind. He glanced back and swore it was tailing him. Then they burst into a waterfall and the wolf bolted straight for the water, and he followed right behind. Tailed him, sure there had to be a hidden entrance behind it. They slipped behind the waterfall, then burst into a cave. And they found the room stacked with all kinds of wild furniture. Inside, the protagonist spun around, eyes wide and blurted, "You know what? Turns out it wasn't just humans, elves really lived right here." He struck a match, lit a lantern, and dropped onto the bed. He claimed it wasn't that dusty around here, and said whoever lived here must have moved in only a little while ago. He likes it. This cave feels like it could be his home, and he's already halfway to making it his. Base, the wolf snarled and launched forward, barking like a warning. He shoved him through the plate right by his feet, then he demanded an answer. He asks, is this his food bowl and is he hungry? He tore open the subspace, then leaned in and said that he was about to discover something truly incredible. He tossed the dried meat into the bowl and told him, "Go ahead, take some." He watched with a grin as he ate, lost in thought. He swore it felt like he was remembering his dog from a past life. He began petting his own head and blurted out that they were both low. Alone, yeah, it hit hard. Being by himself felt crushing, like the whole world had vanished. He knew there was no turning back, so he dropped into a seat. Tears burst from his eyes and streamed down as he hit the floor. He leaned in and demanded, "Would you stay with me?" The wolf shoved its fur against his face and wouldn't let go, like it wanted a full-on cuddle. He set off, and that lit him up with pure joy, because then And just like that, he declared it was over, then swore he'd call him again the exact same way. He shot him a grin, called him Yuru, and he said, "From now on, that's gonna be my name." He gazed outside and said the rain had. He hit the brakes, then blurted that this was the perfect moment to finally go for. Get him breakfast, now he's stuck depending on him. Deep into the forest they pushed, and right after, the wolf tore after a boar. He perched in a tree, eyes locked on He kept watching and then snatched his bow out fast. The crew crunched the board with their teeth to slow it down. He drew his bow tight, loosed an arrow, and smashed the boar in the head, then he rushed up to him and said, "You crushed it," and just like that, the boar hunt was a total win. He yanked out a knife, snarled that he'd butcher the carcass, and vowed he'd stand guard over it. He swore 2 years had already torn by since he last lived here, but Iris told him the truth once he broke free from that place. They branded him a criminal, threw treason charges at him, and slapped a massive bounty on his head. Then right away, they already plastered his portrait on posters all over town. Across the Baratoro's kingdom 2 years later, and they still haven't canceled the bounty on his head, so all he can do is keep hiding out in the forest. He finished butchering the boar, then told everyone to save the leftovers for the other monsters, because today they're feasting on boar meat casserole. The second they're back, he's jumping straight into the kitchen and starting to cook. When they finally stumbled back into the cave, Yuru snatched up the meat from a bowl and tore in like he couldn't wait another second. Rito grabbed the bowl and started cooking up a storm, ready to take the next step. They took a bite and said, "This cooking skill is crazy useful." If they had miso, he would have started whipping up. He stared at that pork soup like it held the answer, really taking it in before deciding. I'm wondering if he can pull off making me the tastiest soup with this. He honed his skill, then froze. He felt a presence at the cave entrance. He's suddenly hit with the distinct feeling that something's out there lurking, and yeah, looks like his observation skill nailed it. He swears something monstrous is lurking nearby, then a goblin slips into the cave, who came in clutching a handful of fresh fruits. He finally calmed down, then demanded, "Why did you show up out of nowhere?" That question hit him like a jolt, and it terrified him, the goblin. The goblin shoved the fruits into his hands, and he broke into a joyful grin. Today Riko's got Min's fruits in her hands. Then he grabbed the fruits and started pulling them back, telling him to wait just a little. He hurled the goblin meat wrapped in cloth and barked, "This is today's meal," the goblin was. Goblin froze in total shock, opened his mouth to speak, then stared at it and blurted, "This time it's boar meat." With a bright, joyful look, he lifted it high over his head, then, like a secret caught in a grin, he let a small smile take him straight back to the past, and he thought he'd run into this goblin a year back, and that day he and Yuru went hunting, craving orc meat, then stumbled on an orc slaughtering a goblin. And because they wanted that meat so badly, they murdered him. Then, somehow, it ended up saving the goblin's life. Next day, that goblin stormed in with fruit clenched in his hands. He offered the fruit up in front of him, then shot a confused look like, should I take it or not? The goblin thrust the fruit into his hands and bolted into the shadows. The protagonist suddenly believed that he had started. He started showing up all the time, hauling in a mix of fruits and veggies, one colorful bunch after another in his hands. So what are we even supposed to do when they just rip off fruits and veggies like it's nothing? This can't be right, and if he's bad, if he'd been watching, he would have smelled it. Next time, he shoved the meat into his hands and told him he was giving. Still, he handed it over even though it was leftovers, and Goblin couldn't stop smiling like he'd just won the lottery. And right then, he figured that was the way forward, so he started handing him fruit. Fruits too, plus meat, and somehow it looked like they were trading goods, like it was a deal about to go down. He makes the exchange, bolts instantly, and yeah, he disappears right after. In this whole place, he'd never run into a single goblin until him. I guess that's why he couldn't stop wondering. It could totally tie in, because every time the orcs attack, he only shows up with fruits and vegetables. He lunged at him, and of course he was alone. Maybe he'd gotten lost in the world and built a lonely life. Maybe he only does this for one reason: to reach the heart of those monster meals. He can't even hunt himself. Maybe he's just as alone as he feels. He spotted Yuru rolling up on him and asked, "Hey, are you awake already?" The next day they woke up tense and worried, then went hunting again. He finished chopping up the prey, then looked up and said, This time their target wasn't just any rabbit, it was a horned one, and they hauled themselves back to where it was. He strode into the cave and declared, "Today we're feasting again." The wolf caught a strange presence and let out a furious growl. He blurted what happened, and right then they stepped into the cave. He couldn't believe his eyes. What he saw completely blew him away. He demanded to know if their home had been wiped out. Destroyed, he stared at the wreckage and demanded to know who did it. Then he surged into motion. To stop and scan the area, take in the fruit in front of him. Crumbled on the floor, he stared at the mess and couldn't stop thinking that every last bit of yesterday's fruit got devoured before the hunt. So tell me, are these new ones, or did they magically refill the basket? Fruits, did the goblin really haul them here? You stared at the wall and the tracks told you everything, what it had been doing and why it was so close. It's pretty clear this monster is absolutely massive like jaw-dropping enormous. Their breathless shock hit them hard, then he dropped to the ground and felt the blood rushing in his ears as he stared up, wondering if God was real or if it was all a lie. Goblin blood splattered, then Yuru barked at the top of his lungs. An MC snapped his head toward him and fired. So did you find the monster's bloody trail, the exact path that caused all this chaos? He pushed his skills to the limit and sprinted harder, and they kept flying non-stop through the whole route. They sprinted down the trail side by side, until the wolf halted right in front of it. A huge tree started growling and roaring. Is he here? Right here, he started barking, standing right nearby with a serious stare. His face went stone cold, and he couldn't stop wondering what kind of monster this thing really was. A massive bear burst out from behind that tree like it had been waiting for the perfect moment. He was stunned, then shouted for Iris, only for her to tell him it's a blood bear. People also call it a red bear, and it's classified as level 3. Level 3, you asked her, do monsters get levels too? And she just said, She told me monsters come in 5 danger levels, and level 3 sits right in there. Unless he's a top-tier adventurer, this is going to be brutally hard. So if he's going to handle this, he'll need to be unbelievably strong. Wrong, this bear is the absolute worst matchup for him. But if he moves first, he can seize the opening and kill it. First, he stared at the rageful, growling bear and snapped that it looks like trouble is coming. The monster rocketed forward with a brutal attack and tried to. Rado twisted out of the way at the last second, somehow dodging the strike aimed at the protagonist. He blurted out in total shock as a truly monstrous blow crashed down. That hit was exactly the kind of disaster a level 5 monster would unleash. The protagonist snapped his bowstring and launched an arrow straight at the enemy. The bear snapped the arrow aside, barely dodging it, and it still didn't even land on him, and the MC's eyes widened like, so normal weapons are? If his weapons won't fire, then he's trapped in this fight, he's got to just wield that magic the same way he did back then. They baited the enemy into striking, then they launched a blazing fireball to burn through the chaos. All summon a fiery spear, then the monster slugs through the attack end. And then, with a thunderous roar, it barely managed to parry, before snapping back and striking the protagonist right in return. The protagonist spun out of the attack, then cursed it under his breath. This is terrifying, but he's not about to quit, no way, not that easily. MC suddenly crumpled to his knees, and it shook everyone. The enemy called forth a burial mound, and right then the earth under the monster tore open, yanking him down and swallowing him whole. The enemy fought with everything he had, gasping just to stay afloat, then Rato roared at him. If that fire spear couldn't stop him, what chance does he have to beat him with some even hotter fire? Right after those words, the MC blasted a massive fireball into the air, and hurled it straight at the enemy right when the end was on the edge of happening, until they finally went down, swallowed in. Magical flames roared through everything, scorching it down to ashes, then the protagonist staggered, finally crumpling to the ground. Realizing he'd burned through way too much mana, Yuru snapped, furiously blaring a warning at the protagonist like a flare in the dark, screaming danger was right there. Ranger Rato spun around and stared at an even bigger stretch of space. Despair surged through the air as he marched straight for him, unshaken, while the protagonist stared in stunned amazement. Though yeah, there was another one, he barely managed it. He barely slipped out of the second enemy's blow, still staggering with the weakness left over from the first fight. His mana hadn't fully come back yet, then the bear roared like a storm. An MC came crashing in with even more force, straight into the ravine, swerving just in time to dodge its direct hit. Yuru crushed the enemy's strike and shielded Rado in the nick of time. The protagonist, completely lost, spun around and showed up. To Iris, she stared in disbelief at the whole situation. This situation was absolutely not ideal. He had to stay sharp because if she couldn't read his future anymore because he'd already burned through so much mana casting that magic. Using it again would have been risky as hell, way too dangerous, super. Stunned, he blurted, "So what, how do you want me to fight?" Iris leaned in and said, "So what if we crush the enemy with the skill he mastered best, deadly swordsmanship of?" Of course his sword wouldn't be normal, it was about to get way more dangerous. The girl kept repeating after her, baffled, because the sword he pulled out was like nothing she'd ever seen. He sprinted straight at the wolf, slammed the power-up on, and turbocharged it. He fought the recovery every step of the way, and even talked about it like it was something he had to defeat himself. The ally gritted their teeth and refused to let go. The agonist triggered its healing, patching up even the fatal injury. Wounds on his comrade's body, and only then did the MC. He figured the only way to forge that weird, one-of-a-kind sword was to lock in and focus all his magical power. Sword, he whipped around to Yuru, pleading with everything he had, begging her to. He pushed for forgiveness, then leaned in and admitted he had one big favor to ask. Could he pull off a crazy distraction, dashing around the enemy and drawing all their attention away? And he would swing in for the final blow. Could he pull it off? Guru snapped, then charged straight at the monk. Monster, Rado figured Ur's speed would be more than enough to dodge the enemy's strikes, then his ally kicked in and started meeting every single one of his companions' demands. Racing at full throttle around the bear, he dodged every last swipe and lived to tell the tale. Dodging its deadly onslaughts, the protagonist clenches his focus and zeroes in. Sliced right through with an unusual sword, like the blade demanded you only imagine it first. Picture it bigger, stronger, and way more brutal. He forged an ice sword with raw power, then snapped it to life the second it was done, the protagonist. Colonists roared at Yuru, yelling that he was about to step right into it. The ally sprinted back to MC Rado. Lunging at the monster, he swung his He swung his sword and summoned a whirlwind that blasted with ruthless power. The bear came into view and the enemy fixed him with a brutal stare, frozen for a heartbeat. Rato's blow hit hard, he crumpled, confused, and crashed to the ground. He came down from above again and roared, "This is the end." He was ready to say something about his armor, then, out of nowhere, the massive bear slammed its huge paw, smashing through the air and catching our surprised protagonist off guard. Ori sprinted to help his comrade. That risen enemy lunged to destroy the protagonist, then Oryx slammed a shield in the way. The shield slammed into him and caught the hit again, then the monster burst into view, right in front of Rato. He lined it up to end it, then, right at that insane moment, something incredible happened. The goblin suddenly burst out of nowhere, leaped onto the bear and started to. And as it ripped at him with those razor-sharp teeth, MC's mind shattered. He couldn't even believe what he was seeing. He snapped his gaze away, trusting it all to a goblin, because he was protecting those eyes, until the monster lunged and ripped the goblin apart. The goblin came off, then the protagonist barked at his protector, "Hold on just a little longer. He'll rush in to save you any second." But the bear clamped that goblin down so hard it couldn't even breathe. Clamped so hard that survival was basically impossible. The monster hurled him aside like he weighed nothing, and the protagonist stared in horror at the body of his unexpected helper, already gone. Rato's rage exploded, and he launched himself at his opponent in a blind, furious lunge, slamming his weapon to life and unleashing a furious storm of. He reeled from blow after blow, barely even clocking what he was doing. The monster lunged to strike back, but MC was already a force of nature, unstoppable without a doubt, and he definitely slipped past his opponent's strikes and crashed back with a brutal counterattack of his own, aiming for the opening at one. At one point, he felt Yuru yank him from behind by the collar, pulling him hard as he tried to keep up by his clothes when the protagonist snapped back to his senses after his rage ripped apart, then surprise slammed in as he finally saw the monster. He stared at his friend and wrapped him in a tight hug. Called Guru, thanked him, and then they both surged forward toward the god. The goblin, the MC, leaned in close, gently stroked him. He stepped in, then with a heavy sigh said he saved them. And get this, he didn't just help them, he saved their home too. With tears burning in his eyes, Rato yanked his cloak off. He yanked the cloak tight and wrapped the goblin up in it. He wrapped him up tight, cradling his body in his arms. He couldn't hold it in, he couldn't hold it in. Tears exploded out of him as he asked and begged the goblin for forgiveness, teeth clenched and pride shattered. Because of him, his life ended straight up. Forced himself to carry the same agony his master was feeling. After a while, the hero finally made it back home, laid the goblin to rest, and threw himself into training. He realized he had to get stronger, because he refused to lose something important to him ever again, so the protagonist kept hammering the same sword swings over and over until his hands started screaming in pain. Still not strong enough, he snapped, cursing that he couldn't even use his skills with a big sword. Then, right at that moment, Yuru showed up. Rato proudly carried the rabbit in his jaws, and when he caught it, he let out a grateful shout, because yeah, he just nailed the prey, and that was seriously impressive. Snatching the prey, the protagonist stared at it, stared at the goblin's grave, and declared with iron certainty that it would be. But if he wants to get stronger, he's got to stuff himself with food, and once he does, he gains. He cranked up his power day after day, then stayed in the forest for 4 whole years. For years, he trained like his life depended on it every single day, because that's just another enemy charging in, an absolute wild boar at full rage. Then the protagonist yanked his sword up, ready to strike. Yuru rushed in to save him. Rato roared and summoned his skull splitter skill. He perfectly timed it and slammed a crushing blow straight into the monster. With one brutal swing, he split it in two. Staring at his fallen opponent, MC grinned, threw praise at his ally, and told him he could chow down on half of it. Then, while he scratched the Roo behind the ears, he added that he could. He'd grown a lot too right after that. MC leaned in and told his friend to fire up a meat-hot pot today, then he started to inch toward. Rifling through the monster's remains, the protagonist suddenly caught sight of a tiny stone, then spun toward Iris, stunned. "What is it? What is it?" the spirit shot back, and then it hit you, a magic stone. A rare treasure packed with the pure magical energy of one specific element. Physicians crush these stones to crank up their magic power. She even said there are only a handful of spots they can be found, like fiery volcanoes for fire magic and deep lakes and oceans for water magic, and the rest in between. So yeah, confused, the protagonist shot the question, "Wait, why would he end up inside a wild boar?" Iris replied. "It's not even that rare. Most monsters practically live for magic stones, like it's their favorite snack." MC blurted out, stunned, "Wait, so that's what you guys eat them for?" "No, they don't eat them," Iris shot back. "They soak up the magical energy trapped inside. Big monsters can even use that power to crank their abilities just like mages do." The protagonist stared at the stone in total confusion, then blurted out a grateful thanks to Iris only for the spirit to grin and say, "You're welcome." And guess what? She dropped some insane good news. The bounty on his head was gone. He was finally free, and the protagonist couldn't even wrap his head around it. Iris said the kingdom has declared him dead, so yeah, could that really be true? After 4 long years of silence, he finally showed up, so MC grinned, thinking, yes, now we can finally head down to the village. Suddenly it hit him and he blurted, "I've got 0 money," and Iris pressed, "Did you? Why can't he just swing by the nearest village, hawk the monster materials and herbs he's been stockpiling since? If he can mix ingredients like that, why doesn't he whip up a healing potion or something and fix everyone up?" He blurted in shock, "Make medicine," and Rado froze for a second. Iris told him to calm down. He could take Buru with him, as long as he put a collar on him. "He'd look like a totally normal dog, right?" the protagonist blurted out. "Right, so he shouldn't ditch him, not after all of that, right?" Honestly, he was thrilled to the core. The protagonist whipped around to his friend and urged them to get ready for the trip to the... He raced toward the village, snatching up everything he needed first, then the real trouble could begin. MC grabbed the loot from storage and his ally had his back. I burst out of the cave and they closed in on the goblin's grave, ready to start trouble again. He chanted a prayer, then bolted forward. Yuru and the sea-mounted crew burst forward after a brief moment, sprinting straight ahead. As Rado shouted in pure shock and wild joy, they finally broke free from the forest, alive. Iris pointed out that a village sat somewhere nearby, so they should head there first. Rue nodded hard, fully backing the plan. After a bit of time, the protagonist finally spoke up. "All right, here's the settlement." The moment he stepped into the village, confusion hit him, and then he muttered, "This place is totally destroyed." Iris was dead right. This whole village had been smashed to pieces by a vicious squad of goblins. And they'd left the villagers' corpses just lying there, untouched, and he flinched hard at the brutal stench that hit him, stronger than he could handle. Death, Guru kept whining, while the protagonist was already warning him. He told his friend to stay sharp and keep his eyes wide open, then Rado checked. He hunted through the houses and dug up clothes that fit him like they were made for his body, and the designs were identical to the ones he'd worn before. Was he chasing some wild fashion trend? He stitched up the clothes he'd been wearing with his sewing skill, but after 4 years, it didn't feel like it could last anymore. He couldn't believe it. His clothes had shrunk to scraps, so Rado stared at the mirror and swore, "Now I can finally go." Even after stepping into the public eye, he still needed clothes, so everything suddenly had to be perfect. The photo on the nightstand stared at the owners' faces and seemed to whisper, "I'm sorry, but I have to go get something." Now that he's got fresh new clothes, maybe some fresh cutlery would come in clutch. Then, out of nowhere, the MC suddenly heard. He caught a voice in the air and boom, it belonged to a magical beast, a white wolf. One of the guys gasped in. He'd never laid eyes on a monster this rare, and Rue Grind at the bandit family was the first one to spot it. Bandit leader snapped, "No matter what, just get him, kill him, and skin him. That'll bring us a fortune." A pile of real money. Rue Grind went for even more, hunting a fighting stamp like it was the next step in her battle. Mid-dance, the protagonist suddenly lunged forward, shot up right in front of them, and stood. Stepping between them, he barked for everyone to cool off, right as the bandit family gasped in shock. "So you're saying the villager actually survived that?" one of the guys blurted, stunned like the impossible magic just happened right in front of the protagonist. "Beast, if it slips too close, he's done for." Rado stroked his faithful friend's head, trying to soothe him before panic took over. Haru leaned right into his arms and barked like he trusted him completely, and the bandits froze, staring in pure shock. What, he tamed the beast? MC just stared, dumbfounded. Stared at the lead bandit until they spotted the badge blazing on his chest, and decided it was the adventurer's badge Iris had promised them. The protagonists urged the wolf to bolt from there before they even stepped into trouble, right before everything turned bad. Into deep trouble, bandits blocked his way, begging Rado not to go, then they snapped the moment they asked him if, and the sentence cut off mid-breath. If he was from this village, the protagonist snapped back, "No, that's not true. He wasn't a local at all, he was just passing through." He kept moving, and then they cornered him with one last question. "So tell me, was this wolf really his?" When the contract beast showed up, the MC just stared, because he had 0 clue what the bandits were even saying. Talking about it, then he swung the conversation toward Iris when the spirit finally said, "A contract beast is a creature. He got tamed only through a magical contract packed with special spells, so as a support mage he can't learn those contract skills." Then the protagonist gratefully thanked her for the heads up. He told the bandits, "This wolf is my family." The boys snapped their heads around, "What, this wolf? But there's no way a monster not chained by a contract could get this completely ed. So friendly with a human." Then Yuru growled again and snapped his teeth in warning. The bandit snapped back, flinching hard, and backed away to a safe distance. The antagonist finally soothed his comrade again, but it whined pathetically like it just got reset. He barked at the bandits that they were finished here, then the bandit leaders cut him off, snapped the truth in, and left him hanging. So he meant, "I'm not tied down by any contract with this wolf, right?" MC snapped back, clearly annoyed. He'd already declared they were family, and the bandits just grinned like they believed him. With a vicious grin, he drew his blade, and the leader snapped in. But still, he didn't see the slightest problem with snatching the wolf right out of his hands. One of the bandits leaned in and snapped that the white wolf's materials were rare, so Rado had to hand them over himself. Then he raised his bow, grabbed his arrows, and took a hard fighting stance. The leader erupted in a laugh, yelling that his bow and arrows were wrecked beyond belief, like a broke man, barely able to scrape together even a decent weapon, right? It was the first time he'd ever seen someone haul a battered, homemade weapon like that on his back, and right away, the two bandits started laughing, calling him weak, as if all he had to do was quietly hand over this wolf. They'd spare his life, and the protagonist snapped, irritated. "What a wild turn, Yuruwa." Wind whipped past his back as the protagonist spun toward Iris and demanded, "Do you really think he can take down these adventurers?" The spirit snapped back, telling them they weren't real adventurers at all, just a bunch of bandits in disguise pretending to be adventurous, and he should be able to deal with them without breaking a sweat, because the MC was stunned to find out that's exactly what happened with the bandit. "And what about their badges, huh?" Iris told him flat out. "They just swiped them, no questions asked. And get this, there's a bounty on the leader's father's head if he can. If he snags him and throws him to the royal family, he's about to get a reward." Rado blurted it out in pure shock. "A reward?" He dropped his bow and bowed his head like he'd finally surrendered right as the gang leader hissed, "Ha, so it's over." The protagonist shot his hand out, reaching for something right there. He clenched his hands and ripped his power into a blazing fireball. The bandit burst into laughter, then the words hit like a punch. "Wait, what did he just say? They're calling it fake entry-level magic because he can't pull off the protect, he just can't." The protagonist snapped on his firepower and turned it straight on the criminals. The bandits didn't just fall, they crumpled to the ground on the spot. The leader gasped and cursed, looking straight up stunned. "Aren't you supposed to be using entry-level magic, of all things, especially you, protagonist?" Blurted out in shock, "Whoa, you're tougher than you look." The bandit leader shot up to his feet and barked in fury, "Are you serious? Are you making?" With everyone laughing at him, Eurus shoved forward right then and clipped him across the face with his paw. Then the leader crumpled to the ground. The wolf slammed both paws down on him and pinned him to the ground, knocking the criminal clean unconscious. MC grinned and praised his friend, because that win was straight up legendary. And Rado locked eyes with the bandits and blurted, "No, listen, those three weren't a big deal, but now tell me, how am I even supposed to haul these guys around?" Eyes just a little later, and the royal party was already hitting the road. The lookout rushed to Princess Nile and shouted that smoke was billowing up from the village ahead, and Nile couldn't hide her shock. "Wait, didn't it get totally smashed? How is it still standing?" The lookout stammered, utterly confused. "That's exactly it," the princess blurted out, and for a split second hope flared. Maybe survivors were still out there. Then she started to give. She barked the command to advance, and her crew thundered forward, charging straight into the smoke-filled air. While that happens, the protagonist and Yuru haul the bound bandits into a cart, and the protagonist blurts, "Now we can finally get them all." They headed into town. Good thing they spotted that cart. He leaned toward his comrade and muttered, "That thing's built like a beast. Can he actually handle it?" The wolf barked with pure joy, as if to say, "Don't worry, I'll carry it, boss." MC leaned in and told his friend that Iris had spilled a lead. There was a pretty big city to the north where he could dump the bandits. So they had to bail out of here right then and there, no time to waste. He heard a weird sound, and surprise hit him like a truck. Notice it sounded exactly like a stampede of horses. Now her squad sprinted straight at them, and as the night closed in on the MC, Ri-Ito stood there totally lost, his confusion flooding his thoughts. He froze because the princess had ordered him not to. To move, she snapped her sword up at him and he snapped at him, voice like steel, demanding to know why he was here and what he thought he was doing. Why were those people in the carriage all bound up like prisoners? MC and Yuru stared at her in total shock. The girl snapped, "Come on, answer me right now." Depending on what he says, they could even arrest him that very night. No warning, no mercy, just immediate chaos. They snapped their swords toward him, then the protagonist whipped around to Iris and the spirit cut in. Meet the Valkyrie Knights, one of Baltro's greatest orders of knighthood, and the girl standing right in front of him. She's the kingdom's first princess, the eldest of the previous king's 3 daughters, which makes her his cousin. The protagonist's jaw dropped, then Iris, his cousin, kept going. Nile, at least that's her real name, now gets called the Princess General, and the MC just stared, totally thrown off. Cousin, he hadn't learned much about her yet after he'd reincarnated. But he never expected to run into her here, so why on earth is some royal family member hanging around this village? Iris snapped the warning back into his head. She told him this village had already been hit by goblins. Right, this village had barrier stones everywhere and sneaky decoys meant to send demons running. Demons and Rado froze in shock, just like they always did back in the mansion he'd lived in. Spirit shot back, "Yep, so it's you. Monsters usually kept their distance in this place. But for some twisted reason, goblins start smashing into the village, so the Valkyrie Knights rush in to investigate, and the royal capital isn't far from here at all." She snapped a breath of pure shock, like, "So this is what it looks like," and she was right, and it freaked him out. In the middle of it all, Rado suddenly caught himself. She asked what he was doing here, and now he had to figure out what on earth he was going to tell her. She told him she'd rather he come clean, tell the princess he'd actually caught the bandits, and then act like a peasant who'd been left for. In here, he snapped, "Excellent." Then he couldn't help himself. Could he finally tell her his real name? After all, he'd been on the wanted list right up until recently. The spirit cackled and told him, "Don't sweat it, this won't be a problem." Turns out the wanted poster didn't show his real face at all. It only had a kid's sketch and the reward amount, and even his name was nowhere to be found. Born into the royal bloodline but with no real job to his name, his true identity was locked behind heavy guards and kept secret across the kingdom. Even the previous king's own daughters never got told about him, and with no surviving. The villagers are here to tear apart his alibi, and the knights won't even realize he fed them a lie, so if he lands in trouble again, let him try calling her once more. The protagonist let out a heavy sigh, leaned into the princess, and told her his name, then added that he'd come from this very village. Now he started calling his name over and over, demanding to know if he was the only villager left alive. He fired back, "Yeah, that's me. Just a few days back, their village got slammed by a gang of goblins." He barely made it out, but with no place left to run, he got slammed back into this village. The princess leaned in and said, "All right, what's he got to say about the bound people?" Rado shouted that those bandits were circling the village, desperate to snatch something right out from under everyone's nose. So he had to stop them right now, while they stared at him like they already knew he meant trouble. With a thoughtful chuckle, she shifted her eyes to her, leaned in, and whispered a secret right into her ear. Then the princess turned to the protagonist and spoke. He claimed he was just a peasant, so why did peasant even matter? There was a wolf right beside him, and when the protagonist answered, it wasn't a threat at all. That wolf was his family. He'd raised and protected him from puppyhood, and he'd never, ever bite a soul. Anyone? They whined and acted like everything was fine, then tried to justify it like, "Yeah, that's understandable. He's just a huge wolf," and MC shoved his face right into his friend like it was the most natural thing in the world. The princess locked eyes with them and fired off a direct question at the protagonist. But he's the last peasant left, so how in the world did he somehow make it out alive? He told her he was just wandering the steps, and the princess totally froze in shock because not a single step held a monster back. Tracked him down, then the protagonist snapped his finger at Yuru and swore he was shielding him. The girl kept pushing, refusing to back down. Couldn't that huge wolf have handled a whole squad of goblins? Just do. So don't let him tell her that he didn't even fight. He just baited on the villagers and walked away like it was nothing, and he simply bolted, stunned by her insistence, and whipped around to Iris. The spirit pushed him to spill every detail just the way she said it, so Rado went on to explain. There was a small cave near the village. Yuru once kept him as a puppy inside town, but as Yuru grew bigger, fear spread fast, and he had no choice but to hide him in a cave. The lookout raced to the princess and swore the truth. There really was a cave hidden in the nearby forest. Now she said, I guess I get it, his story fits after all, and she turned. She turned to the protagonist and basically told him, fine, at least tell me the village chief's name. Chief Rachel shot back that the chief's real name was Ro. So go ahead, ask the lookout if that rumor was actually true, because the assistant. After checking everything, I found out it was real, every single word checked out. The princess leaned in and grilled him again, demanding to know how he managed to snatch up those 3 bandits. MC said no, the wolf isn't coming out. Instead, he unleashed his magic. That girl froze in shock. Wait, he's a mage. The protagonist said sheepishly, yeah, that's true. Even if he's only a support mage, he snapped, furious, loud, and impossible to ignore. He claims he's a support mage, but does he really think she's that stupid? The protagonist's eyes widened. He never saw that coming, and he blurted out in stunned confusion, no, not like that. The princess snapped at him, no way a support mage can somehow haul in bandits like that. Bandits? Maybe she misheard him, so she's going to ask again how he wiped out those bandits instead of. That spell he pulled out, he used it and summoned that huge wolf, right? The MC was totally lost, just standing there in pure confusion. She snapped with sudden fury, but he blurted it out anyway, because he'd already said he was going to. He swung magic fast. That girl went full furious. Don't you dare let him crack a laugh out of her, a support mage, RIP. So you're telling me you can't use offensive magic, or are you trying to clue me in that your second job is something way different? He blurted, I'm not kidding, and then boom, he's an alchemist too. The princess's face went hot with pure indignation. Rado shot a finger at him and barked, don't you dare act that foolish. And in the same breath, Rado couldn't help thinking, what a pathetic pair of professions they both picked. In this world, it's probably all about your job, but this kind of wild overreaction to someone failing at a profession, that felt way too off, and he'd completely forgotten how prejudice works. He blurted, even a support mage can use mat. He's got magic, sure, he can't pull off volley spells, but he can still fire off basic magic like it's second nature. Magic? Then the princess blushed, answered a little more gently, yeah, I knew that, but really, what good is everyday magic? Magic? Rado shot back that even everyday magic could turn into a weapon, if you're willing to. Prove it to them, then they'll finally believe you, right? The princess smiled and said. All right then, let him prove it by showing us on that barrel over there. He spun toward Iris and fired the question, how much magic did he have to pour in just to get them to trust him? The spirit warned him, don't go using anything too wild. If you do, everyone's gonna get suspicious. 10 fireballs would be more than enough to make them believe. He nodded like, got it, then slammed his finger forward, activating his fireball skill, and boom, fireballs started raining down. Appeared at his side and the knight snapped with shock, so many at once. That was straight up insane, the protagonist. The protagonist snapped, hey, what's wrong? And the other guy told him, look, if that. But if that was all he had, he never would have gotten her to believe him, Rado said he. Begins and he fires his fire strike at the target exactly like the princess asked, boom. The barrel erupts in a blinding wall of flame and Neo stares in awe as the heat hits him hard, cutting off his breath as the moment drags on. The Valkyries were stunned by what they saw, utterly confused, blown away like, wait, was this even basic math? Magic? The guard snapped his head to the princess and said this guy really was telling the truth, and she already knew it, so the princess turned right to the protagonist. And said, all right, yeah, I get it, with magic like that, snatching up bandits this tough would be a piece of cake. She was crushed by how wrong she'd been. Now she fully believed he truly belonged to this village. So she had to swallow her pride and ask him for a favor. Come on, just let him help them with the investigation. The protagonist blurted in shock, asking for her help with the investigation, only to realize she couldn't do a single thing that would actually help them. And they told him, just explain the whole mess in the village, exactly what happened, tell it to her. MC blinked in total confusion and then Iris burst out, shouting that it's her turn, so MC had to lock in, listen hard, and answer the princess the way she deserved. The protagonist dutifully repeated every word exactly as told, and just a few days back, a squad of goblins smashed into their world. Attack the village. These goblins weren't like any others. They showed up only after wiping out the decay-scarred barrier stones they'd planted around the village before the attack finally tore everything apart. The decay stone unleashes a vile stench monsters can't stand, while the barrier stone snaps up a shield to guard them tight. He trained to shrug off physical hits and dodge monster threats too. Both help you stay alive, but each one has its own fatal weak spot. Monsters can creep up to the decay stones if they somehow mask their scent, and the guards have to fire up the barrier stones themselves, right there and now. The goblins who stormed this village acted like they already knew every weakness, so the guards couldn't even raise the barrier. They fired volleys of arrows before they even dared to charge the village, and the goblins weren't just monsters. They carried weapons like humans and fought like a disciplined, well-coordinated army. That was the whole story: an army descending on this village and crushing everything in its path. The protagonist even admitted he fought with everything he had, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't save a single person. And Yuru had saved him. Now he spoke with heavy thoughts, struggling to accept it. Somehow, they'd wiped out the magic stones. Goblins just didn't feel like the kind of creatures who could pull off something that smart. The guard warned her that the village still had bodies of villagers lying around, but surely not right. Goblins don't like humans. Flesh is gone either way, and if any other smart monsters were lurking here, their bodies would have been wiped clean by now, leaving nothing but teeth marks and other leftover signs. The princess snapped back like of course she knew, then she went still for a beat, eyes sharp, mind racing, before turning to the MC and asking, "So, what else can these goblins do? Any other special traits?" "You should tell her right away if anything pops into his head," the protagonist said, looking genuinely puzzled by her special traits. Actually, he'd seen none, so what was he even supposed to say? Iris leaned in and whispered, "Describe it like this," and the protagonist Argonist mouthed the spirit's words again, exact and ruthless, and then he dropped the detail: some goblins were as big as orcs. The princess blinked in disbelief. Could these really be goblin knights, or were they something else? They were steering the party that would finally lay out why the goblin acted the way it did, and MC was left completely baffled too. Iris leaned in and told him, "Goblin knights are. They weren't just any goblins, these were the upgraded kind, an evolved offshoot of the common goblin." Finally, now blurted it out like, "Okay, I think I get what happened, so now what are you gonna do?" If he had nowhere to go, she'd offer him shelter. Rado, stunned by the sudden turn of events, offered. He swore to the princess everything was okay, and said he'd ride out with his wolf to another city, because he had nothing left but family, until this moment when they finally stood with him, and yeah, it all rang true. Let him forgive her for dragging him back to that, and he seriously believed they could head to the kingdom with her. But it all cuts off right there. "Capital," the girl blurted out. "Wait, now that I think about it, he's already shown us some seriously impressive magic. Why not jump in and try adventuring?" the MC asked, totally baffled. "An adventurer?" The venturer who served as lookout jumped back in shock, telling the princess this was a reckless move. Then he kept going anyway, leaning on the skills of his utterly useless job. Surviving in a nightmare like that would be brutally hard. So in the end, it all came down to him, whether he lived or not. She signed the papers and shoved them into Rado's hands. He scanned every line. The princess was. They handed him the document, tossed in a purse packed with money, and told him, "That's your bounty hunter reward, plus your identification." When he finally hit the city, they'd help him, so the protagonist stared at her, stunned, then broke into a big happy thank you, and Yuru barked with joy right alongside him. Her assistant finally told the princess the investigation was over, that everything in the village made sense now, so it was time to turn around and head back to the capital. They nodded in agreement and pulled the protagonist along, promising to escort him straight to the nearest city. She spun toward the Valkyries and begged them to help her radio in, then hop on their horse. MC blurted out, sheepish as ever, "It's fine, he'll ride his wolf." He yanked the saddle into place for his friend, and Yuru got ready to hit the trail. Ernie blurted, "Well, great, looks like everyone's ready to go." So they don't waste a second, everyone bolts out right away. While heading there, the protagonist stared at the knights, and the closer he looked, the more the whole squad started to feel like it was made of girls. Girls, and they were all so young. He wheeled around to the girl and asked if she could spare him a minute, and she stared at him like, "Really?" Before the protagonist suddenly realized she had ears and a tail, so she stared at herself, heart pounding. Was she really a beast man? He demanded to know why there wasn't a single man in their squad, and she shot back, "Because the princess despises men." He just stared in shock at that brutal answer, but he shot back, saying he didn't think so either. The Valkyrie even told him this was the very first time in her life their princess had treated. She used to treat a man like gold, but now she chased strength and raw talent above all else. So maybe she saw something special in him, and Rado's mind went shocked. Wait, is that really what's going on? So the girl blurted out, "Wait, could it be because of the incredible magic he just showed them?" and then she leaned in like, I want to learn that too. The Valkyries just stared in total shock. She can't use magic, and the girl nodded, and Watto said, he finally gets it, why there's not a single man in their ranks and why every last fighter looks barely old enough to breathe. The Valkyries answer. They answered, and it turned out their whole team is loaded, sharp with weapons and deadly with magic too. The weird part, magic hits its peak between teens and people around 30, which is exactly why every rank in their ranks is packed entirely with young women. The girl grinned, saying she couldn't use magic, but her sword skills were solid, so she tried out for knighthood and got accepted. Suddenly, a sharp noise ripped through the air ahead, and it sent his breath catching. Panic erupted among the knights as they screamed, "It's a monster," and the protagonist blinked, totally thrown off. What's happening was that sound? At last, a monstrous worm burst up from the ground right in front of the squad. The protagonist snapped his gaze to Iris and demanded what it was, and the spirit answered, "It's a sandworm. This monster's name is Sandworm." Even though they're usually harmless to humans, they still work wonders, boosting soil fertility and being incredibly. It's wildly popular with the farmers, and they won't swing at all unless someone pokes the bear. So the MC finally exhaled in relief, and Iris said, "But honestly, they're hideous to look at, so most women steer clear of sandworms. Worms, but he must never kill one, because if he's careless, his dead body will leak pheromones and summon even more. More worms, and Rado better keep his eyes sharp or he's getting caught." She just dropped something alarming, and now he couldn't stop thinking about it, because he heard it. Ordered her SWAD to form up for an attack. The MC's stomach dropped. Are they really planning a F***G? Fight breaks out, and it's a disaster. We've got to stop him right now. Turn to the prince. Princess screamed at them not to touch this monster, because if they killed it, draw even more of these worms in, yet the princess still seemed to. She looked totally hypnotized, like she'd slipped into a trance, then her eyes started filling up with pure grit in her eyes. She told him, "Don't you dare worry, a royal knight doesn't crack, he never lets composure slip." The Valkyries panicked and shouted frantically at the princess. "Enough, stop forcing it on herself." Rado demanded answers, totally stunned. "Isn't it weird how the Valkyrie acts like this right now?" Yeah, she told him it's totally normal, because she's got a few tricks up her sleeve. A terrifying fear of insects haunted her. When she was a kid, a bug-like monster smashed into her life and left her seriously injured. Monster, all he could see was that she couldn't lift a finger to attack. Meanwhile, the protagonist raged, furious with her uselessness. How was she able to drop that bomb on him with a face as cold and still as stone? Meanwhile, the other knights surged forward, shouting that they'd take care of the enemy themselves. The girl shot back coldly, "It's fine." Then she swore she'd take that monster on herself. The princess snapped forward and swung her sword at her enemy, but she missed and crashed down right beside the monster. That worm brushed her skin, then she hit the ground, and she didn't last. The Valkyries panicked over their mistress's fate and geared up to strike him down. He screamed, "How dare you hurt the princess?" The protagonist snapped into action, realizing he had to step in right now or it would be too late. Things would only get worse. He roared at the knights to stop because I said earlier, if they kill him, more worms will crawl out, so they'd better back off and not even touch him. He planted himself between the knights, fighting tooth and nail to keep the Valkyries off the enemy, and shouted again, "Tell them again, don't go fighting him, especially if you're trying to kill that worm, it's only fair." Pheromones would pull in even more of its own kind, and then it would have been a scene ripped straight out of hell. MC stared at what's happening now. He finally snapped to it. She was still out cold, and he had to find a way to end the night before it got any worse. He turned to Iris and demanded what to do next, and the spirit shot back that sandworms love to snack on Monster F. Or so it seemed. Feeding them didn't just keep them alive, it somehow made them even calmer, and that shock hit him hard. Monster flesh, he understood it instantly. Mounting Yuru, he barked an order and drove it onward. Forward right away, the allies vanished from the scene in the blink of an eye. I stood my ground over that worm, and I kept the Valkyries at bay with every ounce of force I had. They blurted in pure confusion, "Wait, what is he doing? Stop him, let him back up." Rado snatches it back fast, because this is no joke. It's dangerous, and one wrong move could spell disaster. They yanked some meat from the storage and dumped it right into the monster's mouth. Shocked worm snapped the lid shut and swallowed. They followed that flesh, and the MC slapped on even more meat. The monster devoured everything it could, then, once it had its fill, threw itself into a curled-up rest, pressing its head right against the protector. The protagonist froze, then the knights erupted in shock, because whatever just happened felt impossible. At that exact moment, the princess jolted awake and started to demanded a full report on what was happening. As the protagonist, the organist yanked the worm back and wiped its slime off his hands, grinning like he just hit the jackpot. He was savoring every bite and his mind was already racing ahead. Even though it was downright disgusting, that worm crawled back down into the dirt, way to Rito's surprise. Now the one staring in shock and worry shot the protagonist a question. Are you? Was okay. He leaned in and promised her he was fine, then said Sanwer. Handworms are totally harmless to humans. The princess can't stop fidgeting like she's embarrassed to admit it. So yeah, that's exactly how it went down. Right then the worm popped back up out of nowhere and spit straight at MC, then. And just like that it vanished again, leaving the protagonist staring in shock. Did he just spit out something? He pushed closer to the object. He spotted the barrier stone, then the protagonist snatched it up and blurted out. That I guess it was thanks for the meat, only the thing was soaked in digestive juices and But he'd stash it all for himself right as the princess teetered on the edge of shock, then snapped back and seized control of her feelings. Rito swallowed his panic and apologized sheepishly, then begged him, if he could, please keep everything he saw under wraps. MC shot back that he got it completely, so she had nothing to worry about. Then the princess just froze for a beat. Then she blurted out, mortified and ashamed, that she'd been haunted by insects for as long as she could remember, especially the disgusting ones. She just couldn't take it anymore, snapped the moment off and shot back an irritated remark. He muttered that and then snapped, wait, what is she talking about? Before the assistant finally turned to her. He rushed up to her and told her they had to go. Then, while they headed out, the protagonist's mind started racing about it. What about now? At first she came off icy and strict, but she still gave off this kind, warm heart. So was that the real reason he felt so close to her, like it all clicked because they shared blood? After a while, the protagonist pressed her, asking if she was a swordswoman, and the princess shot back dryly, no, I'm a knight and a fighter. Then she cut him off again like, and if you keep calling me a musclehead, that's what you're calling him, she'd slice him down to the bone. Rito couldn't believe it. So what's the real difference between a knight and a swordsman? And he answered, yes, and they all say this among professions, a knight stands above a swordsman. But here's the truth, there's no real way to crown one profession as better, even if both demand that sword, because each path has its own unique bite. Rito leaned in and asked, so tell me, does every member of the order know their own strengths and weaknesses? The knight profession, the princess shut him down. No, that's not true. You don't need to be a sword-wielding kind of knight just to learn swordsmanship, but yeah, it does help. But it takes serious grit and full-on dedication. MC said he already knew that down to the bone. Well, it's not like he had anything to brag about, just a worthless job that got him nowhere. The princess stared into his eyes like she was trying to read his soul, thinking that the moment she opened up about her weaknesses, it meant he had to be totally weird. Suddenly, he blurted, wait, did I just see something up there? And his sentence trailed off upward like it was pulling him forward. Up ahead, wait, did we finally make it? Just in time, she whipped around. She spun to face the protagonist and repeated, word for word, what she'd already told him back in the village. If he really wanted to be an adventurer, why wouldn't he jump on it right here in the village? So why not go for it? People like that didn't just talk, they carved their legacy and made a name for themselves. They've been roaming through history, all leading to the wild adventure city of Luno. The protagonists stared wide-eyed at the massive cities like they were straight out of a dream. They stared at the view laid out in front of them and thought, this is the first city she'd ever laid eyes on. Then, after a while, the knights finally closed in on the city. The protagonist bowed and thanked the princess for personally sending them off. Told him don't stress, after all he'd already done them a huge favor. Now she finally could go tell her father the whole truth, and when the MC's head was spinning, he blurted, wait, what am I supposed to report to him, exactly? She blurted it to her father, then snapped back, realizing she'd only meant it as nothing serious. She snapped the topic aside and warned him, don't you dare lose the ID I just gave you, wherever you want to work, you'll need it. Besides. And honestly, he was insanely talented, strong, sharp, and smart enough to outshine his worthless little life. He'll slot right in with the adventurers. The protagonist thanked her for those sweet words, then she grabbed his hand and shook it, and urged him to look after himself and Yuru too. Then she poured out pure gratitude like it couldn't fit in her chest. They traded tearful goodbyes, and then the princess walked away. Princess and her squad thundered off on horseback. Rito strode up to the city's main gates and the guards froze. Wait, is this the Order of the Valkyries? So when the protagonist walked up to him and handed over his ID, what link did this guy have to them? He showed the ID like a golden key, and the guards gasped in pure shock because it was tied to the royal family. They offered their Aldic seal, bowed low to the protagonist, and blurted out an apology for their rudeness, and let him slide through with zero resistance as the MC, with Europe stepping out of the way. But when he slipped past them, the guards stopped him cold and ordered him to take over. The moment Rada stepped into the city, he froze, completely stunned. Caught in the whirlwind of motion, he blurted out, stunned and shocked. He'd never laid eyes on a crowd this huge all in one spot before. Then without warning, he heard villagers gasp in shock. Yuru looked at him pointing, "Wait, isn't that a white wolf? Did this dude tame that thing? The fur's unreal, I can't stop staring. I can't help wondering what it could fetch." The protagonist thought through gritted teeth. Sure enough, Yuru really stood out. Then the wolf leaned in and told him to quit. He lunged to find an inn fast, and right then a merchant shouted at MC, asking if he wanted roasted horned rabbit meat. Another vendor shoved smoked orc meat his way, right in front of his adorable dog. Suddenly he realized his presence got picked up. That detection skill just snapped to life. Someone was tailing them, then he snapped around and looked at Iris. The spirit didn't just hint, it confirmed his worst fears, and damn, he was right, they were closing in. They trailed their target, and it had to be Yuru. If he wanted to handle them, she'd already cooked up a plan, let him just turn that corner. She spotted the perfect empty spot at the edge of the house. Then, after doing everything exactly the way she was told, the protagonist finally looked up. He scanned the area, eyes sharp, and muttered, "Yeah, this place is perfect for a fight." A figure popped out behind him, praising his sharp instincts, and then urging him to move fast and take care of. "Hand over that white wolf." Just then, a terrifying sound ripped out from behind the protagonist. Then he spun around and nearly froze when he spotted a huge woman looming there. Myra right there in front of them, a woman the protagonist never expected, and he shot her a shocked look as he blurted, "Is she with them too?" Myra shot back like she didn't care at all. She doesn't care about him or his dog, she's zeroing in on those two guys. When criminals laid eyes on the woman, panic hit them instantly. Oh no, this is really bad. They've got a bail right now, Peace Reaper S on the way, and the bandits are already stirring. It disappeared into the wind, slipping away so fast it felt like it was never there. The MC shot her a tired look, and she kept talking, telling him plain as day that she didn't have any business with him, but after he caught sight of her doing that, he couldn't help but. Rado snapped at Yuru, telling him to take care of himself and not slack off. To run, Myra yanked a bag from her bosom, rattled it hard in the air around. Smoke and dust choked the air around her, and the protagonist slapped a hand over his mouth and nose as he snapped his gaze to Iris. The spirit warned him that the bag was packed with a powerful sleeping powder, and she promised she'd deal with him the moment he tried to. He crumpled and went out cold, and even the tiniest breath would set him off. It lets him black out for half a day, while the protagonist tries to cover him up. He spun his gaze all over, then realized Myra was nowhere in sight. He couldn't shake the question, where had she vanished, and right behind him, the woman was grinning wide. With a wicked grin, she slammed her blade down, ready to swing it at him in the next heartbeat. Rado spat out a curse, barely slipping out of her attack, and then he triggered. He snapped on his enhancement and redirected his path on purpose, cutting through the chaos. Trajectory. Myra snapped, "These moves, is he a killer too, MC?" She shot back, "Yeah, if she wants to throw down, you could say the killer picked him and raised him for a fight. Fight him and he'll do it." Then the protagonist summoned in. Myra stared in shock. An ice sword, blades forged from pure freezing light. Ice, so that means he's a mage, right? At that exact moment, Yuru lunged at her from behind, and the woman screamed in shock. And he shoved him free and kicked that wolf back like it was trying to bite off his life. The protagonist blurted his friend's name in a panic, like it might keep them from disappearing. He clenched his sword even harder and lunged straight at her. Myra ducked his swing, laughed in his face, and said he'd never land a hit on her like that. Rado shot back, "I mean, I never really fought anyone right." Then the woman suddenly sprang up and launched a brutal kick right into his midair. MC caught it straight on. MC slammed into the wall with a brutal thud, and the impact made him wince from shock and pure pain. Myra burst out laughing and said he was hilarious. Then, once those massive swords came out, she couldn't stop wondering just how strong he really was. So yeah, his battles were only monsters so far, right? And even the rookie adventurers, they had a sharper sword than him. The dragonist snapped irritably. She was right. Sure, he'd battled monsters again and again, but when it came to fighting people, he was basically a total rookie. He couldn't wrap his head around it. She saw straight through him, and she even parried Yuru's attack with a move so clean it felt unreal. Like it was nothing, she was insanely strong, the kind of power that screams, her first job is an assassin, and her second an all-out fighter, a swordsman through and through, so even then. He refused to let her beat him, so he and Yuru ripped forward into yet another attack. She yanked out of the White Wolf's strike while the protagonist went into action. He unleashed a hurricane and swung his swords. Myra fired strings at him with. With every move she unleashed her skill, tipped with razor-sharp knives, and Myra blurted. Rage blazing, he gets caught, while Rado's right there, throwing his full support behind him. Stunned out of his mind strings, he yanked his weapon up, swung hard, and blasted a shout right at her. Now she's about to pay, right when the protagonist cuts off her fate with a brutal severing of all the. She yanked the strings and she gasped. This guy wasn't as simple as he looked. The woman tore the strings free again, flinging her arms wide like she was unleashing something huge. He finally managed to breathe, and the protagonist smiled so hard it hurt, right up until the moment that's where everything stopped. Now she's wide open, no second thoughts, she lets it all happen. A beat of hesitation, then he snapped his focus and summoned his eye. His blade-scarred stare sharpened once more, then he swung the eye sword and struck his opponent dead on, but Myra. He slipped past his strike again and she snapped, yelling that the sword's size means nothing. If it misses the mark, it's worthless. The protagonist clutched the sword's hilt like his life depended on it, and he answered her, and that's exactly why it'll slam into her. He fired up his rotation, then launched into the assault at the. That woman gasped in pure shock. An attack like that is. He couldn't hold back, he drove into Myra, slammed her down, and knocked her out cold. After that, MC blurted with pure joy, that's it. Still panting hard from the fight, he whipped around. Iris told me he finally admitted that this woman was the real deal, then the spirit clocked her, and now it's terrifying. A huge bounty hangs over her head, and he couldn't warn him sooner because he bolted out of nowhere. Rado called it right, she could have warned him even then. Still, he hadn't really fought people before, had he? Hitting monsters and wrestling humans, totally different worlds. Iris told him that if he wanted to crush this weakness for good, he'd need to train his sword skills the right way, but before that he had to sprint to the Adventurers Guild and register right there, because they needed. Grab this reward and then watch the protagonist, right after the Spirit's advice in his head, he strides toward the building and yanks Myra along with him. I was stunned, so that's the guild Iris kept talking about, but come on, this place looks downright rundown, doesn't it? Hurling the criminal over his shoulder, the protagonist swept into the adventurer's hall with Yuru, then watched him start getting indignant. Hold up, nobody's trading slaves here, someone blurted, and then they leaned in like, maybe there's a bounty on her head, so who the hell is this woman? He strides up to the reception desk, wheels back to Peppa, and blurts out that he just caught a wanted criminal, and he's there to claim the reward. The receptionist shot him a shocked stare. Wait, a reward? Rado yanked the bound mirror off his shoulder and shoved it right in front of Peppa. The girl stared at the woman in shock and blurted, no way, this is Myra, an A-rank wanted criminal. Wait, who the hell is? Who caught her? The protagonist, totally thrown off by her reaction, just said, yeah, that's how it is. But the adventurers instantly panicked, so what did she say? Was it the same infamous criminal who beheads her victims? How the hell did this kid pull off something like that? Turns out, yeah, it's Myra. The protagonist was thrown for a loop, totally shocked and confused by her reaction. He spun to Peppa and told her the truth. He just found Myra passed out in an alley and instantly recognized her. After that, his wolf. He still wouldn't let her escape, and the receptionist gasped in disbelief. You're so lucky, as she congratulated him on the spot and handed over his reward. Rado blinked at the 15 gold like it was a dream. She poured the coins into a plate, slid it into his hands, and he thanked her, completely thrown off by how huge the reward was. One of the adventurers leaned in and said he was insanely lucky. But this luck wouldn't last. Let him buy them a drink, because the second adventurer ripped in, snapping at his buddy, furious that adventurers like them would swindle civilians. The protagonist spun to Peppa and blurted that he wanted to be an adventurer, so could he sign up here? The receptionist sized him up, then said, sure, you've got your ID. ID with him? MC thrust the document into her hands and, just like he was told, promised it would be enough. She took it, hesitated, and asked permission to read. The moment she unfolded the paper and skimmed the writing, pure shock hit her so hard it was almost unbelievable. She gasped, this can't be. Then the receptionist stared at the protagonist, shocked, and told him to excuse her. She had to step away for a moment. The girl spun toward the stairs, sprinted down them, and started yelling at the top of her lungs. The guildmaster heard it all. Then the moment Ball burst out of the room, he stared down the menacing crowd and demanded what in the world all that noise was about. Rado couldn't believe how massive she was. She stared in shock and blurted, "Okay, what is going on here?" Peppa pushed back, telling her, "Just let me see this, please." The receptionist slid Ball the protagonist's document over, and as the guildmaster scanned it, he went, "So this guy's got the royal family's signature." "Signature? She's got an appraisal skill, right? So what's the truth here? Is this document really legit?" Pepper shot back that it was genuine, and that's why she pulled her in for advice, leaving Ball utterly stunned. But it's wild to even picture a man-hating princess doing something like that. That dude is top tier when it comes to elementary magic. He basically masters spells like it's nothing. Right? Pretty wild, huh? She stared at the MC like a hawk, then he leaned in and clarified everything. So now he can finally sign up as an adventurer, and Peppa blurts out, "Guildmaster, what are we supposed to?" So what are they supposed to do next? After all, the princess herself vouched for him. Should they cut him a break from the exam? Ball snapped back, no hesitation. Absolutely not, it changes nothing. No matter how many recommendations he gets, rules are rules, so he's got to pass that test, and she wondered, and yeah, she was dying to know how he pulls off a fight against entry-level men. Level magic, the woman snapped her gaze to the protagonist and told him that if he really wants to become an adventurer, he needs to stick with her, because they're kicking off the exam right now. Now the protagonist snapped wide-eyed. Wait, what? Peppa urged her to remember, but they still haven't gotten the exam results. Exam fee? Ball told her they'd handle it later, and she shoved open the next door without warning. And with zero hesitation, she marched straight toward it, while MC trailed right behind her. He stepped inside, scanned the room, and couldn't help wondering what kind of place this was. Paul barked at him to keep moving, because the train grounds were cutting off on him, fast, like they'd been waiting for him to slip. Farther and farther, then boom, they finally arrived. Paul leaned in and told him her name, then hit him with the bombshell that she was the guildmaster. Now get him into the arena. He hustles onto the platform. He shot her a question, "So what are we doing now?" And the guildmaster grinned back, "Relax, we're holding a practical exam right now." Exam, even though she had zero plans to mess with it, while he could show up and attend without. Beat her down until the hourglass hit rock bottom. Every last grain of sand was gone. Every hit he landed would decide his adventurer rank, and there were zero rules. He could swing any weapon or cast any magic he wanted. She'd never back down. She'd fight to protect herself every single time. Then he blurted, stunned, "What?" Because yeah, she could get hurt doing that. Everyone snapped with irritation, way too early for him to stress over her, because the only thing she couldn't do was attack. She could still move, so he had no reason to panic. Yeah, and the protagonist shot back, "Got it, I understand everything." Everything, then he snapped his physical enhancement on like a switch. He pushed his power up and called forth an icy sword, then he'll notice that he was unleashing strange magic, wielding a sword forged from ice. Right, she flipped that hourglass upside down, then blurted out. Then the exam kicks off, and the protagonist lunges in immediately, striking first. He lunged at her, and the guildmaster snapped into action, parrying his attack like it was nothing. He slammed the attack again, and once. Once again, the ball got slapped away, parried like it was nothing. Then the woman shot a mocking question back. He pressed him, asking what kind of moves those were, so brutal he couldn't even. They didn't even dignify him with the name half-swordsman. The MC snapped and cursed through his teeth. He slammed the whirlwind skill into action. Hurling himself at his opponent, he snapped his fingers and summoned Helmet. He drove the helmet splitter in with a spinning whip of emotion. He launched forward, slammed the ball with full force, and unleashed the weapon. Guildmaster froze in shock, right when he realized he'd let go of his sword. Sword Rado clenched his fist, and his body begged him to. He snapped the bullet strike skill to life and got ready to unleash it. Steeling himself, he prepared to smash a devastating blow straight into Ball's torso. The guildmaster snapped to attention and immediately summoned the reinforcement and the protagonist. Agonist snapped his hand away from her, yanking it off her body with a jolt, and blurted out, shocked. Ball grumbled, "What kind of skill is that? Who's even speaking, and what are those fists made of?" Because he slammed her so hard he left a brutal bruise all over her body. The woman kept going, cutting through every excuse. Just let him attack. She admitted he actually landed the hit on her, but he'd have to keep striking until the clock finally choked him out, and the protagonist just stared in disbelief. "Is the exam over yet?" Ball snapped, irritation blazing. Didn't she warn him from the start he had to attack her first? Before the clock hit 0, his rank would be decided by how much damage he could land, so he had to go all in, no messing around. If he pushed himself hard enough, he could rocket to the ranks of a top-tier adventurer from day one. MC stared at the hourglass, and it felt like the countdown just wouldn't stop. And clocked it only halfway done, so he snapped, "Where's the rest?" and turned to Ball. "You can use magic too, right?" She couldn't believe it. Her surprise plan actually worked, and the protagonist activated. He launched a fiery fireball, and then conjured another one right after. Ball slammed his parry into place and snapped, "Who? Does he really think he gets to act like she's nothing, like she doesn't even deserve a second thought?" He instantly slammed the helmet splitter again and lunged at her once more. Again, the guildmaster cut off his strike mid-move and shouted, "That's unexpected," and right after that he did just that. MC blinked in shock. She sliced through magic like it was nothing, and he couldn't help but ask her. Bale snapped at him, asking, "Can you use that sword technique too?" But he cut the words off like he'd been about to say the wrong thing. Her laugh, because her giant greatsword was forged from mithril, a magical metal that could shrug off any spell thrown at her. The protagonist blurted, "Wait, how about a scattered vault?" He launched a volley and snapped a raging fireball into existence. It shattered into a swarm of tiny fireballs and blasted the guildmaster with an all-out attack. Her eyes snapped wide with shock, and she reached to reflect. He darted in with lightning speed, scrambling to dodge his strike. After the scattered shots tore through the air, the protagonist snapped his hands forward and conjured blazing spears. Spears flew from his hands too, and Bale whipped them away, parrying like a storm, then shouted, "Spears of flame, yo, what an absolute wild ride." As she fought off his strikes, the MC slipped in behind her. Just behind her, in midair, the helmet snapped to life. The helmet splitter Ball kept watch, and he barely managed to shut this attack down too. He bellowed, shouting at, told him straight up that his naivety was getting him played. Rado snapped his wind blade to life. Then the guildmaster clocked her real intentions, and she cut in with a sharp, sarcastic remark like she'd been planning it all along. Marked he decided to fuse swordsmanship with magic, while she kept parrying his strikes, shutting him down again and again until he was stunned. He realized that wind blade should have ended even an orc in one strike, yet she stood there, ripping through him with raw power and his magic. Magic reserves had hit rock bottom, and Bale clocked his condition at once. Wait, he's even more wiped out than she is. What on earth is going on with him? So what's he gonna do now? He's still got time. She watches the protagonist snap back into a fighting stance and fire off a mocking question. Is he really still trying to pull something off? Honestly, good, she even likes it. Go on, let him strike her. The MC spun toward her and demanded, "Can you move 3 steps left?" Everyone stared at him, totally baffled. What did he just say? Then she cut in, dead serious. She believed. He truly believed it could happen, until the guildmaster finally agreed to his request. Rado snapped his all-seeing gaze on, and instantly figured out where he was standing, down to the distance felt perfect. Then he clamped down hard on his grip on his. He yanked out his weapon and started spinning like a cyclone. Ball gasped, stunned. Why is he spinning like that? What is he trying to pull off with all those wild moves? She clocked the moment his pace kicked up, and it hit like a switch flipped. The protagonist snapped and screamed at the top of her lungs, then launched into her, smashing her with a brutal, earth-shaking hit. Bale. The moment the ball hit, her charged blade came roaring to life. Blade swung in and struck him hard, then he snapped back and attacked in return. It blasted him straight through, sending him flying, and he slammed onto the floor. The guildmaster dropped his gaze to her sword and she gasped in disbelief, stunned that he could actually tear up her way. Her weapon cracked spiderwebbed across her sword right where he'd smashed it. Then she stared at him and said, "He's totally gonna ace this. Exam results are out," and he passed. After that, nobody would dare act foolish enough to refuse him. She launched her attack on pure impulse, so it was her way of making up for it. She'll slash his exam fee with a wave of her hand. Rado. Stunned, he blurted, "I'm still alive," and then he passed out on the floor. While Iris pressed him, demanding, "Are you sure everything's okay?" Then she leaned in like she was about to ask more. To live a normal life, he needed at least a C or even a D rank, because everyone above B rank got wrapped up in non-stop rumors. He told her, "I swear I gave it everything, but now I'm freaking out. What rank are they going to hand me for the ball?" Ball burst up to him, shot her hand out, and they hauled him up and flooded him with praise like he'd just pulled off the impossible. He told everyone, "Starting right now, I'm officially an F-rank adventurer." The protagonist just couldn't wrap her head around it. Was she actually serious? Guildmaster snapped that she wasn't happy at all. Right, she would've. They slapped him with a B rank. Sure, he could land hits on her, but she still feared his blade skills, and so he mainly fought. Thought monsters, right? The protagonist nodded along and figured someone had finally told him the truth. Ball caught herself thinking, wait, didn't I already hear this exact same thing before? If he thought adventurers only swing at monsters, he was dead wrong. Stopping thieves, escorting nobles, and standing guard over the city like soldiers all at once were all. She shrugged it off like it was just part of the job. She clocked how strong he was, but he wasn't ready to go toe-to-toe with anyone else. So the truth was brutal. She couldn't push him forward, not like she wanted to. Rado nodded like he got it, and Baal let out a laugh, glanced at her sword, and said she'd been using that weapon since the day her adventurer career began, and honestly, it was perfect. So when the MC muttered in shock, wait, what the guildmaster could, it instantly caught even him off guard. Continued, the blade flexed its massive power and sheer size, but it paid the price by going dull, sharpness vanished. Honestly, it was so heavy even a normal swordsman couldn't swing it, so besides her, only giants could pull it off. So when the protagonist asked her, total confusion hit like a wave. Giants, seriously, it's that heavy? She thrust the sword into his hands and asked, wanna hold it? Wait, he grabbed it, then instantly let it slip, and it clattered onto the floor. Floor groaned under it, too heavy for her to handle, and Ball snatched up her dripping. He raised the weapon and basically said, this isn't for normal people, no one like you could survive it. But seeing her solid weapon now riddled with cracks hit like a punch to the gut, was that final strike even real? Incredible, she flicked her sword up over her shoulder like it weighed nothing. Rado thanked her for the praise, and the question hit him hard, had he ever seen a woman like her? Stunned that she could swing a sword that huge like it weighed nothing, if she didn't. If she'd gone all out and fought for real, he wouldn't have stood a chance. She'd have beaten him in no time. Everyone stared at him, still in total disbelief that she'd just used that chart. A charged blade attack, one she'd ditched the moment she quit chasing her life as an adventurer. Looks like she found a worthy heir. He's still a total beginner at swordsmanship, but he's out here pretending like he's already mastered it. Potential was bursting out of him, raw, wild, like a diamond still buried in dirt. Baal leaned in and demanded to know his name. And you taught him how to wield a sword. He told her it was an assassin. Bassin, like it means a servant from his own house, and the guildmaster just stared at him, dead in the face, like he was about to break into the truth in the next breath. He shot back in shock. What did he say? Servant assassin, so which one? Rado grinned and said it was a long story, one he'd basically figured out on his own. Himself, yeah, but I guess I thought he'd finally learned the truth about himself. That's why his blade movements were so damn strange, and she caught on instantly as he clocked that he barely knew how to fight people, but every last skill he had was built for going toe-to-toe with monsters. Monsters, so cool. I had to teach him a charged blade attack next, and Bal leaned in and asked him if he still remembered the. Right at the end of the exam, she landed that attack, and the protagonist just blurted an awkward apology, because he'd been so locked in on himself that he could barely even remember it. She clocked it, then he swung his sword like it meant something. Bell reminded him of that brutal hit and said it was a charged blade hummed in his hands. Then the protagonist froze because that combat was about to go way beyond anything he expected. Combat technique. Then the guildmaster snapped that it was 100% real, and the look on her face basically screamed she was probably the only one. The human who mastered it. MC couldn't wrap his head around why. Ball told him this move was something two-handed sword fighters from the giant clan used all the time, and almost no humans dared touch a two-hander. He couldn't even imagine swinging a weapon stronger than that giant, heavy blade. Then he realized it was true. They'd tweaked the weight of his ice sword to make it way easier for him to use. Ball kept saying that even if giants ran around with a charged blade, it wasn't some magic style. It was basically just pure brute strength, swinging their swords with everything they had, and she would. She refused to call it fencing. Rado caught her off guard with that question, and she just shrugged and did it her own way. Guildmaster told me point blank that in her case, she doesn't even bother swinging with full force. But now she's going to do it, so let him sit there and watch. The protagonist blurted out in pure confusion, wait, what did she mean? Bale swung her sword again, only her arms moved while her body stayed stone still. He froze in place, stunned by the weirdness of it all, and then she leaned in to ask what he thought. Did he even realize how this demonstration was different from the attack during the exam? She stumbled through it all, utterly lost, like, did she really just swing that blade using only her arms? The woman shot back, exactly right. Most giants brawl the same way because they're trained to swing swords using nothing but their own arms. But if some regular person tried that, their arms would get ripped clean off, so you've gotta swing With every muscle firing, she showed him how to do it again, yet the protagonist could barely stay upright, getting rocked by the brutal impact of that blow. So Ball told everyone this: when you swing a heavy weapon, it's not your arm strength that counts, it's how you power the move from your lower body. His legs and lower back had to work overtime to swing a weapon like that, and yeah, he looked like he'd been training for ages. So MC snapped back, calling that training was way too much considering. With his whole life carved out in the woods, it was probably just one of those things that happened. Bale told him, your spinning skill is insane, but you can't pull off those wild, over-the-top moves in every single fight, right? So why don't you jump into learning that charged blade skill? He just couldn't wrap his head around it, and then he blurted out in pure joy, like, yeah, he'd love that. Ball grinned and said, perfect, then it's go time. She'll teach him the basics, and MC was. She was totally stunned right then. After all that time, Peppa finally. She cheered the moment he passed the exam, then smiled and told him his registration as a full-on F-rank adventurer was finally done. Rado swore he'd practiced that skill so hard his hands barely even felt real. Then Peppa shoved his guild card into his grip. He picked the badges up and blurted, these are proof he's really an adventurer. The registrar shut it down and reminded him that badges were mandatory, so he better wear them. He promised her he'd get everything right, then Bale slid in and declared that, from her view, he'd already been registered. He jolted at her sudden arrival and blurted, how am I supposed to say yes to a quest like this? Master jabbed a finger at the wall and demanded, see that notice board over there? Then he cut in fast, just go check the posted requests. Tell the admin the moment he locks in his choice, but as a brand new guy, he'd have to grind through a bunch of quests before he can climb any higher. Adventurers are total jacks of all trades, so if he wants a real shot at a good job, first he's got to win the citizens' trust, so Val shot him a look, wished him luck, and then walked right out. The protagonist fixed his gaze on the request board, lost in thought. Most of these quests are only for D and E ranks, and there's just one meant for his level, take out the goblins. That place isn't even that far, right? He turned. He spun toward Peppa, flashed the request in her hands, and told her he'd take it. The receptionist grinned and said, perfect, looks like you landed a job right away. All right, you got it, then let him whip out that adventure card, and not long after. She handed back his documents and said she'd checked every last detail, then told him good luck and teased that his furry buddy was waiting outside, so he thanked her and hurried out. He grinned and happily called Yuru for their very first quest. Then the moment he showed up, reality hit, and his excitement crashed hard into disappointment. As the quest began right with the very first village he ever set foot in. He just couldn't do anything else for them anymore, he was done, and then he figured. They decided to hustle back to the guild and spill the whole report. Rue kept blaring out happy little noises, and MC leaned in like, yeah. Yeah, right, he was absolutely loving that new crown sitting on his head. Now nobody's going to mistake him for some wild animal anymore, and that crown was insanely expensive, but it fit him perfectly, so everything just clicked into place. Rado was fine, he wrapped his arms around his friend, but something in him still made him tense, like he knew trouble was lurking. He blurted, what's wrong? And Wuru stiffened up, bracing like a fight was about to explode. The protagonist listened hard and swore he just caught a scream in the dark. Screaming at the top of their lungs, terrified adventurers burst out of the village, panicking and shouting like their lives depended on it. Truth hit them hard, they had to pack up and vanish, because the protagonist had a long alarm slammed through him. What the hell was happening? Then, out of nowhere, a massive monster erupted from the chaos. Slid out from behind the fleeing adventurers, and a man dangled in his grip. Tore free from his paw. Now he blinked, stunned, and spun toward Iris. Wait, who are you? The spirit leaned in and told him straight up, this terrifying creature was a troll. They might look like goblins, but they're nothing like that. These aren't goblins at all, because the trolls are packing the raw physical strength of a blood bear. They're not just smart, they can fight with weapons too, and they're built like tanks, so he'd better watch his step. Rachel leaned in and asked her how he was supposed to fight it. Right then, the guy hanging there. From the monster's paw, a desperate plea burst out. Then the protagonist snapped back to reality and remembered the fight with the blood bear, then snapped his power into motion and launched a flurry of ice bullets, and launched himself at the troll, smashing into it until the monster finally staggered, wounded and bleeding. Roared, then yanked its victim out of its paw and let them go. Gallo threw him a grateful nod for the help, and MC snapped at him, straight up yelling. Rado had to rush, get out of here now, and the troll snapped a furious glare at him. The protagonist couldn't shake the feeling that something like this, anything like this, was never supposed to happen. It had to happen again. He snapped at the guy, and then he'd act like nothing happened. He vows to protect him right there, right then. The protagonist snapped the monster's focus onto himself, and he shot the thought straight into his mind, Those ice bullets don't even scratch the troll enough to kill it. How about another skill? The MC flicked his swords on and embarked at Yuru to charge forward. Then the white wolf sprang straight for the enemy. Right as the enemy closed in, Raito ripped open the sky, summoning a hurricane, and slammed it into the monster. He tore in deep, brutal wounds, but it still wouldn't break, just like he feared he'd need one huge hit to finally end it. Bigger sword, these ones weren't cutting it. Right then, Myzerian. Harry and Dashin shouted for him to forgive them, then they pushed toward the exit like they couldn't leave fast enough. He had to take care of that guy, and the protagonist didn't expect it at all. But then he stared at their busted state and muttered, like when some of them are hurt and there's nothing he can do, so all he can do is pray they'll be alright. Still, he had no choice. He had to beat that monster, and as his eyes snapped to the troll that dashed, chasing after the fleeing adventurers, the protagonist spun around, stunned by what he just saw. They screeched in panic because he shouldn't be anywhere near them. Right behind them, they stumbled, hit the ground hard, and the monster came closing in fast. It lifted a leg, dead set on stomping them into the ground. MC leapt onto his friend's back like it was the start of a sprint, and tore forward, desperate to reach. Hustle to the adventurers just in time, then close in on the enemy before they even realize it. With the enemy closing in, the protagonist snapped his fingers and unleashed a magical power-up. He slammed his weapon into action and drove the blade into the troll's back, sinking it deep through its body. Then his mind just raced, thinking. He figured that if his skin was tough enough, the blade wouldn't be able to pierce him all the way through. He could just blast a chilling burst of cold air from his. He drove his sword inside and froze that troll from within, just like he'd predicted. Everything went exactly to plan. Raito had no choice. He blasted cold air to freeze the enemy solid. The patrol snapped into an ice-cold shield, turning into something sharp and deadly just to protect. The antagonists dropped their sword and it hit them hard because they suddenly realized that his palms throbbed with pain and they were so cold they felt numb. He couldn't even finish the thought. He muttered that trying a magical enhancement while gripping a weapon that blasted cold air straight in front of him was straight up dangerous. MC hit accelerated recovery, rushing his hands back to life. Then after that, he stared at the frozen troll, swore he could beat him, and still admitted he doubted it. I don't think we'd ever get a thing from his frozen body. The crew barked back like they were dead certain, so the protagonist clenched his teeth and decided, just in case, he'd try it himself. He lit the firebomb, detonated it, and watched the troll explode. Then the adventurers stared at him in shock, shouting, "You saved us." When the MC turned around, Myzeri snapped into relief and thanked him for saving them, and told him that without his help, they'd already be dead. The girl spun around, eyes blazing, and snapped, "Come on, he's gotta thank this guy too. He saved our lives." The adventurer snapped back, apologized for telling him to handle the troll and for letting them get away, and Raito just waved it off. Everything's fine, and the real problem is. More importantly, are they okay? Missouri gasped, bolted toward Almi, and said she'll help her right now. She snatched out a vial of potion and started drizzling it straight onto Almi's wounds. The protagonist blinked in shock and demanded, "What is it?" And she grinned, telling him it was a healing potion. Even though it was just low-level magic, it still ripped right through the pain and sealed up every single one of those wounds. Actually, the healing finally kicked in. Then Missouri snapped, "What about Galil?" And Dashin shut that idea down. "It's useless." He still hadn't woken up. The girl choked back tears and warned her ally, "If we don't act right now, he's going to die." Then she crumpled, sobbing, and pleaded with everything she had. MC hands over his healing magic, and Missouri blurts out in pure shock and amazement, "Can you feel him?" Dashin begged, "Please let him do it. Let the protagonist try." He snapped his skill to life and unleashed it on Jail a few moments later. A little later, the boy finally snapped back into himself, and his allies erupted with joy because he'd come back. He snapped back into consciousness, and that dash instantly flipped the spotlight onto the real protagonist. Gala met Rito's eyes and said, "You saved him again, thank you," right after thanking him for healing their comrade. "Yeah, I'm really fine," MC shot back. "Don't worry." Dashin's eyes darted. He'd taken a ton of blood loss. "We've got to get him to town. He needs rest." So, what was a troll even doing in a place like this? Misery swore they survived, but the adventurers from their Raging Flame party were still She was totally wiped clean, then the protagonist blurted her name in shock. A raging flame party stormed in as she jabbed a finger at the ruined building and said, "They said they'd been holed up in that spot with them before the attack, and the second the words landed, the protagonist clocked the building instantly. The village chief's mansion was nearly wiped off the map, and that blood, yeah, every drop belonged to fallen adventurers. Dashing promised they'd haul the wounded back to town, but now the big question hit hard. What in the world was their savior going to do next?" MC shot back that he still had stuff to handle, so he'd stay put for now. Got it, but he'd better watch his back because those monsters could pop up again. They belonged to the Dragonfang Adventurers Guild, and their party was. They called it Red Flag, Missouri, then told him, "If you ever need us, we'll gladly jump in and help. Thank him again for everything. If he needs anything, just say the word." Then they throw their final goodbyes and walk away. And the protagonist told them, "Take care of yourselves." Once the adventurers were gone, the protagonist stared at the beaten monster and lit up, basically saying he was thrilled they crushed the troll without breaking a sweat. Facing it straight on would have been brutal, rougher than a bloody bear. Even with his eyes wide open, he could. They never thought they'd get anything out of its body, so they decided to grab its head just in case. He had zero clue if it mattered, but one thing was clear: it would slam the final proof of their win over it, and right now, he'd already set them on. With the monster's head shoved in storage, the protagonist strode straight toward the village chief's shattered house. Blood soaked the ground. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, stinking like death itself. MC pinched his nose and thought, "This is horrible. Those bodies look wrecked, and even in a glance it's hard to tell, but it looks like the party had to be made up of. Meet 4 adventurers, men and women," and he spun toward Iris, firing the question at her. "What do I do with them?" The spirit answered. Said sadly, "Yes, dead adventurers. If anyone in that party died, their stuff and rights got handed over to the surviving members. Then the last surviving members had to march back and report their deaths to the guild. If it was just a lone adventurer, whoever found their bodies had to file the report too." Rado said, "Since they're totally wrecked, I guess I should pocket their adventure badges for the time being." Iris fired back, "Yes, indeed." Most people just rifled through the adventurers' corpses, grabbed whatever they could, and hauled the report back to the guild, while the protagonist blurted, totally lost, "Wait, what is she even talking about? Is that even allowed?" The spirit snapped, "Yeah, it gets messy, but the guild usually looks the other way because they can't say for sure if that was a human or a monster." "The monster that robbed a dead adventurer of his gear." My MC recoiled at how awful it sounded, but if this kind of thing was normal around here, he couldn't really argue. Iris snapped, "So how about we grab our stuff? Didn't you already mess with someone else's property in that cave without permission?" Rito stared at them and realized the Blazing Flame squad was stacked: a swordsman, a fighter, a mage, and an axe wielder. The Red Flag squad had the same kind of job split. Everyone rocked gear built for their role. "So tell me, can he actually find anything useful in all this?" He blurted, "Their armor's useless," and right as the trolls struck, the damage hit their gear and proved him right. "Then he'll just grab the weapons." The protagonist bowed over, the one sitting over the fallen, Then he swallowed his pride and apologized for what he'd done, because next he stumbled on a huge staff wrapped around a magical stone, plus a sword forged from magical metal, and it completely blew his mind. Iris leaned in and told him this sword was forged by dwarves out of pure mithril. The blade had been hammered and used for years until it was basically dead weight, but the hilt, that thing was pure treasure carved from the World Tree, and the protagonist stared in shock. "World Tree?" Iris fired back that it's the legendary giant tree said to have sprung up the moment this world was born, and it's right there in the elven capital. And its branches get forged into all kinds of weapons. This stuff shrugs off magic like it's nothing, and it's way tougher than most magical metals. Right? Rato leaned back, finally piecing it all together, and calmly said, "Yeah, I get it now." And then what is that crack in the floor? It's way bigger than it should be. He couldn't help but feel it was weird. The troll was standing there with no weapon at all. Why couldn't those adventurers handle it at all? Right then Yuru barked, and with rage burning and a sharp warning in his voice, Rato blurts out to him in stunned surprise, "Get up, what the heck is happening?" A massive monster just crashed into the scene. Before them, MC blurted out in pure confusion. Another troll popped up, and this monster was gripping a sword like it planned to cut through everything. The enemy lurched forward, swung its weapon, and closed in fast, right as it was about to strike, ready to launch a full assault on the protagonist. Barely scraped by as its surprise attack came out of nowhere. The The enemy's sword slid through the floor like it was nothing. The MC sprang forward, yanked his weapon out, and ready instantly. With a snap, he called forth an ice sword. He swung for the troll, and the blow landed hard, right as the monster tried to. He snapped into a death-quick parry, blocking the strike like it was inevitable. The villain backed up in panic, then the enemy exploded forward, lunging like a blade, swinging its sword with everything it's got, like it's trying to carve the world in half. Rado snapped his head toward his friend and warned him, if it got too dangerous, he'd count on him. Then the wolf barked, cutting through the air and signaling it was ready to step out. Alright, then the troll started wildly swinging it like it couldn't stop. It unleashed its weapon in every direction, and the protagonist barely slipped out of the way before the next strike landed. He stared in shock. He was swinging so reckless, and if he kept going like this, he'd never even reach range to land another hit. Attack right then, Ruru exploded forward and slashed into his enemy. Then the enemy lunged from behind and sank its fangs into his throat, right through him. His neck, the troll snapped its focus on him, and Morganus yelled, "Good job," and then lunged in and attacked his friend. He lunged toward the monster, but the enemy was too quick. He snapped to the danger the moment it showed up. Rage and danger surged through him as he snapped his blade up and parried Rado's hit at the very last second. The protagonist didn't even flinch. He flipped the switch and activated the rotating block at. He slammed into the enemy like a storm, then flipped on a physical power boost and tore into them with a brutal strike. Delta slammed a crushing blow into the troll, but the monster just shrugged it off like nothing happened. The impact hit hard, then the protagonist snapped his fist through it. He shoved in with all his might hard, muttering through clenched teeth that the enemy doesn't take damage even when. So when he boosts himself with a physical enhancement, right, he must have used it. He went all in with magic on that first troll. If you remember it, you're gonna catch the next part. Trolls and orcs might look tough, but fire smashes right through their defenses. He couldn't afford a second more. He had to end it right there, landing the final blow in one shot. The protagonist tore the pin on a firebomb and hurled it straight, aim locked on that target. Fiery magical power slammed into the troll, into the enemy, while the world around it swallowed the light. He clung to life through his attack, then cursed through gritted teeth. One single charge, that wasn't going to cut it. That's close enough, except now the troll's already taken damage and he's got one mission left: hit it. Strike it one more time. If he hits it up close, it's over. Rage rose in him. If it came down to that, he'd crush it for sure. And then Rado strode up to his opponent and acted like a full-on hero. He lit up another firebomb and swung it toward the monster. But when he lifted his hand, only a tiny wisp of smoke slipped out. Van's sudden reaction completely blindsided the protagonist. He lost his footing, stunned into silence. But what did it even mean? There was no way this couldn't be real. Had his mana finally hit 0, that fact alone shut everything down. Wait, how would something like that even run out in a moment like this? The troll used the protagonist's confusion like a crack in the armor and struck before they could even react. Raito would have been killed on the spot if Yuru hadn't burst in and saved him just in time. ED showed up dead on time and yanked his master aside, and MC shot back his thanks to his friend for pulling him out of it. Saving him, he figured his magic was slowly coming back, so he kept going, convinced he'd make it. Right now, there's no way he could cast anything that strong. How would they even pull that off? How were they supposed to handle him? He snapped his head toward Iris, and the spirit warned him that. He told him it looked like the man depletion was wrecking him. Rato leaned in and asked her what to do next, then everything cut off with a sudden, reeling re. She told him he could buy time, refill his magic power, then strike back, though right as he started running. Running wasn't his plan either. He pushed back hard, because he couldn't just flee and leave that monster to roam wild. Iris grabbed his attention and told him straight up, because she couldn't see his future clearly, he'd better not go charging into anything reckless. The protagonist shot back, "Yeah, I already knew." An MC spun toward Yuru. The wolf clocked his plan and bolted toward him. The troll loomed ahead and the protagonist grabbed the plan. Him and his friend would circle the enemy. So his magic could finally breathe and recover. Then the monster kicked things off. It started lashing out with violent swings, fighting like it couldn't stop trying to strike them down, while the allies juked and dodged every savage hit. It kept the carousel rolling, and honestly, it was brutally hard. Tough as nails, then the white wolf lunges straight toward they. He shoved his gear into the wrong place, tagging it like that, and it sent him crashing to the ground. And he blurted out to his friend, totally thrown off. Yuru kept circling the enemy, fusion blazing as she hunted for an opening. The enemy closed in and then it hit him. The wolf wasn't just attacking, it was hunting to kill. was trying to buy him time as Wiru surged into the fight, launching attack after attack on the monster surged forward and then launched itself straight onto its neck, tore him with its fangs sinking deep. He had to sprint to the finish and claw his strength back before it all slipped away. He still didn't have nearly enough mana to even fire off the fireball. Bombed and Yuru still couldn't take down they. He had to deal with that troll solo because something had to be done. The troll tore free, shrugging off the wolf like it was nothing. Rado watched him snatch up nearby rocks and sling them like weapons. Yuru, the main guy, lurked in his hiding spot. Do your best to dodge the falling rocks because trust me, this wasn't going to be that simple. In that cramped space it took everything Rue had. She kept pushing on, refusing to stop, even as the moment kept shrinking down around her. Circling the enemy, he juked past every rock, the protagonist. The antagonist ducked for cover, and right then it suddenly realized something it couldn't ignore. It had been. The air went weirdly silent, so he leaned out from behind cover to take a peek. And he spotted the wounded guru crumpled beside his shelter. Walter Rado screamed in terror and threw his eyes straight at the troll. Control, who decided to play it cool and wait and see. MC froze mid-thought, his words catching his A. Rage kept climbing higher and higher, so tell me, what was he supposed to do next? Do it, he snatched Yuru, then froze when he realized his magic hadn't even taken off. Not fully recovered yet, and Rue's injured too, so they needed a scapegoat. He was trapped, there was no escape in sight, and the only way out was begging Iris for advice. The protagonist stared at his friend and made his decision right then. No, once he slipped out of his hiding spot, he bolted and yelled. Shouted for the enemy to come straight at him, and the protagonist made his move. He couldn't lean on Iris forever, so he had to get stronger fast to protect his family. He had to think fast because defeating that troll wasn't going to be easy. He needed the perfect plan while he bolted from the enemy, he barely pulled off the escape and managed to duck a deadly swing from the monster's weapon. How's he supposed to finish him off without burning through anything? Burning through too much magical power, if only he had more than just power. A ruthless technique that lets him pull it off. Then bam, his lessons with Ball came flooding back to him out of nowhere. How she laid it out for him like a charged blade is a sword technique that rips through every muscle in your body. Rage surged through him, and he lunged to strike with that massive sword. They can pull it off with just their own arm power, only weaklings can't. Nope, I can't. He doesn't want to overthink it. He just has to raise that sword and swing. With all his strength, bullet strike right, he nailed it in the exam right. Yeah, he's a real martial artist. It's his technique, same vibe as a blade fueled by lightning. Then he whips into a spin and drives his. He drops the body first, then charges in with an attack if he can pull it off, and once he does, he's basically already mastered how to strike. Using every muscle in his body, forcing himself to trust her. He can totally master this technique, just don't let him trust that charge on autopilot. Blade, wait, the protagonist gets it now, so that's it, this is the path, the way. The only way out of this mess, the charged Blade, he snatched his sword and went for it, which plummeted to the ground while he was sprinting. Snapped into a fighting stance and tightened his grip. He clenched down harder on his weapon, then the trolls started closing in. Approach him, Rado thought, and magic surged in his mind. The magical power he'd unlocked, this right here was the absolute best. Best he could do, he powered up his physical. Enhancement fired every muscle at once, just like Bale taught him. And drilled it into him, then rocketed forward, leaping with every ounce of strength right at his opponent. Opponent smashing in with a crushing blow. He cleaved the troll in half with one brutal strike. Once the dust finally settled, the protagonist was left. He was left stunned for a moment by just how big his success was. After he finally managed to crush the monster, then he sprinted to Yuru and crushed him in a tight hug. And told him that because of him, his loyal friend, they were saved right there in that exact moment. A system window snapped into the air, flashing the news that his charged blade skill had been learned. Rato burst into joy and shouted. Perfect, he crumpled onto his friend in pure exhaustion, struggling to think. His whole body throbbed with pain, and that charged blade felt like it could slice through anything. After a while, Rato dropped into a guild seat, settling in like he was about to make his move. He started talking about guild building and admitted the first request crashed hard, then the worker snapped, the client's dead so there was nothing he could do, yet he couldn't bring himself to believe all his work had been for nothing. Bane, yeah, that whole thing was exactly amazing, but he still nodded to himself and decided that after he crushed the troll, he'd head back to the Black Tiger Guild. Later on, the Red Flag adventure party he'd helped earlier rolled up to them. They also told him the real reason behind it. Those two trolls that crashed into the village weren't random at all. They were the ones everyone was hunting. Riding beneath that red flag and the blaze of the fiery flame party, these two trolls weren't wild monsters at all, at least not the way you'd expect. They were raised like little heirs by some nobleman until the moment he decided he didn't want them anymore, and that's how they ended up standing on their own. They were tossed back into the wild, and the two trolls quickly adapted, then started smashing into village after village, causing massive destruction. Then right after, squads from the Dragon Fang, Raging Flame, and Red Flag guilds got sent out to investigate. While they were hunkering down in that abandoned village, an ambush slammed into them. Then the Raging Flame squad got wiped out to the last fighter, and earlier, one of the squad marched up to him and said, "You have no idea what would have happened to the Red Flag if you hadn't shown up." Then he started to. He shoved something into his hand and declared it was a gift paid back for helping and healing his comrades. He demanded they take it, stared at the gold in his hand, and blurted, "Wait, are these 5 gold coins?" They said their goodbyes, thanked him, and he insisted that even so, even though the request crashed and burned, somehow the ending still packed more good than bad. Right then, he dropped his head onto the table and asked, "Is it cool if I take it easy for a minute?" Right, Rue snapped, standing right beside him as he raised the mug and took a slow sip, like being an ordinary guy was the sweetest kind of joy. Bale stormed up to him and boomed that his first job failing wasn't a reason to let his spirit die. If you're trying to live the adventurer life, you don't get a choice, you walk this way no matter what. To grow, he needed new experiences, so he swung back to her and with a confused look on her face, she marched right up to her guildmaster and called out her next move as she took it. He yanked a flyer off the notice board with a face set in stone. He shoved it into his hands and said, "Take a look at this, so what do you think?" The danger level sat low and comfy, perfect for beginners, so the protagonist grabbed it and started to. She read the deal out loud, demanded 3 silver coins for exactly 30 crescent herbs, and insisted that payment was completely fair. Now he needs to get ready, so he stands up from the table and starts moving when she blurts out that it's finally happened, and still, he's right back on his feet. He strode up to the counter and demanded a quick confirmation of his request, and the worker nodded, telling him to show her the exact item he needed. He ripped it out of subspace and went, "No problem at all." She stared at it, then nodded, "Yep, it's fine." And there it was, his payment, silver coins. He thanked her, then strode up, charged up to the ball, and grinned a sadistic with that as he said it. "Look, it's done, she finally got it." Rage surged through him. He tried to swing at him, and he blared if she was really looking for a fight, because if she felt this way from the start, she should have told him that immediately. He slipped her attack, blurted out, "I'm sorry," and when her fury fizzled, she finally asked, "Wait, are you?" He didn't think he had to take his problems more seriously, but then he insisted he'd truly thought everything through, because once he had the right items in hand, all that was left was to deliver it. Nah, that couldn't possibly be a problem, right? She refused, and right then she was about to fire back with something. But then he bowed, grinned, and said, "I've got something else lined up today," and told her he had to go. He rushed out an apology, and she nodded along like, "Wow, you're such a weird little kid." He burst out of the guild building, sprinting hard, running. Ducked into an alley and declared, "There's no one's there at all," so he ripped out. He ripped a massive sword out of subspace and thought, "I've got to try that great." The sword he'd grabbed from the chaos after his fight with the trolls. Finally, he manages to move again, and the moment he gathers once he grabs the materials, he'll bolt right back. He's already locked in, and he plays. He dropped the shattered 2-handed sword to the ground and declared, "This blade, it's ripped straight from a troll's own weapon." He handed over the sword. Now I can't stop thinking, could he really slap it onto the hilt of a brand new blade forged from the world tree he just mined? Since neither of them was that magical metal, he could unleash his skill on it. I can't stop thinking about whether this will actually work. I've got to try it right now. He actually fused the 2 pieces together, and the shock on his face said it all. The system flashed a message and told him, boom, he'd finally learned that one-of-a-kind skill connection. He swore he'd made it, and that along the way he even picked up a whole new skill, the very sword he forged back then. Now they're about to test if he truly understood it right. In his world, tungsten carbide was the toughest metal on the map, so he grabbed it and used it like a weapon. He popped the metal transformation skill, and with sheer shock, he realized the color itself had changed too. Next, he has to crank this sword's durability up to maximum. He slammed the matter enhancement skill into action. And he couldn't believe how heavy it was. He'd fought with swords his whole life, but this one felt brutal in his hands. He lifted the sword and said that kind of weight wasn't even a problem for him because he could unleash the great strength skill, raw power pouring out of him. His brand new sword is finally in his hands, and he can't stop grinning. He's absolutely thrilled with this new weapon. He stashed it in subspace and told them, if I leave it here, my skill's power will fade before long. He has to lock it away in storage, where time can't touch a single thing about it. His hands were tingling with the need to hunt down a monster. He was strolling down the street when he suddenly caught a strange sound in the air. The sound from the gateway surged closer, and the voice demanded. The noise was coming from the box, so he shot forward, started prying it open, and shouted, "What's in there?" Cat slipped into this box. He spotted a girl bound tight, her eyes and mouth gagged shut. He was completely blown away by it. He yanked the knots loose and freed her, then helped her get back on her feet. She let out a shaky sigh and told him, I thought I was done for. She knew she was seconds from dying. Then she grabbed his hands, thanked him with shaking breath, and told him it was. And that's how it stayed. Barely. She was one step from being sent away, and she thanked him again. He told everyone her name was Kataman. So what about him? The MC introduced himself, and he looked totally baffled. He stared at Yuru and demanded, what's your name? He blurted his name, then told her she could stare out as far as her eyes could reach. She shoved through the crush of people, then two guys clocked them and blurted, he's. When he finally laid eyes on her, no, they had to stop right there because she wasn't anyone's to take, she belonged to them. He stared them down and told them straight to their faces that they'd already been spotted. Noticed, he grabbed her hand and steered her the other way. This time a man stepped in their path. With a grave voice, he swore he had more than enough courage to steal their goods. Rado told everyone, I wasn't being selfish, I was just trying to help this girl. The man leaned in and demanded to know if he even knew anything about her. Then, right when he asked, two guys came sprinting in. He slammed up to them and blared, do you really think you can escape? He stared at them and felt it. This was spiraling downhill fast because they'd officially been surrounded. One of them yanked out a knife and promised she'd deliver them a fortune. They refused to let him take her. Then he snapped his gaze straight at Wiro. Wiro gave him a sharp nod, then planted his hand on Kodamin's shoulder and demanded she cling to him with all her strength. He scooped her up, triggered the jump skill, and then burst onto the rooftops, leaping building to building. He sprinted for a mile and shouted that it felt like no one could ever find him out here. She snapped her head back and said she didn't buy it. He couldn't possibly be who the man was chasing. Racing after them, he blared that they'd finally stopped. He stared at him, clocking the clothes hanging off his head, and his mind started spinning with questions. Was it a beast man? He snapped his arm forward and shouted so loud that it sounded like a battle cry. He said that he had to shove it back right away, no delays, just panic, because the protagonist. Dragonist snapped his hand toward him and fired off the attack with the sheer force of a plan going off like a bomb, using that wind pressure spell slammed into him, hurling him backward, and he crashed onto the counter. And the villagers' eyes snapped to it. They couldn't help but blurt out, what is that? Wait, did some guy just drop out of the sky? He saw it all from the roof of the building. He's out here shouting that they've gotta run while they still can, and he straight up admits he never, ever would have imagined that this would happen. They'd bolt after them, and Kodemian smirked like he knew the truth. A popular girl's fate doesn't come cheap. He scooped her up and asked if, just to stay safe, they should widen their gap. She grinned like it was nothing and said they'll keep going. They were walking on air, and then boom, they reached a deserted spot. He carefully set her down on the bridge and told her it felt like. She muttered, a little annoyed that this felt like it was finally safe, yet she was still itching to fly some more. He laughed, caught up in the shock. Was she really like this after what she'd just been through? What a strange girl, and he just stared, stunned. He stared at the river, watching the fish glide, and told them that the moment you slip out from the heart of the city, the river turns crystal clear, and the water teems with fish everywhere. Yuru popped up beside him and demanded to know what was happening. Was he up for playing in the room? She stared at the river too and grinned, saying it looked downright delicious. She couldn't resist. She cannonballed into the river for a quick dip. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. And then he stared into it. She shot back up and broke the surface. Hurled something at him and barked, take it. He caught sight of the fish she tossed onto the bridge, then blurted out. And told him it was her gratitude, begging him to accept it. He nodded, snatched the offer, and agreed to take it. He swallowed his nerves, accepted it, and thanked her, watching her light up with pure joy. Kodamin sprang back with a grin, like joy had just struck the room right before he took off again. He stepped onto the bridge and swore it was a flawless landing. With a bright smile on her face, she marched right up to them and blurted, I'm so thankful you helped me. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, right there, right then, kissing him again. She finally grew stronger and thanked him too, then she climbed higher. He scrambled up the bridge's side, then spun around too. He leaned in, met their eyes with a gentle grin, and then waved them off with a soft goodbye. Right after that, she launched herself into the... He sprinted to the river and screamed her name at the top of his lungs. MC dropped his gaze, activated the skill Observer Sight, and thought she'd vanished for good. So what kind of swimming speed is that even? Speed just like that. Who is this mystery girl? And then he bolted back. He marched into the city of Iris and demanded answers. What the hell did they think they'd gain by trying to capture it in the first place? She caught the codamine and beamed, asking if it wasn't just amazing to meet such a sweet girl. Then he muttered, blushing, that she should really stop going on about it. Does she even know why they chased her so hard? She snapped back that she'd been kidnapped by criminals, people who make their living by stealing. Snatching human goods. She snapped that they were criminals, but it was just cheap, small-time troublemakers. Then he asked, should I catch them and turn them over to the guild? She snapped that it wasn't worth a thing. He could just hand them over to the royal guard since there wasn't any real reward, and he wouldn't make a single coin from it. Then he said it felt like he still had to hunt them down, and she cut him off, saying it was pointless to keep going because the princess was about to crash the scene. She was back again, driven by her sharp foresight to hunt down that crucial person. Even if he did nothing, fate had already locked in that these criminals will be seized by the Valkyrie Knights in the days right around the corner. He told me the clothes were basically dry now, and it was time to head back. He spun back, then his gut screamed at him. When he turned around, he spotted an old woman stood right beside him, and when he glanced over, he couldn't help but wonder who she really was. So she was here already, and since when did she sneak in? Because he hadn't felt a single trace of her presence. Not even a little. He pulled off the act with his disguise and used his skills to make it work. Her eyes went wide with pure worry, and she moved like stealth itself. Then she snapped off a teleport spell. And when he stared at it, a wild thought hit him. Was this the kind of thing you solve with math? Magic? Then he snapped his thoughts to Iris and demanded, what just happened? Iris opened her reply, and the moment she began to, he shouted that he wasn't going to talk about the magic at all, and that was it. He demanded answers. Who was she? And she shot back, even if you knew the answer now, he still couldn't do a damn thing about it, and he blurted, why are you? She said it with a serious stare. You need to stop, because this opponent is brutally dangerous, and you should. If you show up unprepared, you'll get crushed, so for now, leave everything exactly the way it is. Reito strode through the city and thought her words just proved it beyond doubt. And honestly, this city felt like it was non-stop chaos. Everything was exploding at once. There was no way he could picture it, but his curiosity wouldn't let up, and he was already running. Later, he stumbled into a deserted place, and his thoughts started spinning like crazy, because something had to be wrong. No one's supposed to be here, so he yanked a massive greatsword out of subspace and brought it to hand. And he swore yesterday was packed wall-to-wall with one wild moment after another. But today, he finally got to test a bunch of things with that beast of a sword. He mulled it over for a second, then shot a question. By the way, what should I name this sword? Because the other one was called the Ice. He pulled out the sword, then named it Iris. The moment she heard that, she snapped back, begging him not to do it. Anti-magic blade sounds perfect, right? That thought hit him hard, and he blurted out the question. He asked, and she didn't answer straight to his face, yet her voice still cut through the air like a secret. And then it hit him. Was it all because he'd called her name? He stared into his own reflection in the sword's blade and demanded an answer. Which one? Would he finally commit to that anti-magic blade? And now that they've christened it, he dives into his. He shifted it, tweaked its size, and snapped it into place so he could haul it on his back. Then he stared at the revamped sword inside. And he demanded, wait, if you change the size, does the weight really stay exactly the same? If a single heavy hit can jack up the damage, then maybe, just maybe, there's a way to turn that into something bigger, and that's when it gets dangerous. And maybe this power lets him forge the sword lighter, like it suddenly lost its weight. He cast magic onto the sword, and the system flashed a warning that the skill was about. He finally learned the gravity blade, then he read it through and said, with the right skill, you can actually control how heavy your sword feels. Perfect, he has to test it right now. He snatched up his sword and unleashed his skills like a storm. He wrapped up the test, dropped onto the ground, and said his swordplay had. He'd gotten better, but it felt like every last spark of energy had been drained from his body, and his magic power. His power was running on fumes, and he panicked inside, calling out to Iris and asking if he could ask her something. She answered, what is it? He blurts out, what's wrong? Then straight away asks again. He's just dying to know if he can spend skill points to unlock a skill that boosts his magic power. She read him like a book and told him this could actually work, so get ready because it was finally time for the test. Then he asked, "What are skill points?" and she explained. "They're the points you earn when you level up, and you can spend them to buy skills." She snapped, "That's the right answer," then jabbed at the numbers level 41, 40 skill points, declaring that was his exact status right now because he'd hit level 41 right after battling those trolls. He'd only spent his points on one thing, buying that rare skill that supercharges magicka recovery. Then he stared off and asked, "Wait, do you mean the skill I grabbed the first time I leveled up?" With that many points on the table, he could stack skills fast, and she told him the truth. Every skill type costs differently, and if it doesn't match his profession, the point price spikes hard. That was the trap. Every spell he could use didn't start cheap. The first skill point took 1, the next drained 2, the third burned 3, and it just kept climbing higher from there. Every fresh skill he grabs bumps his points up by 1, unless that skill doesn't fit his chosen path, in which case it costs a flat 10 points, no more and no less, and yeah, he can use those points to sharpen his skills and truly master them. Now it's time to jump into the real topic. She tells him to learn the magic power expansion skill, and yeah, the name. Just like the name promises, this skill cranks up the amount of magical power he can unleash. And yeah, he'll be packing even more magical power, the exact thing he's been chasing with everything he's got. And yeah, this skill pairs ridiculously well with speeding up magic recovery, because it's a one-of-a-kind thing. A skill that stays on forever so he doesn't have to grind for any mastery level. He nodded, clicked the system window, and said this was the second skill he'd bought. "So the price is 2 points, right? That means he's got 38 points left," she said, "and on top of that, he's got to learn the magic output in." It cranks up his skill in a big way, boosting his magic output for fights and even supercharging his healing. The main character said yes and grabbed it, then explained that since it was his third skill, he only had 35 points left, so what other skills did he even have? Iris cut in and said, "Look, we're spending those points either way, so why not use them to buff what you already can?" So he used those points to crank his special skills even higher, because boosting them costs 5 points. He mulled it over, then nodded and decided to level up those skills. He leveled up 3 skills and she just confirmed it. His skill levels had shot up. Your unique skills aren't decided by proficiency, they're locked to your level, so the higher level skill hits harder with way better stats than the one below it. With skills dialed up to max, he still had only 20 points left, so what's he supposed to do next? Learn another skill, he said. If he had a choice, he'd rather keep stacking more than just one. He flexed, chasing more power in his muscles, so could the strength skill actually grow even stronger? She snapped that it was impossible. Skill points can only beef up skills tied to his profession, so he fired off the big question, "Is there any other way to grow my muscle strength?" She lit up, saying, "Yeah, if you want." Wanted. That strong arm skill fit him perfectly. It's in the combat skill tree, and the stats are way better than plain strength. He asked, so he couldn't beef up a skill that didn't match his profession, but he can still. Iris told him he could get a fresh one if he spent his points, but then he'd be left with no more than 10, so was that enough for him? He figured he'd already smashed past level 30, so pushing higher couldn't be that easy, so maybe he shouldn't dump more points into it, and that's when he said he took. He snatched his words back then, right after, he'd test that brand new strength and see exactly what he could do. He snatched the sword into his grip and declared loud and clear that the test would start right now. Right away, he slammed on the physical strengthening skill and started driving his hand forward with the. Then he dropped the sword and said that, together with the gravity blade, it would all click into place. The two-handed sword suddenly felt weightless, then magic crackled next as he cast the ice bullet spell and loosed it. At least several huge ice crystals. He froze in shock, thinking the size of these bullets was unbelievable. It was nothing short of a miracle, and the best part is, he's no longer worn out from using magic. It was. Now all those points paid off, he won't burn through his magic power so fast anymore. He poured everything into his magic, now it's time to crank his physical power up to match. So he's still getting wrecked in fights. Does he really need someone to step in and teach him swordsmanship, or what? If he had to pick between them, he'd want Ball to teach him, but she's slammed with her work like a gilded cage that won't let her breathe. Guildmaster sat down by the fence, called out to Iris, and demanded to know if anyone in this city could teach him sword skills, or at least point him to a school where he could learn. She said it wasn't that there were none. Ball was basically the only one who could teach him how to wield a two-handed sword. After all, those giant brutes mostly swung two-handed swords like wrecking balls, more club than blade, so she had every reason to doubt it. She told him there was a way to learn, then handed him a plan: train with a sword by cutting down monsters, and he just repeated that same idea again. He had to learn how to fight people, not monsters, so why was she acting like he hadn't already fought goblins and trolls? Sure, she didn't mean he should go toe-to-toe with every monster that catches his eye, like some storybook hero. These monsters didn't just fight, they mastered weapons even in monster ranks, you'll find plenty who swing weapons just like you do. Humans, he said. He got her point, but he wasn't having it. He wasn't convinced monsters would even want to teach him, no matter how badly he asked. She snapped that he wasn't about to crawl to begging monsters for weapon lessons. He didn't need teachers, he just needed real experience with weapons. If he kept hunting monsters that fought back with weapons, his weapon skills would explode. And yeah, he remembered the goblins from that village, right? He said he'd heard they weren't just goblins, they were dressed and armed like humans, even before she got into her Valkyrie order. Even the Adventurers Guild is still out there hunting them non-stop, and Iris thinks she's got the inside scoop. You know something about them, don't you? She said. Iris said that Yeah, of course, these aren't wild goblins at all, they're goblins raised by MC heard monster tamer, and his jaw dropped like, wait, did she just call that a real job? Because it is. So that's how you team up with monsters, right? She corrected you exactly like that and then hit the point. This profession unlocks magic. Contract magic, pure control, makes monsters fall in line, and a tamer keeps that power running as long as the contract stays active. Once the contract's locked in, any monster can be tamed, he said, so people are whispering that, armed with it. Bloodthirsty goblins burst into a village run by a monster tamer and tore into it without warning. She nodded and said the monster tamer doesn't work solo, he has a crew of 5 people, and when he heard that, he was blown away. She asked, so this is an organization, who would even build something like this? And she answered, it's all in the name of enmity with the kingdom, because this kingdom is basically a target everyone in the shadows wants to see burn. Especially for people of the ancient empire, that hatred runs so deep it feels like it's been carved into their bones. An ancient empire had ruled over human lands for ages, long before the kingdom of Barutaro ever even showed up. Saros was built by his ancestor, and this empire clawed control through sheer military force, ruling human lands for ages, raging through countless wars that crushed its own people under the weight. They couldn't stomach the oppression anymore, so they rose up, and every time someone tried to fight back, the resistance got cut down. But the Empire's 13th prince couldn't walk away from the suffering crowd, so he built the kingdom of Baratoros, and the Empire's own power rallied behind him like a storm. Even the military officers started falling under his command, and the Emperor, he couldn't stomach it because his own blood had betrayed him. That betrayal sparked a full-blown war between the kingdom and the Empire. When it came to military, the Empire should have crushed everything, yet nearby countries decided the kingdom was easier to control, so they swung to the kingdom's side, and when the Empire finally fell, the Emperor was executed along with his entire family, but some of his relatives slipped out of the execution, and now, hundreds of years later, their descendants still burn with hatred for the kingdom, plotting to bring the Empire back as the Imperials, ready to use any means necessary. The kind of means you'd need to bring the kingdom crashing down. Then Rato leaned in and asked the monster tamers, do you all use armed goblins? She confirmed it, but when reality finally hit, it turned out things were a lot different than expected. Only a tiny handful of people are crazy enough to chase the dream of restoring the ancient empire. They're now racing to build an army of monsters they've bound by contract, but they can only force weak goblins to obey. He said that it is. He's still in serious danger, because if he wants to make it out, he has to beat the armed goblins and the monster tamers who are controlling them. His sword skills skyrocketed. She nodded, then he blurted, can I take on these dangerous people by myself? And she just said. He said yeah, no way he could take them all on by himself, but if he's got a plan, then watch him pull it off. Good news, every one of the 5 is scattered in a different place, and they're moving like ghosts, dodging detection with everything they've got. They can run and hide all they want, but nobody escapes her gaze, because they're basically stepping into a trap that won't stop with that horrifying such a task. She suggests making these tamers vanish, and now that everything's spiraled into this, who knows what happens next. They had to get ready, and after a while he finally demanded, so why are you so worried? He rode Yoru straight up to the mountain and demanded, is it there? Right? It looks more like a jagged mountain than a mine, at least that's what he thought. He figured the only way to learn how to fight people was to take down a monster tamer first. Earlier, Iris told him that before he even steps into the monster tamer's lair, he'd better load up on enough food to last and grab spices and kitchen utensils too. With a worried frown, he realized this detour would drag out the preparations longer than he planned. Then he couldn't help thinking, do I even need all of this in the end? To the east of Adventure City, after 2 days of hard riding on horseback, you'll find the Emir Mine. Then a meteorite crashes onto that steep, rocky mountain, and the strangest part is this. Mithril was discovered at the impact site, and the kingdom carved the mountain into a full-on mine. But when the ore ran dry, they ditched it, and now people barely even dare to get close to the ruins. Once those monsters moved in like they owned the place, the real knockout hit came next. Imperial monster tamers set the old mine up as their base and even planted part of their goblin army there. The enemy army was right there, so the protagonists snapped that they could bolt out and hit them any second, and then, from now on. So yeah, now they've got to be way more careful, because right after that they slaughtered a boar, and he demanded, dangerous monsters do exist, right? Then why does this corpse feel like it's about to? Yoru figured this was exactly what his stomach needed. Then he dug in and started eating. And he said, use the assassin skill, so the monsters whoa. Don't notice them, because if you do, you'd wreck the whole reason they came here. And yeah, he noticed. He clocked goblins tailing him, snapped into action and attacked, then told them they really weren't all that dangerous. It's honestly wild, they're still running into goblins and trolls, even out here in the forest, like it never ends. That many of them, honestly, he'd have it way easier if he had a team behind him. This was part of the training, and they pushed themselves to the limit. Then later, they finally moved on. He pushed forward, spotted the lair entrance, and figured they were already deep inside. It felt deep enough that he figured this was exactly the right move to use these. The assassin scale, where stealth turns deadly, presence gets tracked like prey, and presence gets erased like it never existed. The moment they kicked into gear, he realized he had to boost his mobility with quick, sharp steps and get his power activated too. His night vision kicked in, and sure enough, armed goblins were patrolling the area. Was this the goblins' way of forcing a contract on them? It belonged to the monster tamer right on the money, and that thing looked downright unstoppable. He leaned in, called Iris, and told her he was at the lair waiting for her next move. She told him these monsters would rack up a ton of points for him, and wow, looks like the monster tamer himself is even farther off than he thought. Looks like the monster tamer hasn't clocked them yet, so they'd better smash these monsters fast before anyone notices. MCS. Said through a sharp, annoyed tone that she was basically making it sound like it was way too easy. He locked eyes with Yoru, they nodded like it was a signal, and they both said, alright, let's handle whoever S. Who split off from the group, then sprinted toward him and unleashed the throw skill, hurling an ice dagger. He slammed them in the head, and they staggered right back toward the entrance. And he swore that once the time came, he'd crush all three at once, right after that. He had 10 seconds to scream as loud as he possibly could. Then he sprang onto a rock beside them and stared them down like he was about to say something important. Gave the 3 nearby goblins a hard stare. A bone-chilling howl ripped through the air and snatched everyone's attention like a flash of lightning. Monsters surged in, and he leapt behind them like a shadow closing in. He snapped into the spin skill and clobbered 2 goblins at the same time. Right after that, he bolted straight for the entrance. The 2 goblins came charging straight at him. He lunged with a spinning whirlwind skill and dropped 1 monster in an instant. He stared at them, squinting hard, and thought, wait, are they lining up like a formation? These goblins aren't even normal. He glanced to the side and saw Yoru ripping into 2 of them at once. The monster was seconds away from slamming into him from behind. But he clocked it instantly and chopped it down with a wind blade skip. Skill kicked in, and he snapped his gaze sideways just in time to spot a monstrous giant bearing down on him. When he spotted that monster, panic snapped into his chest, then he couldn't stop wondering if it was a goblin knight. Wait, and this too. A sword forged from magical metal came alive in his hands, and the monster's attack hit right after. He charged in with a sword, and he didn't just block it, he managed to reflect the attack. He unleashed the attack, but a brutal shove sent him skidding back a few meters. The goblin bolted straight at him and started hacking him nonstop with its sword. Steel collided with steel, he blocked the sword's fury and instantly knew this opponent was unlike the rest. He'd already torn through other arm monsters before this, and this time he didn't just swing the sword like a brute, there was real skill behind every strike. Sure, he copied the swordsman's every move like he'd studied them for years. The goblin lunged in and smashed forward with a jaw-dropping, earth-rattling sword strike. Strike Rito hit the skill-rotating block, spinning into defense like a steel storm. To reflect the impact of this strike, right after that he unleashed the charge skill and went straight in. He drove his blade through, severing the goblin's head in one brutal strike. One brutal strike, and right after that, both of them. They slipped into the mine together and he immediately felt it. Someone had left the light burning. This meant one thing for sure, someone was definitely here. He called Yuru and asked, "Can you smell anything here?" Then he started sniffing like he'd caught a clue and whipped his head around, scanning the place. He looked around and thought, man, this corridor is huge asterisk, with a ceiling so high he could probably swing a two-handed sword in here without a single problem. Problems? Then he barked so loud it rattled his nerves and he said there was. "If you hear an echo in here, then don't you dare make a sound." They kept charging down the corridor and then boom, a huge, sealed door slammed into view. He silently called out to Iris, and she shot back that this door had no trap at all. He should yank it open and step right in, so he cracked the door then slipped inside. And he froze when he spotted a whole battlefield of wounded monsters crumpled on the ground. He lay on the floor and rotted away in cages, then clamped his hand over his mouth, convinced he'd stumbled into something massive, like a giant pot. A grim pile of goblin bodies sat there, then he soothed the worried Yuru and stared off, wondering. Who could commit something this inhuman? He needed to inspect those corpses before they even had time to rot. They were wrecked, every single one covered in bruises, with fresh blade marks carved into them. Their limbs twisted into shapes nature never meant them to make. Their fangs had been ripped out and their claws torn away, while they were left to burn. Corjured, wait, was this the work of monster tamers? If it was, what on earth were they trying to pull off? They didn't carry a single scrap of contract magic, yet every monster they ran into out there wore one like a brand. Mark didn't see a single corpse, yet there was a mark left behind. He shouted for Iris and in his head demanded, "What happened here?" Iris fired back, "Did you see what's inside the cages?" That's when it hit him. This was the ancient empire's kind of game. They seized and tortured goblins just to feed their hatred of humans, and once those goblins were packed with pure rage, they turned feral, charging at humans like nothing in the world could scare them off or stop them from dying. He shot her a nasty look and barked, "Why would they do something like this?" She answered that the Imperials were fuming because all they'd managed to tame were goblins. That's why they believe they should at least crank out way stronger goblins, ones they can tame later, because no matter how vicious their hatred for humans, goblins can't break the contract. Mark burned into their skin. He slammed his fist into the ground and snapped, saying that even if they were monsters, getting captured still wasn't acceptable. What happened to him felt like a cruel shame, and he kept moving, scanning the area and asking, "Is anybody here at all?" He fired up the presence tracking skill and thought he heard footsteps closing in from above, like something was stalking him through the roof. Right then, a masked man drops from above like a bolt of lightning. They came crashing down in front of him, and in a voice that sounded straight out of a nightmare, he demanded, "Who are you? Where did all of this come from?" This is his home, the protagonist. Anna stared at the cages packed with monsters and demanded, "So is this place really his home, the same place where that guy just started attacking?" He didn't even hesitate. He slammed his cleaver down and yelled that the whole abandoned mine was right here. "Is his home? Step in and you're dead. Trespassers get executed, no questions asked." Andrew lunged to strike, but before he could, he snapped his arm back and hurled something, and then the stench hit him like a punch, so he clapped both paws over his nose, and then he burst into loud laughter. And he swore this was the filthy poop of a land monster. It fits guys like him perfectly, broken, mixed-up mongrels born to belong. MC sprinted straight at him and launched an all-out attack with. He unleashed the bullet strike, and the hit slammed the man to the ground. He stared at his fist and couldn't figure out why that strange, electric feeling was burning in him. He snapped back on his feet and yelled loud as thunder that he'd hit him. He stared at the damage, freaking out. Did my punch actually hurt him? There's no way a sword could fit in here either, it's just way too cramped, and that's the problem. Before he'll even have to break out the magic, then, right between them, he suddenly looked. Stunned, he stared the monster in the face and blurted, "Wait, is that a goblin child?" The man blared that he was right on the edge of. They tried to torture him, but he slipped out and escaped. Then he stared him down and asked, "So you're telling me he did all of this, and you're asking who he is?" "They call him Basil, and this guy's an absolute beast at taming monsters." He stared him down and shot back, "So you're a monster tamer, huh?" His gaze locked onto the monster writhing in pain, and the thought hit him. He swore it was pure suffering until the brutal wounds proved there was no just that about it. It wouldn't stand a chance. Then he tore the goblin down with his own hands and blurted out that he was so sorry, like his whole soul was apologizing, because this made him feel incredibly. Rage boiled in his veins, and he barked at the top of his lungs that he'd killed his slave. Does he even realize that just a little more and he'd be under his thumb as a slave? Rateau snapped, his voice packed with pure frustration. Why would he stoop to torture? If he truly meant to be his ally, then why drag him through pain like that? Basil stared at him, eyes sharp, and demanded, "So what did you just say?" He said it again, eyes flicking back to the past, claiming that if his memory didn't fail him, then if gains hurt them, they'd just level up and get stronger, like that was the whole point, and he said it plain. He leaned in with a serious face and said he had no idea who it was, but that name would burn into his memory. Then he dropped into a fighting stance and told him to get ready, because now he was about to begin. He tasted the bitter sting of defeat right to the bone. He stared at him, brows knit in confusion, and demanded to know what was wrong. Why was he furious? He didn't just hate him, he killed him with his own hands. He didn't need some puny servant at all. He hurled the goblin. Goblin slammed into him with a brutal kick and snarled that he had to get out. Step aside. He never even had time to breathe. He died so fast it barely registered, and the useless piece of meat so worthless it's not even fit for service, and that's where the protagonist. Rage surged even higher after what just happened. Charged right up to him and slammed in a brutally powerful. A brutal punch slammed into his stomach, and he kept raining down more. With a flurry of rapid strikes, Basil didn't even spare it a second thought. He lunged in with a cleaver and blared, "You should." He snapped his hand up and caught the strike midair. Hands he twisted and shapeshifted the whole form like nothing could stop him. Locked onto the chance to corrupt his weapon and turn it deadly. He froze in shock, then blurted out loud, "What did you just do?" He lunged in and started swinging his fists, loud, vicious blows flying. Aldi snarled that this freak should shut up, then he smashed him hard and knocked him down to the ground. He slammed to the ground and said, voice deadly serious, that blood from more than one monster stained his hands. Raised his hands, but unlike him, he wouldn't stoop to killing his own comrades. His mask splintered and he demanded, "How? How in the world did he even dare?" It crashed to the ground. The ground beneath him shook and he stared in pure shock. The second he recognized his own face in the monster, it snapped and said, with a sharp, displeased tone, because all he could do was see his own reflection. MC blurted in shock, "Wait, isn't he human?" Basil's temper flared, pure rage in his veins. Rage surged through him as he launched into a brutal fistfight, pounding at him with every hit, and blurted at the top of his lungs that he was human. Snatched his arm and hurling him over his shoulder like it weighed nothing. He snapped loud and clear that none of it was true. He shoved him to the floor, stared at the shade of his skin, and decided he looked like a regular human. He twisted onto his stomach and bellowed that anyone who ever saw his face would get zero forgiveness. He swore he had the best and worst of both worlds, looking like a monster and a human tangled into one. He blurted in shock, and that's when you know he's a demon. Hurled a cage at him, and the loud roar shook the air. He blurted out for him to shut up, because yeah, he was human, and he just didn't. He twisted out of the strike, and right then he assumed it was a sign of something way bigger. He was insanely cool, because he was a demon. Basil wished him dead and launched straight into him, fists flying. He stared it down and realized, if he wanted to wipe out this freak, this wasn't a time for guessing. He needed a brutal hit, then he'd pull out the charge detector. Tack tensed every muscle in his body and poured all his focus into his. He clutched that power in his fist and drove it into him with everything he had. He unloaded a brutal punch and the dude got blasted backward, then he sailed through the air like he'd been launched. Slammed across the whole room, cracked his head on the wall, and dropped hard to the floor. The ladder dropped down right beside him, and he immediately snapped his gaze to it. He stared down the demon and said he'd smashed it with pure mad will. Magic crackled and then a bunch of goblins dropped from above. He spotted them instantly and he blared that the reinforcements were here, then spotted them and shouted, "Get over here and help me." Faster. Rato locked onto the scene and he stopped mid-thought and went, "Hold up, these goblins are wrong." Then he locked eyes on them. Goblins were sprawled on the ground, and one of them demanded to know why they were left there. They stared him down and they better move faster and help. No one would dare argue with him. He just stood there unmoving and the room fell quiet. Goblins streamed past and he couldn't help but think. He figured these monsters weren't even looking his way. Goblins closed in on Basil from every side and panic snapped through him as he blurted out, loud and shaky, What the heck are they waiting for? They should finish him right now. Those monsters started biting down on him and it hurt like hell. He blurted out, "What are they even doing?" And then he called out to Yuru and told him, "Come to me." They both turned to go. Run off as the demon shrieked in agony and begged. He commanded the goblins to clear out of his way, then stared them down, barked for them to stop, and demanded to know where they were sending him. He spun toward him and snapped that there was no reason for him to stay here a second longer. Instead of pestering him, he needed to worry about himself. Then he begged them to listen, but the goblins kept swarming in for the kill, and he let out a blood-curdling scream as pain tore through him. Then the two of them tore out of the mine, took a breather, and he called Iris to tell her, "That's the end." She lit him up with praise and asked how it went, and he just grimaced, saying it all ended with a nasty aftertaste. "So who is this Basil anyway?" She basically snapped. "You already figured it out. He's a tamer of demonic monsters. And yeah, the Emir mine was one of the Empire's key bases, and it was the kind of place where guys like him got thrown in because he never listened and he loved torturing people. So instead of swelling his ranks, he crushed them all down, while the Empire punished him for it. They punished him, yet they still kept using him until the moment he gunned down his own boss, the one giving the orders. After that, they had no choice but to ditch him. He snapped, "So I'm telling you, he even killed his allies." And she answered, cold as ice, "Basil is a demon. He had human traits and goblin instincts to match. He was an orphan from day one, yanked in and raised by a slave trader, and since goblins are the weakest among demonic monsters, they broke him with non-stop torture from the start. It was so brutal it twisted his whole personality, because a slave trader had planned to pawn him off to a rich aristocrat who was obsessed with monsters until the deal collapsed. He'd grown too massive and they couldn't keep him anymore, so he stayed unsold. The slave trader shipped him off to an imperial monster tamer, and when the tamer realized he was a fellow tamer, he handed over every hard-earned trick he knew. Boom. Skills passed, doors opened, and he got folded into the Empire's ranks as one of its own, first earning true recognition as a human when he became a monster tamer, but his own violent instincts sealed his fate, tossing him straight into the mirror mine, where the protagonist realized with a jolt that he'd called himself a human, and now it was obvious what was really hiding behind those words. Just from this story alone, he screams of a past so brutally tragic, but I'm still not willing to excuse what he did. And by the way, he dropped the name Gain, then she snapped back that he's one of the Empire's top leaders, a deadliest fighter around, the kind responsible for piling up bodies. Of the kingdom's soldiers, he even scared Basil so bad Basil thought he was done for, and he basically told them, that's the kind of guys the Empire is loaded with. So now, what's his next move? She said she could tell he wasn't just pretending, his interest felt real, and it showed instantly, but before they could even hit their next stop, he had to take a quick detour. After a while, they finally hit the right spot. Then he asked, and she meant one thing, going to another abandoned place. In the village, he swung down off Yuru's back, and a man saw him and blurted out, shocked, "Wait, is he an adventurer?" He froze in shock because out of nowhere he ran into people in this place. Then the man turned. He spun around and blared, "Help is here," and suddenly people started crawling out of hiding. He stared them down and asked, "So what the heck happened here?" The villagers rushed up to him and blurted that armed goblins had attacked them. Those freaks tore through the village barrier, and once they got in, they didn't just stop there, they destroyed the village. And then he smashed their food and weapons too, while they were cowering in the basement under the village chief's house. They sent He shot a plea for help straight to the Adventurers Guild, since he's one of them, right? The MC just apologized like, "I'm sorry." But nah, he isn't some nobody, he's an adventurer, he just happens to be passing through. As he moved on, they were fuming. Then he blurted out a loud, heartfelt apology, and warned that if they ran out of food and water, they'd find the rest right in his stash. Supplies piled up for everyone, so they grabbed what they needed, thanked him, and said that the goblins dumped the bodies straight into the well and they couldn't get a single sip from there, so he figured it out, and it hit him hard. It was obvious, so Iris grabbed his attention and told him to stock up on food and water right away. In water, he grabbed his supplies through subspace and said that he promised he'd take care of the handoff, so everybody line up right now. They should let him use healing magic to patch up every wounded soul. One of them blurted out, "Are you a healer mage?" And he shot back, "No doubt I'm a healer mage." Was a support mage. Then the moment they heard it, shock hit them and they blurted, "Wait, is he a support mage? And are these the poor souls stuck with that miserable profession?" An old man stomped up to them and boomed that they better not be rude to him. He was their savior, plain and simple. Then he smiled and told them everything's fine. You're right, it checks out, so no need to panic. He strode up to the wounded man and demanded. He begged, can I start healing now? But the villagers stared back like, wait, we need to know first, and asked. If everything would have been okay, he pushed that skill and his heal power surged and the man's leg snapped back into place in an instant. He had it stored, then everything hit him at once and he blurted, wait, doesn't that leg hurt? Hurt? He swallows his pride and apologizes, because he really did save him and he's genuinely grateful for it, his daughter B. He bowed and shouted that he saved them and she was so grateful you could feel it. Then he turned his gaze to. He scanned the scene and figured everyone had finally gotten their fair share of food and water. They finally wrapped up the last wound, and when it was all said and done, only about 20 people were still breathing. He demanded their full attention and warned them, loud and clear, that staying there wasn't safe at all. He brings it up, let's hit the neighboring village they already agreed on, and then he turns to everyone and asks straight up if there's a cart here. If you can, pick one that's built to haul a ton of people, yeah, the kind that can carry many, including him. They swallowed their pride and apologized, then admitted they only had a cart, no more, no less. He snapped his head to Yuru and said this would be in. Rado snapped him into place and ordered, I've got the reins, you'll pull the cart. Women, kids, and the elderly, get in now. He swallowed his apology, then told them, don't worry, I'll get the guys who can keep up to carry on by foot. He'd step into the chaos and smash every monster that dared to show up, so the people could finally thank him. He thanked him and said, since we've already made the call, we've got to start prepping right now. Everyone grabbed their stuff, piled into the cart, and geared up to bolt out the door. The village elder strode up with a tiny box in his hands and told him this is what he asked for, a token of their gratitude. He flashed 2 stones and swore he'd been saving them as backup, but then he realized that they were the disintegration stone and the barrier stone too. Sealed the box shut, then looked them in the eye and said with real gratitude, I accept, thank you. After a while, the man whipped around, blared, and shouted at the master adventurers, and yelled that they'd finally arrived, right there, village of Ethel. He stared at the gate and said, this is where it all. It is. Then the guard clocked them instantly and blared, are you? If they were living in the village of Athens. He swung the gate open, shouting that surviving was a blessing. Then he motioned them inside, saying they were finally clear to go in. Inside, they had to rush straight to the village elder, ready to report fast, then start scrambling for food and water later. They packed into the hall and the village elder's voice cracked as he warned them, this is the kind of misfortune you never see coming, so you're telling me those goblins everyone's been whispering about just came in and attacked them? The protagonist admitted it was exactly like that. By the time he showed up, the village was already in full-blown chaos. He somehow hauled the survivors with him, but he had no clue what was coming for them next. He promised their village would take them in, but the real problem was this: survivors like them kept coming in from other villages too. Villagers who'd been raided by armed goblins showed up here, and that threw everyone off. He pressed, asking if they really had that many refugees. He said he'd heard the village nearby got wiped out completely. In that same village, a protective wall of magical stones stands guard, pretty safe, but with refugee numbers climbing every day, their food supply keeps shrinking, so he marched straight to the royal army and demanded they exterminate the goblins. So they pushed to fix it fast. Then, for some reason, the reply came back. An investigation was already in motion and not a single soldier was sent their way. They also fired off a request to the Adventurers Guild, but nobody answered, and it's probably because the reward was too small. Stuff like this happens everywhere, and then the monsters kept piling up. Maybe those adventurers' boards are packed with requests from other villages, so he asked, can I check what the reward is? After the answer sank in, he figured it would take nothing less than 30 silver coins to keep an adventurer camped in the village for the long haul. He headed out expecting an unknown swarm of goblins to hit, and nobody knew when he'd ever come back. Besides, with refugees spilling in from other villages, food starts running thin. Honestly, even he would have had trouble getting enough if he. Under these conditions, it's just not worth it, so yeah, this place doesn't scream poor village at all, but no matter how hard he pushes, his strength still isn't enough to save the day. Help them all. He snapped into action, spun around and blurted, do you think that request I just sent? Told the Adventurers Guild that it can be cancelled. He's willing to sign off if he gets his money back, but he's not letting them keep the same conditions. He wants them changed. The village chief snapped that this place is broke. There's no way he can jack up the reward, not unless they've got something else to offer besides money. He couldn't finish at all. The MC cut in and promised he'd take his request as long as that condition was included. It was the only move that truly fortified the village, and he said the same thing. He'd already made his choice and he'd go through with it. He got it, but then I'm like, how is he even gonna pull that off? And he just said that. First, he demands they take him to the outskirts of the village, then They stormed out of the village, paced along the wall, and he snapped that it was falling apart. Damn near falling apart. The place was rough, but the scariest part was this: monsters weren't exactly everywhere, so only a few could even go after them. The repairs got shoved back, and he reached out to the wall. He stared at the wall and realized they didn't just have *1, there was a real defensive wall behind it. Armed goblins could smash right through that wall, maybe not instantly, but soon enough. With the right materials and true alchemy skill, he could fix this wall, so he spun around. He started pacing and said, I've got it, let's build a moat with a massive moat snapping at the wall. Getting into the village was gonna be a nightmare. Guards jolted in shock and blurted out loud, but somehow the whole area stayed dead silent. He actually dared to ask for something so impossible, like, how much time and effort did he think it would take to build a moat? The village chief said it sounded like a great idea, but they just didn't have the time or the muscle to build a moat big enough to ring the whole village. He insisted everything was fine, then dropped down onto the ground. He slammed his hands into the earth and called in the excavators to rip it open. And he spun around and demanded, what do they think he's doing? The guards went wide-eyed because he didn't just build something, he made a moat. In the blink of an eye, it hit like a shock too unreal to believe. The village chief, stunned out of his mind, waved him over and blurted that he never even knew he was a universal mage. The guard bowed hard and told Rado he was sorry for his harsh words. Rado just waved it off and said it was totally fine. Nothing to fret about, right? But the real question is, can they actually call in a couple of free people? They'd need backup to dig the moat even deeper. Then the guard bolted and he figured he could handle it himself. He just didn't want to burn through his magic power. Just to be safe later, a bunch of people started showing up to dig a ditch, so he looked. He scanned the area and a sharp thought hit him. This magic stone was guarded tight, so it wouldn't be that easy to tear it apart. They hammered the wall into place. After that, every last prep was finally finished. They were finally done. Then later they tore through the digging, finished the ditch, and the village chief declared, this will finally put the villagers at ease. He said he was absolutely certain this would happen, no doubts at all. He felt it instantly, then slammed his presence-tracking skill into action. And they couldn't shake the feeling someone was tracking them from a distance. It didn't feel like some random villager either. He had no idea who they were, and chasing them recklessly could blow up in his face, so he'd better stay on guard. The guard clocked the worry on his face and demanded to know what was wrong, but he snapped back and denied it. He demanded to know how many guards were stationed here, and the man straight up said there were around 20 armed guards, so if you tally up the villagers who have actually fought before, there are still around 25 people here, but in the end, only N. They've got enough weapons lined up for the guards, but right now, the trainees are stuck swinging around plain wooden sticks. The protagonist cut him off on the spot and demanded, so tell me, do you've got farming tools like hoses and sickles? Even a kitchen knife will do, the guard scoffed, claiming he doesn't think those odds and ends could ever be turned into a weapon against monsters. He said he'll carry this on his own, because right before the battle, they can't afford an ounce of cowardice. He orders every fighter and every tool prepped at once, and the guard dashes out. After that, they grabbed a bunch of tools, and he leaned in and said, he already had everything lined up and ready, so that's enough, right? He thanked him, then leaned in and said, this is perfect. He stormed over to the tools and kicked things off. They teamed up to master metal transformation and whipped their bodies into any shape they wanted. He took every single one of those tools and forged them into deadly weapons that they were so shocked by the sheer number of weapons that they straight up said, with this many weapons, you're about to be safe. He snapped, then yanked the guards in close, pointed hard to the side, and said that these villagers didn't get forced, they stepped into the fight of their own free will. Teach them how to do it. Then they all nodded and agreed. Read it, and a few days later, boom, so many people. A whole crowd of people was grinding hard, training with deadly weapons, and that's where our MC steps in. Z stared at the change and said they all looked way stronger now, and the guard nodded like, yep, the combat training's really paying off. He spun his gaze everywhere thinking, I've already pushed them farther than ever. In the moat, everything was so perfectly set that it meant the preparations had totally worked. Successful at night, he slipped out, climbed the wall, and the guards practically cheered, saying they were just so relieved he'd returned to night watch. Did he spot something strange? Nope, he shot that idea down fast, swearing he'd never seen anything like it, and then one of them. But something felt off to him, even though refugees from other villages showed up almost every single day. Not one goblin was anywhere to be found here today, and honestly, it had to be because of the protection he'd set up. The goblins stayed far off, too scared to even breathe near him, and he prayed that's what was happening, so he stepped right up and told them they needed to be. Guarded by the fact that goblins had already torn through nearby villages, he swore they'd surely come here next. Then he stared down with night vision, trying to make sense of what he'd find. From the lookout, he searched and still found zero suspicious people. Then Yuru started barking like crazy, and the guards snapped. Howard said it looked like he'd slipped out of the barn again, something that absolutely shocked him. So he begged for forgiveness, swore he'd bring him back immediately. He stormed right up to him, then the guards snapped their heads over and demanded, "So, do you not feel?" He couldn't stand being stuck in that horse barn because, surprise, he was a dog. Rato started petting him and told him, "Come on, we're heading back." As they turned their backs on the guards, he leaned in and told them he was. He thanked him from the bottom of his heart for that warning. Then they reached the building and he told him to stay put right there. He'd come running the moment anything suspicious showed up. The headman was hunched in his room, staring at that letter with worry crawling across his face. He squared his face, stepped into the room, and declared he already knew. He snapped around to face him and barked, "Where did you come from?" He yanked a dagger free and slammed it toward him, pointing it like a threat. Saying, "Don't make a scene," he snatched. He yanked the letter out of his hands, tore it open, and muttered that it was from the Empire. The Empire cracked. Turns out he was the traitor the whole time. He finally snapped and demanded, "What do you mean by calling me a traitor?" He stared at the letter and demanded, "This letter is from the Imp." "Imperials, huh? So you're telling me he was really part of that organization?" He shouted that it wasn't like that at all, he had nothing to do with them, and then he pressed his point with a serious, no-nonsense tone. "So tell me, who did he think he was to keep in touch with them?" He couldn't help but feel a little kinda weird, like was he seriously really about to? So in a mess like that, why would his request for the adventure even make sense? Guild laid down razor-sharp rules, then he started asking questions all over the village. "He's the one who filed the request, right?" The village chief shouted it at the top of his lungs, and then he said he was. Cornered and out of options, he obeyed their orders because the only thing that mattered was saving everyone in the village. He stared at him and thought, like clockwork, Iris was right. Then the memory hit him hard as he reached back and remembered. He remembered calling her earlier, telling her something was tearing at him, and the village chief's demands, plus that request for adventurers, felt downright brutal. She said he never let her down. Honestly, that hit hard. Then she dropped the bomb. The village chief was tied to the ancient empire, and it explained everything. He froze with shock and blurted out what she meant, because in his head they were supposed to join forces and dig straight to the truth. They hit the bottom of the truth and gathered hard proof, then they decided to tail the vile ones. The village chief moved like he was just helping with defense, while everyone missed what he was really doing. The village chief never left anyone's side, and getting anywhere near him felt downright impossible. So he turned to Yuru and begged for help. His own sleeping stable sat right next to the village chief's house. So he nodded to the request and shadowed him, warning him that if he wasn't a traitor, he needs to spill everything. He said it with a worried look, like about a month ago. Their henchmen charged in, and right when he was cornered, he snapped his sword up and aimed it at them. He leaned in and told him that in no time at all, a pack of goblins would come crashing down on the village nearby. Refugees kept pouring into this village, and his job was to keep reporting every time they gathered. Refugees, so that's why. The protagonist demanded answers, and the village chief barked out the truth loud as thunder that he'd somehow find out more for himself, yet he had no choice but to. Believe it or not, just a few days later, refugees finally showed up. He arrived, and strangely, nobody attacked the village. So wait, didn't he ask for help? He told us the servant they sent to beg the royal army for help vanished, and never came back. Next day, boom, his horse was poisoned, and a warning letter dropped into his hands like a threat from the shadows. It felt like eyes were on him the entire time, right as he handed in his request to the Adventurers Guild and the store. The royal army refused to help me story was a total lie he cooked up. Then he begged them to listen, admitted he'd messed up badly. He had to get it through his head everything he did was for the village's survival. He stared right at him and snapped, "This won't fix it." They scramble to solve it, but the real question hits harder. How much food do they have left? With the refugees flooding in, the supplies are nearly wiped out. "All right," he nodded and told her, "Don't stress, they're done watching you now." He snapped in surprise, blurted out where he found that kind of confidence, and shoved a letter into his hands. He shoved the letter in front of me and swore the Imperials were coming to slaughter every last villager. The village chief grabbed the scroll and started reading it, right away, since the villagers would be there tomorrow. Demanded what the hell this was, then he snapped back that he'd caught it. He spotted a shady guy loitering outside the village, and in his hands was this letter. He was probably the one spying on him, and the letter slammed the truth. The village food stores were running dry. It kept. Then said there was a crack in the southern wall, and that news hit the village chief like a punch, leaving him even more terrified and racing to figure out what to do next. He said this loophole showed up the moment the goblins started raiding the village, so the villagers could slip away if things turned ugly. They said the loophole could be used to strike back here, and once that talk started, they never planned to keep their promise anyway. MC nodded along and said, "Look, this letter's got them written all over it. Those goblins are rolling in to raid this village tomorrow night." He slammed his fist into the floor in pure fury and shouted, "Freaks!" at him. What did he do next? He stared him down and declared that from the very start, they never planned to leave a single soul alive. If a refuge like this village exists, everyone will flock here sooner or later. By the time it's over, you'll slaughter every last person who ends up inside. The ancient empire is about to hit the kingdom with a massive, deafening message, so you've got to warn the villagers. Time's running out, everyone needs to gear up right now, because the goblin attack is about to hit. Later, he realized that when the secret finally surfaced, it left everyone completely baffled at first. The village chief didn't lift a finger for the ancient empire, he just sat there filing reports about refugees who came to the village, and that was it. And he didn't ditch them, he fought for them, gave them shelter, and he also tried. He tried to reach out to the kingdom's army for help, even while watchers kept him locked under surveillance. With everything spiraling like this, they pushed his punishment back, then the crowd gathered, filling the... In the hall, Rachel snapped for everyone's attention, "Tomorrow night hour." Goblins with weapons burst into the village through the walls opening, leaving everyone stunned at the sudden attack. And the guards barked at them to calm down, because they were fully geared and ready to throw down at any second. If they made it through that hole, why wouldn't they seal it back up, unless it was never meant to be shut? He denied it and said. They said we had to rush in and catch those goblins sneaking through the hole before they could vanish. They had to sit through his plan the very next night. The Imperials and goblins packed into the village, crowding together like trouble with a heartbeat. From a distance, he watched it all unfold and demanded to know what was happening. Then he heard the worst: Basil was dead. Maybe they weren't wrong. To stay together as a safety move, but wait, there wasn't a moat here a week ago, right? Didn't he read that? That dumb report says some unhinged adventurer tricked the villagers into building a moat, and get this, he's only a low-ranking support mage. There was no reason to fear him. Seriously, he was the worst mage alive, still clueless, unable to even learn an offensive spell. Magic was all around, and now the real question hit hard. What do they do next? He figured these obstacles would crumble in minutes. Turns out this note went way deeper than he ever expected. They were just going to use that sneaky loophole from the report. There's just no way 20 guards can't possibly keep a village that big safe, especially if they might. If they can creep close, pull the loophole, and slip in without anyone noticing, then the job's over for sure. You can count. He'll handle it himself, making sure those huge freaks stay in line. Yeah, he agrees, but he knows he's got to play it smart. You can never be too vigilant, so one of them darted to the village while the other Imperial stayed right where he was, locked in place. He may be a nutcase, but it's still wild to think this crazy headman was so obsessed with beefing up the defenses. He forced them into a bunch of pointless work and told them if anything happens, it'll be because of goblins and him. The monster tamer are gonna clear everything without breaking a sweat. Just you wait. After a while, the Imperial Nagablins crawled up to the wall on a raft, convinced the defenses could always be pushed even harder. But it looks like they still can't scrape together enough men. No guard in sight at all, so they slipped to a hole in the wall, and he shot the question, did that? What an idiot. He really thinks if he covers it up, the whole passage will somehow vanish. Goblins ripped the boards off the wall like paper, and he muttered that cracking through them was going to be brutal. The huge goblins can cram through. So yeah, there was no choice, they had to start with the little ones first. The goblins slipped through the hole, one by one, like they'd been waiting for the moment to strike. He caught a weird scent and immediately realized something was off. Realized it was oil, then blurted it out loud. He shouted that it was a trap. Right then, at that exact moment, the cave erupts into flames and the goblins shriek in terror. He screamed at the top of his lungs, writhing in pure agony. The guards stormed up onto the wall and shouted at the top of their lungs. Because it was already too late, he stared at them, and in that instant he saw that they kept nailing arrow after arrow, aiming their bows with deadly focus. Some people stormed down the stairs toward them and burst into laughter. He bellowed, demanding how they could possibly dare to strike their village. They couldn't let them slip away. Then the Imperial was hit with pure shock. He blurted all that and then slammed the question out loud. What is this? The villagers screamed in unison that not a single one of them could ever break free. And it had to be killed, so they launched straight into the fight, charging the goblins and striking at them with boisterous shouts tore through the air. Then the villagers finally landed the blow, and shock hit them the second they realized they'd actually killed them. To wipe out the goblins, so the protagonist straight up said if they kept up with his training, they could pull off the win, then unleash traps to finish it. When their heads are spinning, strike right now, use the confusion against them. The Imperial barked, cover me and sprint, get me out of here. The guard barked, do you really think you can slip out and escape? They weren't scared of him, they just had to lock their aim on him so the goblins couldn't move, and the Imperial instantly panicked. And he slipped behind the goblin, disappearing into its shadow. Goblins pelted them with stones, shouting at the top of their lungs that this was their village and he couldn't stay, he had to leave. They'd fight to the death to keep this place standing. He spat out a curse and he hurled insults at them while they were slaughtering the goblins all around him. He swallowed hard, panic crashing over him, and pleaded, begging them to forgive him. The moment the goblin went down, its dead body crashed onto him. He shot a brutal scream of pain, like it ripped straight out of him. Pain exploded through him, then everything went black as he lost consciousness. And the villagers erupted into cheers because they finally pulled it off. They managed to defend the village right in the middle of it all. The second Imperial wore a sour scowl and muttered that there'd been nothing heard from. Shu raced toward the village, but no matter what happened, it was already too late. At first, he was about to sprint after that signal from him until something stopped him. Something went haywire, he felt it in his bones and couldn't help but wonder what the hell was happening. He blared out that they had to haul ass and get the hell out of here, right now. Sprinted even faster, then he messed up. Did they catch him? He dove in. Right in front of him, he tore into that goblin, then bolted away. He barked loud as a siren, what happened? Then he crumpled to the ground because of it all. The MC snapped and admitted he'd been caught. The Imperial jerked his head up, locked eyes with him, and demanded, so who the hell are you? He stared him down and shot back, and told him, no need to panic, take your time. The villagers already took care of his tamer friend. He swore he was still the same pitiful, failed adventurer. He kept his mouth shut, not a word spilled. Charged the goblin swinging his sword, and then slammed the helmet splitter to finish it. Skill panic crashed over him, he couldn't stop thinking about what happened. He spun back toward the goblins, exploded into cheers, and shouted that they needed to strike right now. Many goblins swarmed him and he shot his hand up and blasted the fire spear spell. Uru wiped out the goblins too, and he's still going. And he said, yeah, I tried my best too. Then he spun around and added, because now he was finally alone, and when he realized it, surprise hit him like a punch. That he was nowhere to be seen, so he called him and demanded to know if he'd missed him too, because the Imperial was crouched behind his back, ready to spring. And thought he was a total idiot, because with the assassin skills you can vanish in the shadows and slip by unnoticed, even by Rado. The monster tamer looked right at the situation and muttered, did he run to help his friend? They should sprint back to the village right now. And the Imperial yanked out a dagger was inches from his back, and it was moments away from striking. He whipped around and slashed his sword straight into him. And he blurted that it was totally unexpected. Then it all hit so hard that he got tossed aside. His back slammed into the tree, and he demanded how he even found him. Then the guy stepped up and said he probably had to thank the tracking skill he picked up without even realizing it while he was stuck in that F***K. In the forest, he seized him, tied him up tight, and shouted for Iris. And he declared he was done, because in the end he'd taken out 3 monsters. Monster tamers. She threw him a grateful smile for all his hard work, then told him there were 2 more left. They should have headed straight back to the Adventurers Guild. She just knew he'd get a reward and level up with a shiny new rank. For all his effort, he said that would be nice. So, does she think those two even know where the Imperials are? She said. They said that was crazy talk, these were just puppets, and nobody in their right mind would trust them with. With no important details left except one of the last things on the list is called *gain*. He's the one yanking all the strings. He even said Basil brought him up. So tell me, what's Eiffel's village going to face next? And she told us straight up, the village had no one left who could step in and mess with us. And he finally forged contact with the other settlement. From this moment on, nobody's getting hurt, everyone's finally safe. And help is coming fast, right on time. He asked, so what do I do when I get back to the city? She told him he could talk it out with the guild and then hand over the captured tamers, let the guild handle the rest. It's over just like that, and shock hit him hard as he blurted his question at the top of his lungs. Didn't they at least pay attention to the other tamers too? She insisted everything ran smooth this time. But when 3 tamers vanish without a trace, the ancient empire goes full alert. He dragged way too much attention in the village, and the ancient empire is about to find out that he exists. So she decides to hand it all over to the guilds from now on, then they can finally crawl back into normal life. He frowned at the whole thing, thinking, am I actually able to solve this myself? Then she said that he crushed 3 monster tamers terrorizing the locals, and honestly, he'd earned every bit of it through sheer hard work. So yeah, let someone else handle the rest. He didn't set out to gain experience in the bad, he was chasing something bigger. Battles, he finally agreed with her after a while, or he rushed back to the village, and the villagers threw their thanks at him, praising the fact that he saved their people. If their village was saved because of him, they'd never forget his mercy. He told them not to fret, he was just out here doing his job as an adventurer, and the guards snapped back that he shouldn't be so modest. He even told them, thanks for the cart, I'm genuinely grateful for it. He leaned in and asked, are you really sure you only want that cart as a thank you? He spotted the village elder, and the guard leaned in to tell him not to stress, nothing was going to happen. The village elder actually stepped up and helped the refugees. It didn't make things worse because if anything ever went down, he could step in and handle it. To them, he wasn't sure they could help, but he knew they'd go all in for him, no matter what. The protagonist turned toward the cart, told them he hoped nothing but the best, and then left. He started marching out with the tied-up tamers, and the villagers poured out their gratitude. He thanked him, then after a while, he finally rolled up to the city of Luno. He stormed into the guild building, blurted out that he was sorry, then grabbed the criminals and handed them over right there, exactly as the worker demanded. Told him to hold up while they sifted through his request, and the adventurers stared out and checked in. He froze in shock at the crew he hauled in, then said, these are the Imperials, wanted with bounties on their heads. He's the only one with an F rank, right? How did he even end up like that? Then she returned, snapped out an apology for keeping him waiting, and said the guild master was waiting on him. He bolted into the office. And Ball said he always ends up in trouble. Then he laughed and admitted he was really that **. She jumped up off the couch, then looked him in the eye and said he finally did a great job. Snatching those guys from the ancient empire is a massive, earth-shaking win. Deal done, she whipped a tiny bag into his hands, and he snatched it out of the air and demanded, what is this? And she answered. She said the bag held the bounty, meant for the 2 he dragged in. Turned out they'd been stuck at the bottom of the old empire, but she was dead sure they were tied to the fresh goblin attacks, and delivering them to the kingdom could score everyone huge rewards. With a huge smile on his face, he asked her if she could raise his rank a little. She yanked open the drawer, grabbed what she needed, and he declared loud and clear that it was an E-rank guild. Guild card in hand, he lit up like a sunrise and thanked her with all his heart. She leaned in and told him today was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of day. It's almost unheard of an adventurer who's been at it for under a month rarely, if ever, manages to level up and climb ranks. Rank without taking the exam next time he's going to crush that exam. His mouth is already set to blurt out something about the Emir mine. And she told him she'd read his report, every detail on the goblin corpses they stumbled on and the fight with the demon. And an investigator was already on the move, but this investigation was going to chew up time, and then it hit, there was this chilling chance the ancient empire had already wiped out the evidence, so why the hell was he even going? So yeah, it was that kind of place, but was he actually tempted by hunting Mithril? He admitted it, he agreed. He reached into the moment, handed her the drawing, and then he said it was a sketch of the demon he'd seen. She stared at it and said, that's Basil, the so-called tamer, and then there was And yeah, there was a reward coming for him too. In her eyes, he wasn't a demon at all, he was the beast. So he leaned in and asked, "Wait, what about me? Do I get one too?" She nodded and promised a reward so big it hit 10 gold coins, but then she said she'd heard he'd already been caught a few years back. And as a death row prisoner, she told the prison city she'd need to double-check later. Then he snapped, 10 coins, that's a complete waste. She didn't hear him and asked if he'd said something, but he denied it. Then she pressed, "So what happens next?" And she admitted she didn't even know. No, she had to hand the rest over to the kingdom, and if fate didn't give them mercy, death was probably waiting right around the corner. Death penalty, and it would hit like justice, because if they had any useful info, they'd better spill it before it's too late. They could have just dumped them straight into prison because the whole situation smelled fishy, yet they still went on acting alone. In the future, the kingdom's safety was hanging by a kept getting stronger and stronger. Then the MC cut in and said, "Wait, there's more." That thought kept clawing at him, so he had to ask, "Does she know a guy named Gain?" She gasped in shock and blurted out, loud and clear, "What did you just said?" And boom, everyone froze because the moment they did, it shocked everyone into silence. They heard a loud bang, then she slammed her hand into the wall. The wall loomed beside him as he asked, dead serious, "How did you even know that name, and what else did you know about him?" He was terrified, and he blurted out that the tamer he grabbed kept muttering that name under his breath. She took a deep breath, finally cooled off, turned to go, and muttered that. But from this point on, this story stops being about some E-rank adventurer. He should hand the rest to them and get to live the life, no fanfare, just an ordinary adventurer's days. She stormed out of the office, face set like stone, and couldn't help wondering, was he mixed up in all of this too? That freak ripped something priceless from her, then, like a flashbang, memories of her childhood came crashing back. When her parents snapped, "Hide now," she didn't hesitate and stayed out of sight. She stood there with a shaky ball in her hands, looking panicked, and she blurted out loud, "Come out." She ran to her mom and dad, and then they shut the basement door and locked her inside. But through a tiny crack, she peered out and caught exactly what was going on. He stepped outside and couldn't stop thinking about what that. And that very day, she finally locked eyes with him for the first time. She swore revenge on the world, so she picked up her gear and became an adventurer to avenge her parents. When she finally grew up, she asked the question straight to the world. They know they don't have to chase after her, right? The adventurers leaned in and demanded, "What does she mean? Because the next thing you know, she's about to clash with her enemy, right?" She basically said, "What if something happens to me before the wedding, and they'll step in and handle it?" Get them covered, these people are comrades, no doubt about it. Her heart got hit hard and she was genuinely moved. Moved by what they said, then they met Gain and most of her just. Her comrades were being cut down and he stepped in front of her, blade raised, snapping that his sword was too weak and way too boring. The moment had come to finish it. He turned to her, said goodbye and walked away. But then someone from her team shouted at her at the top of their lungs and said, and warned her to stay sharp. Then he stepped right in between them like a shield. He grabbed him and slashed him down with his sword. With a calm face, he said it was a shame he'd blocked his way. Then she snapped in shock. Reeling from what just happened, he suddenly remembered, earlier he'd asked for this exact moment, that if they dealt with him, she'd be forced to marry him, because she was absolutely. She was mortified by it, but the moment she realized it was him, she shrugged it off like it didn't bother her one bit. Right now, rage was blasting through her, she was furious about. He yanked her sword like it was calling to her, and landed a brutal, earth-shaking blow. They both carved wounds into each other's faces. He laughed, then leaned in and said that. She actually pulled it off after all, so cute it almost made me squeal. What a shame, he never even got the chance to play with her. He leaned in a bit more, then he dipped out, so she followed him. He blasted out a furious command, screaming at him to stop. Rage surged through her, she thought he'd take the win today, but the next time she'd end him for good. Right now, Rado called Iris and demanded, "Why is Ball freaking out?" And Iris said. She snapped that she should have warned him sooner, and that he never should have thrown Gain's name into a conversation with him. With her, he pressed, "What do you mean?" She shot back, "We don't even know each other, but we're not close either." Their romance is hiding a trail of brutal murders, buried deep in their bond. He asked if that made them enemies. She snapped back that it all started 2 decades ago, and then he struck down her. Their parents, then the moment she became an adventurer, fate slammed them back together. And in the end, it crushed her, killing her comrades and the one she loved, all for her. Gain is the one behind every death, especially the people who matter most to her. So tell me, did he even hit that source topic? She nodded and said, "Okay, but if we do?" She did nothing, no choice, no plan, like death was already waiting for her, and soon she'd quit the Adventurers Guild for good and start running solo. She'd go solo, track him down, and try to kill him herself, until the moment she walked into a trap, and that was it, she died. Still, the wounds were gonna take his life. He shouted, "Can you stop this?" She swallowed hard and said it with a scared look. Without his help, both of them were doomed to die. But if he steps in, it could blow everything up. He shot her a look and asked what she meant, like, seriously, the future was wide open for everyone, but why did it feel like she'd shut it on him? She told him again, like she'd already said, that if he'd been born in this world, she'd see everything right up until the truth hit. His future was tied to a soul that had been his from the very start. A strange power from another world is buried inside her, yet she can't even read the future for the people around her. He's tied to her fate, so if he steps in to help, he has no idea what's going to happen next. Without his help right now, both of them are dead for sure. No way they're surviving this. But if he steps in, she just might get saved. But here's the twist, Gain might actually pull through. Or they'd both kill him too, dragging him down with them, because that whole development was basically a death sentence. Development can't be denied. He leaned in and demanded, "Does this?" But now she can't hit him with the same advice anymore. She told him she could pinpoint exactly where they both were right now and what they were doing. And what came next was a total mystery to her, because for her, she was just standing in the dark, not knowing what fate would choose. She didn't want any part in this mess, so what were they supposed to do? He plucked. He clenched his resolve and blurted out that he wanted to help Ball. She sounded totally sure, like there wasn't even a single doubt in her mind. He admitted he'd apologized for his recklessness, but the truth was brutal. His involvement could rewrite her entire future. In the future, before she even gets pulled into it, does she have any clue what she'll do next? She nodded and swore she knew right this second, before he finally launched into the full-scale attack. He begged her to explain, and she snapped back that in 5 days she'd track down Gaines. Get out and go there alone. Once she steps in, she'll wipe out his minions to the last one. Before she even got the chance to fight him, a poisoned arrow would slam into her. Her body would turn numb and the attacks would come crashing back. She'd burn through the last of her strength, landing hit after hit meant to kill. But the poison would end her life, so he pushed that they had to move fast and get ahead of her. Iris told her this was gonna be brutal, but he was a razor-sharp swordsman, and they'd better pull it off before the fight even starts. Outclassing even an A-rank adventurer with raw skill, then the protagonist turns to him and asks, "So why not just settle this head-on?" She said that right now, in his condition, beating him in a fight was basically impossible. If he didn't move within the next 5 days, Ball would be dead. Another way to save her, besides going full combat, was to find some way to get her on board, somehow convince her. Or stop their showdown at any cost. Then he demanded, "How long until it happens?" Take to reach his location. She told him that if he rode on Euro, he could reach it in roughly half a day, which meant he'd have around 4 full days to do whatever he wanted. No limits, no restraints. He asked if he really had to master an excellent swordsman's level in just 4 days to win, and honestly, that sounded brutal. She told him that no matter how hard he trained with that sword, he still wouldn't be able to. He closed the level gap in just 4 days, and then he demanded, "So how do I win?" She answered that. So yeah, he had to fight a whole different way, and luckily, Dane was locked into just 2 things, swordsman and fighter, so yeah, that's all he really was. He couldn't use magic at all, and that sounded like a death sentence until he realized he'd be the one with the upper hand. Now he had to transfer the battle to a plane where the swordsman's skills would lose their edge, and his. Then he realized this could swing things in his favor, so he pressed the question, should he clash using magic? Magic got shut down. Elris snapped that it wasn't the whole story, and told him to stop overthinking and just use magic as one of his weapons in the fight. Just use a sword and magic together, simple as that, because he said this tactic could work if it really holds up. If they could pull it off, they'd finally have a shot at beating him. She said it all comes down to him. He thought, "I'm done for, I can't win like this." With a fierce, determined look, he demanded she tell him exactly how he should train. Later in the Emir mine, a bunch of guards stormed inside and insisted there was nothing strange about the armed goblins. Then they ripped up every trace of the ancient empire and ordered everyone to turn around and report back. Their eyes snapped to the games lined up by the stone, and they wrongly took him for a kid. One of them stepped up to him and promised, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay, I'll help you." He jokingly thanked her, then said. He lunged forward and drove his sword straight into her. He sprinted through the chaos and wiped out the whole group. A crew of knights charged in, and with one brutal strike he dropped them all just like that. With a grin as wide as the sky, he practically promised himself his love would show up any minute. After what felt like forever, MC finally tore through the last stretch and stumbled into the abandoned village of F. Boss snapped the Flameblade spell into action and unleashed a brutal, earth-shaking wave. A roaring wave of fire swallowed the scene, erased that empty house from sight, and then whispered that he said it was straight up amazing. Turning it into something he could control felt way easier than it should have. Sealed inside a fire bullet, then the fire and wind magic surged together. It all clicks together. Somehow he cracks a brand new skill, and now he has to go for it. He tried something else. Turns out he wasn't just lost in an abandoned village. He was grinding every day, training hard for the day he could finally take down Gain. He's stuck with a weak profession, and he can't even cast the kind of offensive magic that would actually wreck someone. Like a regular mage, he unleashes bombardment magic, going all in just like that. He's got nothing but a support mage's auxiliary magic and basic elemental spells anyone can grab, so he devours every lesson he's picked up so far, then decides to mash it all together and craft a brand new combination magic spell. Magic, if he wants to survive the fight, he has to crank up the amount he can unleash in battle as high as it possibly goes. He stood up and declared, "It's time, we've got to use an ice and earth block now." He forged a sword and blurted, "I've got a feeling, what if I could somehow fuse it with the ice sword? Gravity blade sword, so would he land something just like the Gain sword?" He figured that if he infused the ice sword with gravity, it would unleash a way stronger attack than before, something that hands him the upper hand in every fight. Suddenly, the sword in his grip snapped in half, and he admitted he'd made a mistake, like he truly believed the hardness was something he couldn't handle. The ice sword is so weak that the moment gravity hits, it snaps and shatters. So it means the gravity blade is basically useless against a weapon that doesn't have it, plain and simple. Turns out if you don't have high magic resistance, your weapon can only be pushed so far. There's a hard limit to how strong you can make it. He snapped with an idea and blurted, "So if he can't use a weapon, then maybe he needs to." He pushed himself harder because most magicians crank up their spells with magic stones, and that's exactly what he had to do too. She called Iris and grilled him. Was he planning to use magic stones to power up his magic? So she told him to use a magical tool called, they call it a magic bracelet. He just has to slip it onto his hand, and that's that. No drama with the staff at all. He pressed her for a place to buy it, and she told him exactly where. He told me that since he'd agreed to the bracelet, he'd found a way to get one, without having to go back for it. She barreled toward the city, and in her mind, she already knew exactly where that bracelet could be found. Meanwhile, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go wrong. Harry told them he had a gut-wrenching bad feeling about something, and sure enough, after a bit, he landed right where he needed to be. He said this was the forest they used to call home, and when they looked around, there wasn't a demon anywhere in sight. Wait, were they even here? Right then he spotted Lenator. He pushed the door open and swore she hadn't noticed it one bit. She'd said earlier that the Minotaur had a magic bracelet, and this demon. The demon who slaughtered Yoru's parents and then tore apart his mistress too. He froze in shock and blurted, "It's not a monster. But this demon, he had to kill it and snatch the bracelet," yet she denied him. He shot it down and swore that if he ever stepped into a fight, he'd barely walk away unscathed. Armed, Wuru began to growl, like he was about to unleash every answer the moment he understood. Rito shot a worried glance, and he could feel the whole atmosphere tightening like a wire. The main character yanked the bracelet off its horn and sent it crashing onto the ground. Right there on the ground, he snatched it up, and the Minotaur started to back away, like it was suddenly retreating. He blinked in shock and blurted, "Wait, why so?" Iris leaned in and said it was simple. He came back and handed the souvenir to him, and she swore the Minotaur of this forest had a truly noble heart. Like a true warrior, he even wears pieces of armor from foes he's crushed, honoring every challenger who dared him, and the Minotaur must have remembered. He remembered who he owed and handed back what belonged to his mistress, because he refuses to touch anyone he thinks is weaker than him. Then he told them, "I just gave it to you," like that was the whole story. "So does that mean he thinks they're weak?" She nodded and said Yoru never attacked him because deep down he instantly knew the Minotaur was stronger. He handed him the bracelet, then stared at it like it meant everything, and demanded to know if it really mattered to him. Like a ghost of the past, right? Could he even use it as he recalled his mistress? Nodding in agreement, he leaned in, thanked him, and then snapped the brace into place. They stared at the bracelet and swore it was pure magic, an ace tool for boosting your power, and to use it, you had to snap a magic stone into the recess. He told us since Yuru can't stand the decay stone aisle. He was determined to hook up a barrier stone, but how was he even going to activate it? That's when he finally started to figure it out. She shot a quick mental call to Iris and said, with the barrier stone you've got to press your fingertips right onto the pattern, and then cast the SH. The shield spell, then the protagonist snapped into action and followed a magical shield like a guide sent from another world, materialized right in front of him. And he blurts out in shock like, wait, to get it working, you've got to touch it, and in the middle of battle, that's insanely hard. He closed in on him and with a confused look warned him not to lick it, because it wasn't jelly. He figured this magical tool wasn't as easy to use as they said until. But this thing shuts down physical attacks, so it all comes down to how you wield it. Still, you've got 3 days. He has to do everything he possibly can to get stronger. Right now, no excuses. When the dust settled, Gain sat beside the fallen knights and said it was downright heartbreaking. Sad, they should have understood each other from the start, but somehow it spiraled into this, and I can't even believe we're here. Come here, do you think so too? Right beside him, tucked behind the stone, an unknown girl stood there and called him a worthless person. He leaned in and asked her, so you still can't read what I'm thinking? She snapped that she doesn't care about his thoughts, she's about to drop a report, so tell me what happens to him. Well, he couldn't believe it, someone in the neighborhood finally found out. He set on welcoming his guest, right alongside his whole family. He said, so you're telling me they're servants, right? He spun around, wearing pure displeasure like a slap. She stared him down and asked, in a deadly voice, what she'd said. He swung his sword hard, then slammed the bat of. It tore straight through the rock she was hiding behind. And somehow she busted free, because even if she doesn't understand any of it, she still got out. As a vampire, he can't wait to finally meet the girl who carved this unforgettable wound into him, the blood of someone whose life. The one who dares to swear revenge is the kind of meal that becomes his favorite, because for him, it only gets better the longer it simmers. And soon it'll be right there for him, like he can't wait another second for what's coming. After a while, MC whipped out the charged blade and let it rip. Blade's skill lit the air and he slammed in a brutally crushing blow. He gave that thoughtful look like, yeah, this skill is deadly, but if the opponent's fast enough, it'll put him in real danger. He managed to dodge just in time, and that's exactly why it's got the same Achilles heel as the martial arts spin. He realized that this move is all about spinning to strike, and every extra rotation cranks up the speed and the damage. But once he starts stacking that power, he won't have defense or evasion left when the charged blade finally drops. Then he blasts it out fast, way quicker than any spinning move. Spinning messes everything up, his durability and attack power get crushed, and right then he hit on a plan. He called Yuru and told him to back off or else he's about to get hit. This is just a tiny experiment. He lifted his sword, stared straight ahead, and knew his next move would turn the blade into something charged. Bursting into maximum speed from the very first second, then spinning hard, power climbing higher and higher as it goes. With every brutal swing of the sword, it all clicks. Combine these two martial arts and you've got a skill that hits like a truck. Skill, the strain on his body will double, unless that magic bracelet somehow steps in. And once he kicks on body enhancement, he'll finally be able to. He gritted through it and fired off both moves at once. He realized the pain hitting his body was way worse than he'd ever imagined. You could totally see it coming. Because of that, he lost his balance and crashed the drop. He let the sword drop and it clattered to the ground. Then he snapped upright and growled that it's still brutally hard to act. Activate two martial arts at the same time, just don't think that means it's impossible. He clocked Buru's worry in an instant, then told him loud and clear, I'm fine. He'd have to push himself like crazy, he just knew he couldn't win without it because he was about to face a skilled fighter. The swordsman was deadly with his blade, but he still needed smart, magic-powered tactics to win. He snapped up to his feet and kept pounding away, trying to fire off those two skills again. He tried to pull off those skills at the same time over and over, but he kept crashing again and again. Again and again, Reito shot a glance at the worried Yuru and told him, I'm fine. It even felt like he was finally turning a corner, like he was getting better, and he couldn't help thinking that maybe one reason why was this. He dropped the sword because his grip was just too weak, so from now on, he's gotta train that strength too. He won't stop until he finally lands the win, no matter how many tries it takes. After countless failed tries, he shoved himself back up and blurted that he had even more. He'd finally gotten used to the grind, but it still wasn't cutting it. He pushed himself and delivered a He slammed a brutal sword strike, and the system logged it. He got the word that their combined combat skill, Wing Swing, was finally mastered. He grinned at it, eyes sparkling, and said, "Yep, I did it." He did it, then he crumpled to the ground and shouted that he finally fused his combat skills into a brand new. Now that new skill finally works, he should test the rest, because right after that the helmet splits open. Splitter grip tight, charged blade ready. Wait, first he has to catch his breath. With a grim look on his face, he muttered that there were still 2 days left. With only days left on the clock, he'd already be forging a brand new skill by then. After a while he finally reached the mountains, looked around and demanded, "So, Gain is here." The way fate dragged him back again felt downright unreal. Iris said it looks like he already cracked the truth about the ball, and with his subordinates backing him up, he's trying to lure her straight into his hands. Right now it's just him around, no one else in sight. This is the perfect moment to throw down. He just said he's wondering if he can actually win. She fired back, telling me, "It's not over yet, there's still time to change his mind." He laughed, claiming it was a perfect joke, and she shot back, "So, is he ready, and did he actually remember every single thing she told him?" The protagonist nodded, agreed on the spot, and said he was totally ready. He kept moving, convinced he didn't just know how to swing a sword, he knew even more than that, and he told himself. And yeah, his whole past, it screams one thing: he's a vampire. For his part, he finally cracked the new skills he'd been chasing, and for today, he pushed himself as far as humanly possible. He refused to let the ball die, never, not in a million years, so he charged along the path, scanning every inch like he was hunting for it, looking. He scanned the area and blurted out that the whole atmosphere felt different from the last time. He begged Yoru to stay here, but before the words even landed, he slammed him with his. His paw slammed down and a deep growl rumbled out. Then he asked, like, "Come with me," if only he would. If danger shows up, he needs to bolt right now and don't look back. After a little more walking, he stumbled on a gruesome scene, so many corpses piled there. After the brawl with Gain, he spun around, scanning everything, and his mind started to race like. Yeah, naturally, he'd already heard what he was capable of. But still, this was more than anyone could handle. At that exact moment, he stepped up behind me. He caught him, greeted him, and then, without wasting a second, he immediately started to. And spun around, frantically scanning for him, until he just stopped. He stops right beside him and blurts out, "So who were they?" They were right here, and MC had the answer for what they wanted, so he called him. He called him by name and declared he'd come to fight. Fight him? He just chuckled like it was nothing, and then he said that it. Turns out he already knew exactly who I was, which meant he wasn't just some run-of-the-mill adventurer. He was sharp enough to spot a. He spotted a white wolf by his side and blurted out, "Is there any?" No one had made it, so he reached for his sword, drawing it with pure resolve. He yanked the sword free and swore that if they crossed that line, he'd end them himself, death by his own hand. He grabbed it, panic hit hard, and without wasting a second, he fired off a fire bullet. Bullet spell, he dodged the blast and snapped that it was. And honestly, it was pure magic, like unreal, the kind that blows your mind. Magic, he fired back a grateful nod and thanked him for the compliment. He threw out the compliment, and right after that, he moved instantly. He snapped off the Flameblade spell right away, dodged the blow, slammed down beside him, and that was the end. He died. She slid beside him and demanded, "Why are you spinning your head like that?" But he was already right here. He burst into laughter at him and bolted alongside, tearing forward at full speed. He gritted his teeth, spun his head around with a worried stare, and convinced himself it was just going to be simple. A simple jump skill, then bam, he fires it off at an absurd speed, like instant movement. Gain slammed to a halt and shot. Wait, he's a mage, right? Then he knows exactly that he. So you're telling me you can't match his speed, right? Yeah, you won't last a second out there. Rachel stared at him, and that thought hit her hard, even as she tried to ignore it. But there's a way to shut him down. He pressed his hands on. He slammed his hands into the ground and yelled, "What about the?" He cracked the stone beneath his feet, crashed down hard, and then blurted, "What?" He just did that, then he snapped his head up and declared it was a chunk of earth. Earth elementary magic, now he's locked out and he won't be able to use. He couldn't jump anymore, so he just stared calmly at him and asked, "So, you really ca?" So does he really think he can win, knowing he can't jump anymore? That's wildly naive of him. Trust me, you're not gonna like what happens next. Slice him. He yanked out his massive greatsword and drove it in like a physical strengthening spell. Gain heard it and immediately started wondering. So is this real support magic, or am I about to get played? Which means this guy smirked, chuckled, and said, "I'm a fresh rookie with a worthless job." Then he gripped his sword and drew it. He yanked his sword from the sheath, pointed it at him, and snapped, "No offense, but he was." He was waiting for a guest, and then he basically told the protagonist to just drop dead, like, right on the spot. Suin lifted his sword and warned him not to underestimate him, even if his job wasn't the greatest, he still brought the pain. He busted out the charged blade skill and dropped a vicious slash into the ground. Then he snapped that he'd never let him get away with that meek ball. He wouldn't let him lay a finger on her. He was here to smash him, and he let out a chilling chuckle. And he said his skill was on point, and it looked like he'd landed a real long one. He'd be totally fine with it. Honestly, this is a wild setup, and he wouldn't mind stepping into. With a twisted grin, he dressed his corpse up like it was a gift, and then he unleashed his battle skill to release a blast of energy slammed into him and yanked the sword clean out of his hands. Yoru shot straight in front of him, throwing herself between him and danger to protect him. And he said it with a dead serious voice, like, "Move, get out of the way now." The instant he lunged in with his sword, things instantly went sideways fast. He grabbed his bracelet and snapped the shield spell into action. Gain froze when he spotted the barrier, then blurted out that he couldn't wipe them out that easily. This hit slammed him to the ground, and he gasped, asking, "So he's got a barrier stone in his pocket, cool, right? But what's it even for?" But that's the last defense, and once it breaks, it's over. The MC started hurling stones that were sprawled on the ground near him and demanded answers before he could even breathe. "Tell me, how's he holding up?" He spun his sword and snapped the light off the stones, then demanded an answer. "What is he even doing? You've got to learn to accept it." He almost missed it until he realized it wasn't stone at all. A bag came flying, and when he hacked it, dust burst out into the air. It tore out of the air, and the second it hit his eyes, he shrieked in pure agony, spun around and barked, "Yoru," and warned him not to come any closer, then clutched his head, still reeling from what happened, and snapped that question back with pure dissatisfaction. Knowing what he just did, then he spun back to him and blurted. He said it was powder cut from the decay stone, stuff that only demons can survive. He copied his people's ways, even when it meant pushing past his own limits and trying. He wiped his face and shouted that it stinks, then cut himself off like he wasn't done. Don't even get me started on that ridiculous attack they used against him, because he stormed right into a fighting stance, and in a voice packed with pure rage, he snapped, saying. He shouted that he'd reach him and rip his life away. Rage boiled in Gain's voice as he snapped at the protagonist that the descent. That integration stone trick just stopped working, like it hit a wall and died instantly. He'd slice him to ribbons, so the protagonist snapped to his senses and thought, wait, what the? Bloodlust. Then his opponent slammed the power on and activated his leftover blade glinted, and he wished for the MC too. Rado pulled out Shieldo and he was finally ready to strike. He leapt up with that raw burst of power, then summoned Helmet Splitter. He smashed the opponent hard, but the opponent clearly slipped out of harm's way and taunted him, throwing the question back in his face. What was he even doing? Rado can't be activated unless he's standing on the dusty ground. The moment was finally his. Now he could strike. He should try it with the Helmet Splitter. He hit the activation button. It unleashed another spin strike, then launched itself back for the next brutal attack. Gain blurted out, completely stunned and lost for words. Wait, what's happening? He called up the skill flow, and the opponents slammed their weapons together. The protagonist froze, thinking right now, at this exact moment. Without hesitation, he lunged in and drove his sword straight into the game. The sword struck him, and the opponent was standing right there, ready to finish the job. Rado care, yeah, when it happened, I was totally shocked. Cursed, oh come on, wait, he was no way he was. Believing the strike would land and spell victory, no doubt in his mind. Gain calmly yanked his sword out of his body, muttered no offense, then leaned in and told them, but you've got to try. Try harder, MC muttered, and his confusion hit like a punch. Was he really that monstrously strong? So powerful he could drop him with one hand, like it was nothing, and he still had to stop him from getting that win too. Quiet, ominous voice cut through the silence, and then it said, now it's his turn. The opponent flicked his hand with a movement so tiny, you almost missed it. He clenched his weapon in his grip and drove it straight through the protagonist. Plato froze, completely thrown off. What is happening? He blurted then. Then super vibration, he slapped his hand onto his weapon like his body was demanding action, and he had to. The blade screamed as it vibrated, then it drove straight through the opponent in a single deadly strike. Gain stared down at the sword buried in his body in bewilderment and said, voice shaking, his whole words seemed to vibrate. The blade for sharpness, what imputed? That arrogant move, he went and pulled it again. With one hard pull, he yanked the weapon that had injured him straight free. Rado snapped his shield into existence, and then went after him again. Slamming in a brutal hit, he tore open the fight with a serious wound, and blood just gushed. Gush from the nasty cut across the opponent's body. He crumpled to the ground, clamped his hand over the wound, and mumbled through clenched teeth. It hurts. He came so close to cutting him clean in half, and then protcti, boom, boom. The protagonist shot back, "I can still talk," and that's when it hit everyone, he was a real monster. Gain yanked out a vial packed with dark, swirling liquid. And he poured it out until the blood finally spilled everywhere it had to. He spilled into the container, and the impact ripped open his wound. And he started to writhe, racked by brutal, unmistakable agony. Pain tore through him, yet right before the shocked MC could even blink, the wound. Rado stared in shock and said, "Wait, the wound is healing, so tell me what's going on." Blood poured from the wound as he forced himself up, rose to his feet. He clutched his feet and muttered, "Well, he's a vampire." Then he grimaced and tried to heal. Yeah, it hurt like hell, but he swore he'd make it. Make him taste the same kind of pain. Guy N snatched his weapon and drew back to strike. The protagonist snapped to himself, thinking, "Yeah, I'm still not done, I've got something else waiting." The opponent snapped his residual blade to life while the hero called forth an icy blade bullet and hurled it straight at the vampire. Rado took the hit and didn't even flinch, just grinned at the assailant and pressed, "So how long does your magic hold out?" Then the MC snapped, telling him he'd uncovered the weakness hidden in his residual blade. Skill, he dropped into a crouch on all fours and pressed his hand straight to the ground. He called him into the boulder, eyes snapping wide with shock at what just happened. Did the protagonist tell him this skill was basically the same as Battle, and that it couldn't be used if its base got destroyed? And he couldn't keep it up if he ever lost focus? Gain blurted out in shock, "How did you know that?" Who the hell was he anyway? The protagonist shrugged, like, honestly, he didn't have to explain. The vampire snatched his sword and snapped, "Talk back, if you don't, I'll cut you down right here." "Kill him," MC snapped, then told him threats were pointless. "This sword technique has. So it's got a time limit, right?" Gain blurted, totally thrown off. "What I?" Iris leaned in and told her protege the truth. Bato could only cut down people who were right inside the sword's range, meaning. So basically he couldn't strike until Rado was right there, close enough to start the fight, and Bale still managed to gouge Gain's eye because she clocked the trick first. The protagonist called out his opponent, asking which sword looked longer, then bam, he turned that opening into a counter. Maybe they should give it a try. Then the protagonist shot that idea out fast. So yeah, if he's smart, he won't regret this later, because the vampire just locked eyes with him. Stared at him in pure confusion, then cracked a smirk and thought, "Yeah, I see what you're doing." Merc, what a total idiot, seriously, how can someone be that stupid? And then they faced. They stared each other down and tight, ready to swing fighting stances, and the MC's heart sank. He was sure he'd already lost too. Blood flooded everywhere and his strength finally ran out. This was the knockout punch. He raised his power and launched the charge. Charged blade gained that signal, and the moment it hits, it's pure power. With shock, she realized it just like her. And he lunged in, swinging that massive sword like it was meant to end everything. From a distance, like she was trying to fool everyone, but it was just an imitation, and it was painfully boring. Not boring, he's no fool at all. After she wounded him, he clocked every weakness and doubled down like never before. He kept leveling up his combat because he could fight mid-move and turn every step into an advantage. He smashed through a barrage of opponents who thought they were safe, only to realize they were never out of his reach. He told the protagonist, "Forget the sword's length, the only thing that matters is what you do with it." The antagonist snapped the gravity blade on, and Gain's stomach dropped as he realized his own sword was suddenly blazing faster than ever. He never even dreamed a blade that powerful was tucked inside what he carried. He let out a soft chuckle, sweet and warm, like he'd finally caught sight of her again, but then. Yep, that's where it all ends. Rado snapped on his physical enhancement, soaring skyward and launching himself to land the blow. The game was seconds from striking back, and just then, out of nowhere, they drove the blade into his back. Then the vampire blurted in shock, leaving him totally bewildered. Bewilderment, what in the world is happening here? And the main protagonist, what's going on with him? Waiting for him to let his guard down, he struck. Rage turned into steel, shearing through him as it split his body wide open. The enemy hit the ground hard, drowning in their own blood. MC staggered, his whole body trembling as if the world had just knocked the wind out of him. Then he kept going, his strength slipping away. Then out of nowhere the vampire erupted into laughter and started to say. Rado cursed and muttered, "Child, child," under his breath. He's still alive, and he has to finish him off before that recovery hits. With the last of his strength burning through him, the protagonist charged forward, and then, out of nowhere, Gain shot back that with wounds like that, he wouldn't regenerate, then paused like he was about to finish the final blow. They should thank him because in the end, he can finally die, and yeah, that means he's human. The boy stared at his blood-soaked palms and grinned, then the protagonist muttered. Muttered in surprise, human Gain kept climbing and it finally hit. At last it's over. And then he grinned and said it was fun. Right after that, he suddenly transformed into a skeleton. The protagonist couldn't even process what he was seeing. His eyes were stuck in disbelief. He beat him right there in that exact moment. Drew sprinted right up to him, barking wildly, and shoved himself against him. The protagonist snapped back at his master, licking his face as if he couldn't wait to make his point. He threw out a laugh and tried to calm his friend down, insisting he was totally fine. But one thought wouldn't shut up in his head. Why on earth did Gain thank him, and why did Iris thank the protagonist? Praised him for his hard work, then leaned in and told her, I need to hear about this guy right now. The spirit dropped the truth on him. Gain wasn't born a vampire. He traded his humanity for good when a certain vampire got a hold of him. Because he was a vampire, fear followed him everywhere, until even the people who loved him turned their backs, and losing everything shattered his heart. He started slaughtering people without mercy just to feel alive, and the protagonist choked out that maybe all this time he'd been searching for someone to put him down. Gone. Iris smiled, shot back that no matter what, she was just relieved he was okay, and honestly, it felt good. Good thing he fired up the recovery boost. Without it, he'd have been in serious danger. MC nodded in total agreement, and then she stared down the skeleton. All that was left in him was greed. Then he swore that dagger mattered right then. In that instant, he swore he spotted it shoot out from behind Gain's back. Where did he even come from, and who just ditched him out of nowhere? Suddenly, his wound screamed for attention, and he doubled over, writhing in pure agony. Iris told him straight up that his wound still hadn't healed, and then she pushed, we've got to go. He had to head to the mine and lay low for a bit, but Rato didn't care. Then when the allies finally showed up, the protagonist struck a fire. Fire snuggled up to Yuru and murmured, it's so warm here, then left security in his hands. Yuru leaned in, barked softly at his side, and that loyal little sound told him everything. The protagonist could trust him with everything. Then he finally dozed off. And then he drifted into dreams of his mother, only to snap awake, and right away Rato turned to Iris. And he asked if she was awake. She replied, no, or more like, I don't even need sleep. Sleep. The hero stumbled to her, eyes heavy with exhaustion, and demanded, so how's your mom doing? Iris shot him a reassuring look and told him to drop it. She was okay, totally fine. She leaned in and asked if he had anything else he wanted to say, because she couldn't see his mother and Alia was nowhere in sight right now, but she could always spill the truth about it, right? He swore everything was fine, so if mother's okay, then it's gotta be okay, right? Alright, then we're good. Iris shot the question, are you sure? The protagonist leaned in and told her, that's everything for now. After a while, Ball burst into view right in front of the dead Gain. Gain, she blurted, shocked, there's no mistaking the cry. Clothes, it's Gain, he roared with fury like the words were tearing the air apart. What happened to him? Why is he looking so miserable all of a sudden? But why did someone else murder him and leave her untouched? Rage flared in her eyes as she yanked her sword free. He swung it and broke down in tears. Then the crushing question hit her, are they laughing at her? After all, she was the one who stormed in to end his life, so yeah, she was absolutely furious. She slammed her fist into the ground with a brutal, no-joke force. From that brutal strike, cracks tore open in the ground like it couldn't take the impact. She snapped her head back and let out a blood-curdling scream. Frustration tore out of him, loud and raw, like a human couldn't hold it in. Frustration and rage erupted in that moment, blasting through him like fire. A shoe peeked out from behind the rock, and when he spoke, he swore he'd seen everything, he'd heard it all. He'd heard every wild rumor, but he still couldn't believe that Lord Gain had actually been got killed. Now that twist hit hard, didn't it? And just like that, he's the only monster tamer left standing. Basil's and Gain's goblin troop slipped in right behind him as he pushed onward, because yeah, that's the cruel part. And this is going to shoot his status sky high across the ancient empire. Shu rallied his goblin army and told them, you're lucky too, because you got to serve. They survived because if they didn't serve him, they were dead. So what could they even say to that? The goblins huddled together and Shu got cut off mid. Confused what in the world was happening, right then the unknown woman slammed her hand over his mouth and hissed, be quiet, and if he so much as fought back it was. She didn't stand a chance of taking him down. Then she drove the blade straight through him, and Shu stared completely stunned, because that was Gain's weapon. Those were the last thoughts racing through his head. then the unknown woman yanked out her weapon. She slid the blade back into its sheath and declared, "Mission accomplished." Done, and now they could finally make their way back. Charged up to their tamer and started to nuzzle and fuzz around them. Stunned and frozen, he stared in disbelief, still trying to figure out what the hell just happened. After what felt like forever, they dumped him by himself and, while the protagonist, Luno's adventure town, finally welcomed him back when he arrived, relief hit like a spark. He was really here at last. Whoa, there are tons of Royal Army soldiers here. What's going on? Why are they showing up out of nowhere? He caught two villagers whispering about goblins rampaging through a nearby village. And when they said it was tied to the ancient empire, the protagonist's stomach dropped because he realized they weren't just curious, they were digging into the truth. He told Yuru, "Come on, we're heading to the guild right now." Now when Rado burst into the building, his eyes went wide at the total chaos everywhere, and Peppa. She stood right in the middle of it all, broom in hand, and he stared in shock, then blurted, "What happened here? Like, were they a?" They surged in, and just as they did, the receptionist snapped back in a calm voice, "No, it's Miss Ball." She'd been gone for days, and the moment she finally came back, it was her end. She stood up and announced she was resigning as guildmaster, then everyone lunged to stop her, and that's when she truly became. MC was so enraged he checked with Peppa, "So what do we do now?" She said it looked like all that coaxing finally worked and shut her down. She was grinding it out in her office, and the protagonist, hit hard down in the dumps, could. All couldn't believe it. She'd really tried to ditch her seat as guildmaster. She dreamed of tearing the enemy down with her own hands, but he stepped in front of her and blocked her path. The protagonist swallowed his guilt and apologized to the ball, quietly. Peppa snapped that he shouldn't bother her for now. He shot back okay and promised he'd jump in to help restore the guild. Peppa shot back no, they weren't upset at all. They were already thanking him for snatching the fall. The ancient empire's followers were out there because the kingdom slapped a bounty on the guild, promising that all of this would finally be settled. She'd get it shining again once the reshuffling happened, and after the dust settled, the protagonist's adventures would finally multiply. The antagonist blinked in shock. Was the guild really running on fumes? The registrar answered that. She swore this kind of thing happened non-stop. Guilds snatched their own workers away, and somehow the best adventures got traded out for worse ones. The protagonist blinked, and yeah, he knew it was true right at that moment when the guildmaster of Ice Rain Guild, Maria, fired off the news. She'd snatched a fresh A-rank adventurer out of the Black Tiger just recently, and they just hauled in a reward from the kingdom, and it's obvious this talented guy has finally stepped into the spotlight. After hearing that jaw-dropping truth, she can't stop herself. She's got to go scope out the Black Tiger. Later on, the protagonist jumped in and started helping out, racing to help the people of Ethel Village rebuild their shattered home. Now he'd handled Gain, and that past was behind him, because he was stepping in to help rebuild it. The village had been ripped apart by goblins, and one terrified villager grabbed him and begged, "Please." To dig a hole, Rado snapped his digging skill into action and nailed the next part of his plan, right up to the finish. The man thanked him, and with that, they finally laid the trash to rest. The villager thanked the protagonist once more, then leaned in and pleaded, "Promise me you'll come back and visit us again." Again he kept his promise, then turned to the man and said his goodbyes. On the way home, MC couldn't stop smiling because it felt so damn good to help. Iris couldn't help but notice Rado, their master, looked like he was having the time of his life. The protagonist jolted back in shock, then snapped at the spirit, demanding it stop yanking him into the conversation so suddenly. She scared him back then, and the truth hit him like a spark. She could talk to him safely without him ever summoning her. She leaned in and told him it all made sense because they were on the exact same wavelength. MC leaned in and asked, "So when do I bail? How fast can I get out there and take down the last tamer?" The spirit shrugged like it was nothing, saying he had nothing to worry about because he wasn't even in this world anymore. The protagonist blurted in shock, "Wait, why did he just drop dead?" "Die," the spirit commanded, like fate had already stamped the final page. And the worst part, he couldn't just go down there and die. On this path he was taking, bandits had already planted their ambush. Zeroed in on the humanitarian aid the city sent to that village. The protagonist blurted her question in shock, and as bandits surged in, Iris pushed on like she could outtalk fate itself. "He's got to haul the cargo and guard the adventurers and soldiers all the way through." Peppa's words still rang in my head from that guild reception room. She warned that going there alone was suicide. He told Iris, "You'll be fine, fight back." Then he flashed his new rank like a weapon, and Iris was Shot him a disapproving look, maybe, yeah, but he still wouldn't blend in and he kept stepping out and stirring up trouble. This was trouble waiting to happen, plus his cousin was right there, so why wouldn't he just march up to her and tell her about the bandits? The MC replayed everything in his head, then nodded and agreed. Heck, that didn't sound like a bad idea at all. Arrived and the princess was digging into her meat, already enjoying herself. Then he strode up, greeted the guard on duty, guarded the girl like his life depended on it. Then he leaned in and told the princess. But the protagonist finally burst in, and now everything was about to start. She was completely stunned by how he looked. Food stuffed in her mouth, she called out his name, and you could tell it had been way too long since they'd seen each other. The protagonist nodded, then asked if they could talk once she was done with her meal. And he nodded, dug in, and devoured her food in seconds. She closed the distance to him, and MC fired off a quick, "So, how are you holding up?" The girl told him she was still knee-deep in investigating the goblin attacks and there. He just stumbled into the adventure town by pure luck, right where they patrol the streets, hunt bandits, and guard their ties to the ancient empire. She'd love to squeeze in a bit more time on her original mission, but wait, did she just hear that he'd? Rado leaned in and said it was true, and she kept talking, only to stop when it wasn't adding up anymore. There isn't a single example of someone with a worthless job getting promoted to F rank or beyond. It all felt shady as hell. He flashed his guild card with a crooked grin, winked, and asked if she wanted to see it for herself. The princess leaned in and stared at the document. I couldn't believe it, so he's really a support mage and an alchemist. And wait, why is he swinging a giant greatsword if he's supposed to be a mage? Wait, don't mages carry weapons like that, or is he just refusing and forcing himself to swing a smaller sword? With a grin, Rado admitted his earnings were meh, so he started training hard to level up himself. Now snapped with irritation, because you can't master that kind of weapon with training alone, and first off, the sword's size makes a huge difference. The protagonist blinked at her reaction, then told her, I get it, everything. After that, he leaned in and told her, yeah, he'd noticed bandits on the road here, then he snapped with outrage. So why didn't he say that from the start? Was he hurt? Where are we in this place? And wait, the girl. The girl snapped the order for her squad to push forward, and the Valkyrie swore they'd take over the investigation. They'll go all out, everything's on the line. The princess warned them to stay sharp and be careful. Then she snapped an order and the Valkyrie squad surged forward. She snapped her head toward the protagonist and demanded an answer. He's heading back to Luno, yeah, but does he even realize there's a hunter waiting? In this near-future world, the hunting festival news hit the MC like a shock, and he couldn't believe what he just heard. Now it dragged on because the ancient empire unleashed goblins and everything got postponed. The protagonist was totally lost. He had no clue what this hunting festival was even about. He snapped his head toward Iris, demanding answers, then Spirit hit him with a chilling thought. Had he already forgotten? In the town of adventurers, they throw an epic adventurers festival where the gates open and monsters flood the streets, and every adventurer races the clock to see how many they can cut down before time runs out. Right then, first place grabs a prize, and the winning guild gets a fat extra grand on top. The protagonist remembered it like it was carved into his bones. When he finally met Kodamine, the crowd was packed wall to wall. He swore the guild master said something, but it vanished from his brain the moment he blinked. Now he couldn't remember a single word. So they told him this festival was huge, so huge it pulled tourists from every corner of the globe. This year, it felt like the festival had run out of monsters, like the supply was totally missing, so if he put in a request, it'd be perfect to bag a monster while he's at it. Once he turns over that captured beast to a monster dealer, he'll rake in double the reward. Rado blinked in shock, then asked the monster dealer, only for the girl to explain that this was someone who buys and sells monsters. Sells monsters were perfect for human appetites, and his shop sat in the northern edge of Adventure Town until the The protagonist thanked her for the helpful info, then stared him down from head to toe and said straight to his face that if he wanted to become a legendary adventurer, he better strap on the right gear before he steps out. He'd stepped out with no armor, and his weapons weren't forged from that magical metal, were they? Maybe it wasn't even her problem to judge. The protagonist cringed with embarrassment, wondering if she really cared about him that much, and then she thanked her out loud for it. Concern hit his chest, then he stepped out and she yelled after him, begging him to be careful not to. To hurt himself, the protagonist watched her slip away, pounced onto his friend's back and launched them into motion. He admitted her words came from real concern, but he just couldn't stand armor and a helmet. They were way too heavy and they crushed his mobility. Iris spoke up and now she'd hit the nail. He's a mage, so isn't it totally normal for him to carry a weapon forged from magical metal? Rado snapped back, he couldn't risk that kind of expense. That's the sense of it, this magic bracelet could be his armor, so he grinds through training to harden his body. And yeah, he's not exactly itching to swing his magic at anyone either. He won't even bother killing criminals unless he can use it to help someone. Iris's eyes widen because fighting with magic alone is brutal if he burns through too much magic and his magical power finally runs dry. He finally told her he was done, then the MC promised, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." When he finally rolled into Adventure City, he decided to report the finished job to the guild first. Then right then, Peppa popped up out of nowhere and burst out in relief like she finally got it, until another guild suddenly crashed in, grabbed it from the guildmaster and demanded it for themselves, and the protagonist was left staring, shocked it was a totally different guild. The receptionist for the biggest guild in the city snapped to attention when she heard the guild master of the Icy Rain Guild had arrived under a cold, icy downpour. Everything suddenly felt like it was about to explode. She kept insisting he move faster, and then the girl grabbed his hand and yanked him along. When they finally reached the guild and headed for Ball's office, they were met with sharp curses blasting through the shut doors. Ball was yelling at Maria to quit bothering her with petty nonsense. She was pure mischief in a fox's skin. Then the guildmaster who showed up answered, and she was still that same hot-tempered kid at heart. Ball lost her temper again, and she needed to calm down already. She wasn't some kid to be talked to like that. Villain froze. What? A stranger's voice in his head. Peppa pounded on the door, apologized for the interruption, and announced that Mr. Rado had finally arrived. Bale let them in, and the second they crossed the threshold, the guildmaster stepped up and greeted them. The protagonist and begged him to forgive her, because she hadn't. It was supposed to pull him in, so tell me, why were they just standing there staring at him? Let them through. Peppa shoved MC forward, and Rado felt weird in his skin, then quickly apologized to the girls. Maria burst out, "Oh my, so this is the boy he's been watching like a hawk lately." The protagonist stared at Maria in pure awe. He froze there, stunned, like his brain just couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Icy Rain Guild master leans in, takes a sharper look, and scans everything like it might bite. Whoa, he almost passed out, and he blurted, "Mom." Then Maria repeated it right after him. Rado swung around in pure confusion, and then he saw it, Mother's ears. And he couldn't stop himself, he brought it up. The moment he did, he realized she was a forest folk. Bale stared in total disbelief. "What nonsense, I don't have any kids at all." He spun toward Maria, smirking, and asked, "So did she? Did she seriously miss the part where Maria had children?" The Icy Rain Guildmaster snapped, red-faced with fury, "Don't you let her spout nonsense." The protagonist stared in shock, mind racing as he tried to figure out how he could have been so, "Wait, no way." Maria stared at him, completely thrown off, and blurted out. He said it, and then he called her mother, so that means she totally looks like a woman with a kid about his age. Ball told her that if she felt offended, she could safely cut them off. Of her company, Maria snapped back. She wasn't finished talking yet, and this mattered to both of them. Then the protagonist coughed. Coughed mortified, Maria snapped, "So what's taking you so long? Sit down already." Already, she did exactly what she was told, obedient to the bone, and all while doing it, her mind raced with thoughts of just how painfully awkward it all felt. Then their tea arrived, and Maria tried it and snapped about how trashy it felt. "Don't serve that to customers." Bale shot back rudely, telling her she should have shut up, and at least she was grateful. Rado finally steeled himself and went for it. "I'm sorry," he apologized. He apologized for cutting in and demanded to know why he was there. Why did they even invite him? Bal and Maria shot daggers at him, and it made his skin crawl. Maria stepped forward and introduced herself like she was about to kick off something big. Then Bale leaned in and blurted that their visitor was the guildmaster of the Arrival Adventures Guild. Maria seethed, "Arrival? What a joke. They weren't enemies at all, they just happened to work in the same field." Bale flared up instantly, but she couldn't just start spouting nonsense because they kept shifting the most. Then those people unloaded shady requests on them, always poaching their workers, and right then, a B-rank adventurer got snatched clean off the map. Kidnapped. Maria snapped back with a counter, "So what? That's just what top-notch adventurers do, chase better conditions. Didn't she switch guilds back in her youth too?" Truth mattered, and when it came to the adventurer, she didn't force him at all. She just reached out and invited him. No pressure, no push, nothing but an open door. Bale snapped in irritation at her, but she kept right on, carefully picking their adventurers anyway. How many times has this stunt happened? Maria sat there calmly sipping her tea, saying it again, her 34th time. So what does it even mean when A and B rank adventurers storm out of their guild, leaving it all behind? The protagonist just stared, stunned, like his brain couldn't catch up. Seriously, Maria grilled Bal, asking if her guild would even survive once all this went down. The woman snapped back in rage. It doesn't hurt to dream. They've got a bunch of low-rank adventurers working for them, but the best, yeah, that's rare, like this one, exactly like this. Bale grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders and yanked him toward herself. He winced hard and swung his face back to her. It was crystal clear he was in agony. Maria answered her exactly, and that's why she rushed out to meet him. She'd heard the rumors for weeks, yet when she saw him for real, it still hit her. This guy was truly useless. Profession. Then the protagonist stared right back at her, totally thrown off. Bale grabbed him, shook his focus, and warned him to watch his step, because this lady had a savage edge, the eye of appraisal, and one glance was all it took to read exactly what everyone was made of. He couldn't believe what he saw right from the first glance. Maria stared at him like a hawk and said, "They taught him a ton of skills, he's got them all mastered." She'd never seen anyone master so many skills, and the wild part was he was only 14. She made the smartest move. She came here. There she grabbed him to go with her. Right after those words, she smashed into the protagonist with a fierce hug and held him close. MC's mind spun, completely lost, like he didn't have a clue what was happening. Ball snapped at her, furious. "Are you out of your mind? Get her out of here now." Maria shot him a sarcastic look. "What a disaster, right? Okay. Alright, fine, this round she's gonna fold and I'm done playing games, but just to be safe, she's handing him that escape note." Maria thrust the crystal into his hands and it totally blew his mind, like, even more than he expected. And told him, "If you really want to see her, then show up at her guild. He'll always be the one you can't wait to welcome in." And she locked eyes with Ball and said, "Now that I've met you, I might as well leave." Ball snapped irritably, telling her to leave already. "Ready?" Maria smirked, then waved with a sly little grin. He waved goodbye and bolted out, and Rado just stared at the crystal. He couldn't help but wonder if it was a magic stone, because it was absolutely breathtaking. But something about it felt totally ordinary. No wild power, no strange aura, nothing special at all. Paul told him, "Give it to her," and the protagonist shot back with a furious protest. They thought they'd tested it, but the guildmaster yanked the crystal out of their hands while the heroes seethed with fury. She told him to let her take a look, then bam, she shattered the crystal and the MC went wide-eyed. What the heck is she doing? Ball held up the item that had tumbled out of the crystal, showing him exactly what it was. He blurted the question in total confusion. "Another stone?" The guildmaster nodded and explained, "It's a magic absorber, a magical stone that drinks in the magical power of its owner." Rato blurted in pure confusion, "An absorber magic, why would she hand it to him?" Ball said it was revenge, and that's just how she's built. If she can't take control of someone, she goes straight for this move, and yeah, she absolutely adores playing those petty, filthy little tricks. And he shouldn't just take everything she hands him so easily, because the protagonist knew right away. So yeah, the guildmaster of the Ice Rain, that guy sounds downright terrifying. Bale gripped the stone tight in her palm and snapped, "Well, thank her. You can use even a stone like this. Just one stone like this can be pawned for cash, enough to buy a drink." The protagonist stared at the crystal shards, snatched up a broom, and started thinking, "All right, how do I fix this?" Once he'd done that, he'd head straight over and feed Yuru, while everything else kept rolling on. Maria climbed into the carriage, and her mind started racing. Rato's about to call her mother, and that idea hits her hard. He really is one strange kid. If she spotted him anywhere, she could have sworn. She couldn't shake the eerie sense that she'd met him in another life before. The assassin leaned in and asked if something was wrong. She froze in shock because he was already here. The guy leaned in and asked how the meeting went, and Maria answered like she always did, cold, calm, like she had zero plans to come back. Then the assassin pushed the question right after. "So what happens next?" The guildmaster said they'll go back to business as usual, let him handle requests quietly and without a ripple. Otherwise, they'd get slammed with even more hate, and that's exactly how you end up as an unofficial go-between in the Black Tiger's brutally high-paying world. The assassin forced her to answer, "No way back to Lord Bar." Maria told everyone she figured Ball would finally get wiped out playing guildmaster, because that job is brutally hard. After all, she was right there in her guild, more than anyone else. He knew Bale was an absolute beast of an adventurer, because if someone wants to truly unlock their full talent, But honestly, being an adventurer feels way better than being stuck as a guildmaster. She clung to him like a mother who couldn't bear to let go of her own child, pure, unstoppable devotion. "Mom," the assassin blurted, totally thrown off, "tell me, did something happen?" She couldn't shake that funny boy from her head. She practically begged, "Please let him check it out for me." The assassin leaned in and demanded that the adventurer Maria confirm. She confirmed it, the black-haired guy she met earlier today. The assassin leaned in and promised her he'd do everything exactly right. Right then he vanished into thin air. Maria whipped around and stared out Aboard the carriage, the window stared ahead, lost in thought. That boy, yeah, he totally looked like someone, like, unmistakably. When it hit her, she clocked the kid's face and froze. It sent her right back to her childhood, like her sister's presence had never really left. Maybe it was a wild coincidence, but it's the kind of thought that won't let you go. After that, sometime later, the protagonist jolted awake one bright morning and realized his hunger was hitting like a wrecking ball. Halfway through his morning bath, he started dreaming up fish to bake, and it hit him. A whole month had already passed since he crushed Gain. Back in the ancient empire, this vampire's adventurer rank shot higher and higher, until he finally slipped into a calm, peaceful life with nothing loud to disturb him. Now he'd finally get to take quests with way bigger rewards, like the world shifted under his feet just a little around him. He stepped outside and froze. Those orange fruits had ripened at last, and it felt amazing, and then he realized he still had his own. After kicking him out, he finally ended up in his own place. He ditched the hotel for a separate two-room house that was rented and a little worn, but still his, and that's where the story really started. Not just a house, there was a garden too, so he could finally breathe easy and live freely with Yuru. His friend had a massive, solid doghouse, and the moment the day began, the protagonist called out to his white wolf and wished him good morning. And told everyone he'd cook up breakfast, so he demanded they wake up now. Yuru barked out, making it crystal clear to his master that he got it. The hero started cooking breakfast, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him as he noticed that was the whole ordinary grind of an everyday person, until every bite felt like a moment worth living. Eating, MC blurts out, "Isn't this happiness?" Then his words catch, like he's about to realize something. "So today, no jobs for an adventurer, right?" Iris blurted it out of nowhere. "So yeah, that means it's time. Let's roll into Foss Village." Rado bolted back in shock and yelped. She'd done it again and totally spooked him. Then he shot back the moment she finished. She was right, and he had to keep pushing the restoration work forward. Iris insisted it was absolutely critical to spend days there with 0 travel requests. There, the protagonist nodded and agreed with her as they kicked off. Then the protagonist's thoughts roared to life. Fuzz crew burst out of the forest and rolled straight into Fuzz Village, the very first place they reached. It's the very abandoned village he first met them in, only now it's empty, dead, silent, and lifeless. So what was the point of bringing it back to life if nobody's going to live there? Iris had him fired up, but don't let him say that, because he was the only survivor of this village. If they rebuilt everything, the rewards waiting for them down the road would be massive. He blinked in disbelief. "Wait, are you serious?" And the spirit shot back, "Trust her." With his powers on his side, he could stop monsters before they even reached the village. Restoration was almost done. They just had to finish the last bit. He had to wrap it up fast, period. That was the whole point from the MC's side, and everyone went along with the spirit of it. But the moment he started his work, he leaned into Iris and said, "Magic isn't the only thing. Is this really what an adventurer is supposed to do, what they're forced to handle here?" Job description: the spirit promised that all of it would crush in later, when it mattered most. So yeah, let him try. Even Yuru jumped in, handling security and surveillance to make sure everything stayed covered. And the protagonist, hammering another nail, he said, "That's right after." After a while he snapped, "That's it, he's finished." Then he pointed and pushed on, "Now it's time to hit those ruined fields." Iris snapped, "The goblins already raided everything, every harvest, and even the soil's been picked clean too." He was running on fumes, so he shot back a crazy idea, breeding sandworms, and suddenly the real reason hit him. After what happened with that creature, they swore that if the princess even so much as tried to, they'd be ready to stop it. "Go check on them." "No, don't let them go. But is she really okay?" Right then, Yuru snapped a fierce warning bark. In the early morning haze, the protagonist sprinted over to him and demanded to know what happened, and his eyes snapped into the distance. Then he spots movement, and MC yells. He blurted, "Wait, what is that? Is something coming straight for us?" He switched on his far-sighted vision and locked it onto the observer's gaze. He froze when he saw it, this massive monster, bigger than anything he'd ever imagined, roaring and charging right behind a line of horse-drawn carts. Rato blurts out, totally stunned, "Wait, is that an elephant or a mammoth?" He muttered, "This is getting bad. If it keeps going like this, won't the whole village be in trouble?" Iris finally spoke up, and then boom, they'd arrived. She told him no matter what happens, he has to step up and help the people in those carts. The protagonist blurted out in shock, did she really expect this to happen? Still, hey, good. Good he hurt her, but he swore he'd help them, and he wouldn't let they. They just rebuilt the village, now destroy it. The MC stormed out to greet the intruders, then the head coachman spotted him and barked, "What do you think you're doing in a place like this?" He needs to clear a path for himself, right after he's done. Rato shoved him with a calm grin and told him, "Don't sweat this, now run to the villa." The moment the last cart slid into the village, it all happened fast. The protagonist snapped his focus, and the lump of earth came alive at his command. The monster's feet hit the ground, and the earth caved in instantly, swallowing it whole, trailing that horrifying creature through the dark. He stared at his results in shock. Did he actually pull it off? Then bam, the monster's body shot halfway out of the ground like it was breaking free for good. Suddenly, the protagonist snapped. This enemy wasn't trapped at all, they were trying to slip out. Trap, he threw his arms wide and blurted it out, "So how the heck is he doing this?" The protagonist called up an ice blade bullet, and right after, a fiery fire bullet tore into the air. They both went for the monster, but the moment he locked in, he realized it was pointless. Magic hit it and nothing happened. Iris told him point blank, it was a Mamu, an anti-magic monster born in the Beastman's territory. This wasn't a foe he could smash using only the magic he'd learned alone, so the protagonist turned to her and demanded, "Then what do we do?" The spirit leaned in and told him its one weak spot was right between its eyebrows. And the only way forward was to sink a magic sword through it, so the MC thanked her for the heads up. And begged the guru to help him put a stop to the Mamu, the wolf once and for all. Without a second thought, he launched himself at the enemy. It hurled itself onto its neck and plunged its teeth in deep. And just like that, Rato kicked on his physical enhancement. Launch into the air like a spring and scream it at the top of your lungs. He snapped at his friend to back off, and then he activated it. He slammed in upgrades to his gravity blade and barreled straight at the monster. He drove his sword straight between its eyebrows. The enemy crumpled to the ground in an instant, and in the frozen place, the protagonist let out a hard, shaking exhale. With a pounding rush of hope, he convinced himself he'd finally cracked into its weak spot. A little while later, he'd tear it apart and pocket every last piece of it. Right then, the coachman yelled his name. He stared in pure amazement, then blurted, "Are you okay?" Because this was unreal, he had actually crushed a monster like that. Thanks to him for saving them, the protagonist snapped around and stared at him. He stared at them and clocked they were forest people, then he shrugged, saying he owed them nothing and there was nothing to thank him for. He let out a breath of relief because everyone was fine too. Right then, Raikovshi. Chekhov barked, "Scatter," and the moment he shouted, his subordinates split apart like water parting. Everyone made way for the Lord. Rykov surged forward and demanded M's attention, saying. MC shot him a grateful nod. Yeah, he thanked him for the help, but then he couldn't shake it. Why was a human bossing around a white one? White wolf, so is he a monster tamer or what? The protagonist just shot back, no, he is. Rue was the heartbeat of his family. The Lord couldn't even process it. How in the world could a family have such a vile monster? What kind of sick question was that? Was it really his family? Man, that dude was a total weirdo. Rato froze, not knowing what to do as that scorching speech hit like a storm. He snapped irritably, who in their right mind would act like that? What the hell is going on? This dude practically radiates pure aggression. Raikov lunged his sword forward, and just when everything was about to. But right then, Tina shoved him aside like he didn't matter. He bolted straight to Yuru, crushed him in a hug and snuggled right up to him, gushing that he was the cutest thing ever. The Lord blurted to the princess in a panic, screaming at her to stay away from that filthy creature, right before the prodag. The antagonist looked totally lost and snapped, "Who are you?" But she didn't stop, the girl just kept cuddling up to her. He stared at the wolf, totally smitten by how fluffy, soft, and snow-white he was. Like, seriously, he was downright adorable. Horrible, she couldn't believe they said that, and all she wanted was to be cute like that, because the words hit her so hard she nearly broke down into tears. Seeing Yuru's mood sour, the protagonist told the princess that his friend just wasn't feeling right, so she snapped the wolf free, apologized, and added, "The moment she spots something cute, she just can't help herself." Tina stared at Rito and thanked him for helping them earlier, and the emissary followed suit, saying that if anything happened to the princess. "Oh no, this is gonna be a disaster," the MC blurted, stunned. Princess Raykov snapped at him to drop to his knees, right now, and remember exactly where he stood. Hold up, Rito was stunned his place. The Lord shoved a badge into his hands and snapped, furious. Seriously, can't he even spot that emblem? Guess he's gonna have to educate this clueless idiot himself. They're emissaries of the Yotsuba Kingdom, and Rito's totally thrown, so he turns to Iris like, what do we do now? For that intel, the spirit shot a warning straight into his mind, and told him this kingdom sits deep inside the fabled Great Atlas Forest. That road runs way off to the south of Badutero's kingdom, stretching into a wild, untamed realm, the home of the forest people. They were dispatched as emissaries from the Yotsuba Kingdom, and that girl, she was almost certainly the princess. Before they charged toward the royal capital, they decided to make one quick detour stop by the adventure city of Luno, apparently, to scope out the upcoming hunting festival, and the protagonist thanked. Thanks for all the inside info, then NELP. He dropped to his knees before the princess and apologized, his rudeness finally meeting the consequences. Tina yanked his hand and hauled him up to his feet. He leaned in, eyes blazing, and couldn't wait to ask, so you're a monster tamer? Ryakov barked a warning to the girl, cutting through the air as danger closed in. He snapped at her, telling her to stop messing around and touching like that. Watching someone that vile in front of me was flat out unthinkable. He shoved MRU aside and screamed at him to get up. Move out of the way now, the wolf is coming. Wolf's hackles rose and he launched a brutal strike. The attacker rammed in with everything, smashing the lord straight into him. Crashed to the ground and the protagonist in. And the princess watched terrified as everything unfolded before her. An MC shouted his friend's name into the air. The coachman hauled the lord to his feet, then leaned in and asked, "Are you?" Rykov snapped and shoved them away with pure rage. He barked for them to back off, then he drew his sword and charged straight at Yuru. Tina charged in front of the startled wolf, shouting that he was a vile creature, and threw her arms out. Her arms stretched wide as she screamed, "No," and the coachman and the lord shot up in panic, shouting, "Princess." The protagonist rocketed toward the lord and smashed him with a vicious kick. He slammed him to the ground and sobbed like it was the end of the world, crying until he couldn't breathe. The coachman snapped his head toward the lord and shouted again, panic blazing in his chest. The protagonist was left absolutely mortified by what he'd just done. Rykov shot up from his seat and barked out, furious as fire. He warned him plain and loud, "How dare you shame me?" Tina blared that she'd never let it happen, yelling for everyone to stop freaking out right now. She snapped around to the lord and blamed him, because he was the one who had struck her. Yuru cut in, "Make him apologize right now." The lord snorted out a furious breath. The emissary shot the lord a furious glare and snapped at him to carry out the princess's orders, right now. Rykov shoved his rage aside and powered through it. He dropped to one knee and begged for forgiveness with everything he had. After this, Tina dropped to a deep bow to the woman apologized to the protagonist straight to his face, and when she said Rykov was the one who'd been rude, the protagonist snapped with pure shock. "Keep her head down, don't let her lift it," he snapped to his friend, asking if he's not offended anymore too, right? Right? Yuru barked like a warning bell, and the princess wasted no time. She thanked her allies. MC leaned in and told Tina his name, and the girl clasped her hands like she was holding back the whole world. She blurted "yeah" and kept it moving, no hello, no name, then finally dropped her name on him and Rado clocked at the moment it happened, Princess Tina. The girl demanded he call her by her first name, and the protagonist couldn't shake the doubt that he'd manage it, especially when he already knew exactly why they'd come. He didn't care about the rest, this was worth asking, so the protagonist leaned in and grilled her, "What brought you here?" And the princess snapped back that he needed to use her first name. The emissary asked, "Can I explain?" And before anyone could answer, she dove right in with her explanation. On the road to the adventurer city of Luno, they got ambushed by this massive, earth-shaking monster. With its help, they managed to shield the princess and carry a valuable gift all the way back to the kingdom. Kingdom of Baduteros, now it was time for them to break camp and move on. The princess scrambled into the carriage, tapped the wolf's nose with a gentle hand, and sent him off with a tender farewell. Noticing Yuru's sour expression, the protagonist told her his friend was clearly uncomfortable with this, and she should just call him by his first name. Not a doggy, not a puppy, the girls. The girls shot the wolf an awkward apology, then couldn't help wondering if their roads would ever meet again. Rita shot back that he and his buddy were part of the Black Tiger Adventures Guild. If she wanted to see Yuru again, then she just had to swing by the guild. The princess burst into joy. Really? Then I'm making a promise. Yeah, she'll definitely come see you guys, Yuru barked, bursting with pure joy. Rita shot the princess a wave goodbye, shouting, take care, you wave like the moment's about to break. He lifted his hand and waved after her, and Tina snapped around to the Lord, asking if he wanted to wave too. Then the Lord answered. The Lord clenched his teeth and swore he wouldn't, then barely managed to hold his fury back. After the princess and her people finally slipped away in safety, the protagonist decided to dive in and start gathering materials from. Leaving the wreckage behind, he closed in on the defeated monster and spoke. I said it, of course something that Colossus level would be a nightmare to take apart. He'd grab only what he needed, but once that's gone, what in the world would he do with the rest? Wait, where did this mom even come from? He lives out in the Beastman lands. Iris, good point. So then is. His strike on the wagons wasn't random, it was staged, and without his move, people would have been killed for sure. The protagonist burst out, stunned. What? Why would someone dare attack Tina and her escort? When Iris stepped in, it was the same brutal fight to seize the throne. On the throne sits Princess Tina, the king's third daughter, and Rykov right by her side is her fiancé. Tina's older sister, who is already clawing for the throne, snapped them up and hired a monster tamer to unleash Mamu on them. The attack was carefully set up while Princess Tina was visiting the kingdom of Badu Toros, because if that forest princess died there, the blame would land on everyone who let it happen. That would hand them a diplomatic edge and knock out two problems at once, Reito blurted, stunned. How terrifying, but how did they even manage to transport something like that? That monster was massive, so Iris figured they shoved it across the border, sold it as some beast meant for a hunting festival, and all that effort they poured into transporting the Mamu. The tamer has to be crushed when it gets wiped out that easily. He's probably bawling his eyes out right now, and the protagonist goes, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have let Tin and the others slip away that fast. The spirit told him don't stress, because the girl guarding the princess was an absolute powerhouse, and she could handle it easily. They'd deal with the everyday attackers, then once they reached town, they'd sprint straight to the Dragon's Fang Adventurers Guild for protection. Right before the fight with Gain in Fast Village, the protagonist blurted in shock that it was Gonzo's guild coming for him. He leaned in and told Yuru, I've nailed a bunch of new skills, and then he grinned because tomorrow they'd finally dive into the Mirrormind. Today they finally earned a real rest, but before that it was snack time. Yuru barked with pure joy, wagging along as he agreed with his master, right after Rachel cooked the. He took a bite, lit up, and said it was delicious, then immediately spit out because it was way too hot. He told Yuru to take a quick stroll around the village while the food cooled down. As they strolled, Reito darted his eyes over the houses and the leftover things, clocking every last detail like it mattered. It didn't look like there was a single thing worth saving. Then, after a little more wandering, MC turned to Yuru and said, I think it's time to eat. So the moment the allies came back, they looked up in shock. There was Gonza, absolutely wolfing down their food like he hadn't a care in the world. Food, the moment he took a bite, it was so insanely delicious that he blurted, wait, who is the genius behind this? What is this? He's massive. Wait, is he a giant? The allies crept up on the boy from behind, dead silent. Gonza stared at the bare empty pot, and a wave of regret hit him as he muttered, there, it's all gone. And it tasted heavenly. Yuru even shot a regretful look at the empty container, like it just betrayed their last bite of hot food. The protagonist heard the boy's regret and shot back, I'm glad you liked it. Gonza flinched hard, eyes wide, and spun around in a hurry. He shot a quick glance at them, utterly baffled. When it hit him, he devoured their food. Gonza dropped to his knees, bowed low to them, and begged with everything he had. He begged for their forgiveness, and with his stomach growling like crazy, he couldn't resist. Rado, stunned, blurted out, what happened to you? The boy said, I'm an adventurer, so I've been wiping out the monsters nearby, and then he swore the mission was done right up until it happened. He managed to blow through every last provision, then he thought it was over until he caught a mouth-watering scent, and before he could stop himself, he devoured it all, then immediately regretted every bite. MC looked at all of it and said, I bet that was brutal for you. Rato rummaged through the storage, grabbed dried meat and water, shoved it into Gonza's hands, and demanded to know if that would be enough to get him all the way to the city. The boy stared at the supplies, then shot him a confused look and asked, are you sure I can really take all of this? Gonza choked out a thank you, eyes blazing like he was about to cry, then shoved a tiny pouch of coins into the protagonist's hands and said, sorry to trouble you, this is all I've got right now, but once I make it back, you can grab your reward at the guild. Gonza leaned in and asked the protagonist to tag along, and Rado shot back, no problem. After all, they'd mapped out plans for tomorrow, so Gonza told him his name, said he was from the Dragon's Fang Adventures Guild, and basically promised, if you need me, just ask. He was free to come by the guild anytime, so the protagonist stepped forward, offered his hand, told him his name, and proudly said he was an adventurer from the Black Tiger Guild. He'd never forget Gonza of the Dragon's Fang. Those words hit hard, and when they shook hands, the boy pushed him to use his first name instead, because formal titles just didn't sit right with him. He then promised without a doubt that he'd repay him for his kindness, swearing it as he shoved those memories aside, and Rado said, "Good, as long as the Adventurers Guild is guarding the princess. Then once that's done, they can finally breathe easy." After a bit, he snapped. Hooray, he finally finished gutting that monster. The protagonist yanked Yuru onto the cart, then barked that he'd haul the meat straight to the village. On the road, the protagonist threw out a line just like that as he moved forward, saying, "They told him come by the guild after this. They'd haul the leftover meat and supplies straight to the market and cash it all in." After some time, they finally reached the adventurers' town and hawked their wares to a merchant until everything was gone. Merchant, on the way to the guild, the MC grinned. "Mammo meat was insanely valuable." "Dude," Iris blurted, "awesome, but they've still got stuff to do, like right now." Rado blurted in shock, way more than he could believe, more than real. When it finally clicked what the spirit meant, his face twisted with a heavy frown, and he blurted, "Why the village of Phosagen?" Just yesterday, the spirit showed up and told him, "Calm down," right to his face. Yura stood by the stacked logs, and the protagonist pressed Iris, "So what's this for? What are you going to do with the spirit?" The spirit shot back, "You're going to have to build a watermill. The job's already been handed to him." Mill asked, totally confused, "A water mill?" And Iris snapped back, "It's right there. All right, this is exactly what they need to rebuild the village. That structure will yank water straight from the river and funnel it through irrigation canals to power the village and its fields." She built it all so the village could finally have a livable shot at survival. But when the protagonist heard her, he just stared in total shock, because he'd never seen her build anything like it before. Iris leaned in and reassured him, telling him to stop panicking. Her support would stay glued to him the whole journey, and she'd sigh as they pushed forward. MC grabbed the material and started working right away. He realized it wasn't as tough as he thought, and after a while, still at it, he blurts out in shock, How is this happening?" At this rate, the weirdest thing happened. Suddenly, a water mill blueprint blasted into his head. He might have actually had the chops to become a professional carpenter. Then, after a bit, the protagonist blurted out in full excitement, "Perfect!" He rolled up his sleeves and started inspecting the mechanism itself, nodding like everything was under control. All right, now there's only one thing left to do, lock in that wheel." Once it was all over, Rado kept his eyes locked on the mill. Mill in action blurted out, "Wow, it actually moves." The water mill stands ready, and he can't stop admiring the masterpiece he just built. Done with work, he blurted, and you could tell he absolutely crushed it today. Then he bolted in a magic stone to blast monsters away, and now everything was finally supposed to be safe. Iris cheered for him, "Excellent work, and if he pitches in and cleans up the fields too, this place is suddenly gonna feel livable." MC rolled the name around in his head, letting it sink deep. "But these fields won't produce a single harvest, right? So it looks like they'll have to chase down sandworms instead." And after everything, Iris finally nodded, "Yeah, they're not getting by without them." The protagonist snapped, "All right, then we're going to snatch those worms." At that exact moment, the water mill shrieked so violently it sent chills up everyone's spine, like something awful had just started. A brutal grinding sound slammed through the air, and Rado snapped his eyes to the structure. He held onto his breath, fear clawing at his chest, and then blurted, "What is that?" Right at that instant, the wooden wheel exploded into splinters, and the protagonist. He barely threw himself out of the way in time, just as the debris came crashing down. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the air, then the landing hit perfectly. Rado's eyes widened. Whoa, that voice, it felt way too familiar. Then he spotted the girl who had caused. Kicked the mill straight into chaos and snapped out, baffled out of his mind. Then Kodaman, the guest, was right there with him. MC couldn't believe it. He stared at her in total shock and blurted, "Wait, what are you doing here?" She snapped back that she had the same question for him, saying she was just out there practicing in the water, and the protagonist couldn't help but grumble. She burst out of the water so fast that he ended up soaked to the bone. Kodaman just shrugged and said those kinds of jumps are totally normal for her. Then all of a sudden, Iru started whining and the protagonist snapped, "What's wrong?" MC snapped, "This is wrong," and stared at the mill with a heartbreaking, mournful gasp. "Oh no, this whole meal is wrecked beyond repair." Kodaman glanced around and it hit her like a punch. She was the one who'd done it. She burst into a giggle and blurted out that she suddenly remembered she had to rush somewhere, like right now. The protagonist yanked her by the shoulder and snapped for her to stay put, then demanded if she was really trying to flee after she smashed his creation, while she stared horrified at how creepy his face looked. Rado's eyes were brimming as he scooped up the rubble and admitted he'd just finished it. He'd wasted all that time. Kodamin muttered an awkward, sheepish apology. She shot him an apology, then launched into her explanation. She hadn't swum in forever. That's why her mermaid blood went feral. He pushed the question again. He froze in pure shock. "Wait, a mermaid?" The girl burst into laughter and said yeah, she wasn't human at all. Right there, staring him down, was Kodamin, the mermaid. The protagonist's jaw nearly hit the floor because she didn't look like a mermaid at all. No fins, no tail, just a wild tail. She snapped that she was 100% a real mermaid, no doubt about it, and demanded he take a good hard look at her legs. He stared at her limbs in total shock, then told her straight up that, to him, they looked perfectly ordinary. Kodamin pushed the request and demanded he be allowed to take a closer look. Rado snapped on his observer's gaze, locking in like it was hunting season. He spotted scales crawling up the girl's legs and blurted, stunned, "Scale." The girl flat out said, "This is proof that humans don't have scales," and it hit like a knockout punch. The protagonist muttered, utterly baffled, "So that's what a real-life mermaid would look like." Then he snapped back and told her to get back to the topic. Now she's stepping in to help him fix that water mill. Kodamin stared at him in pure confusion and snapped, "Mermaids aren't built for heavy physical labor." She dug her heels in and swore it had to happen. No matter how brutal it got, she'd help him. Then she marched in and completely wrecked their painstaking work. At that very instant, MC Yuru groaned at those words. Then Code of Mind let out a tired sigh and snapped, "Okay." Rado hissed that it was already way past time. She was done for the day and could head home, but he still had to drag some boards. She froze in shock. This sounded way too simple, but is he really sure she'll come back tomorrow and not bolt the moment she gets the chance? The main guy swore if she even tried to bolt, he'd track her down anywhere on Earth, and Gojo went pale, yelling, "Don't let him say that." Came out like a threat, and fear hit her hard. He told her they'd agreed to meet here tomorrow, right in this spot. The girl swore she'd show up and just like that, they split apart. She burst into the water and swam for home, while MC watched her disappear, frozen at how unnervingly smooth her swimming looked. Then he demanded Guru tidy the whole mess and run off to grab brand new boards. The very next day, he raced back to the same place where the protagonist froze. Codemine wasn't here yet, and the girl immediately answered him, "Yeah, she's here, right here," and the protagonist leapt. He froze in shock, whipped around, and when he saw a fish dangling from her mouth, he gasped, "What is she munching on?" Cotman bursts out laughing and says, "Relax, it's breakfast. Betty wants to taste it too." MC shot down her offer on the spot and told her flat out he wasn't about to eat raw fish. "Fish, huh? Maybe we should cook it," the mermaid said, and shrugged it off like raw fish was totally normal for her people. He asked her, utterly baffled, had she never sliced and fried fish before. Fish blurted and the girl snapped back, totally confused, "No." Rado begged her for a minute, then whipped up the fish and cooked it fast as lightning. He drizzled salt over the fish, then grilled it straight over the fire. Kodamin, right beside him, lit up and said the aroma was absolutely unreal. Once the fish hit the fryer and turned golden, he tore off a bite and pressed it into her hands. He warned her to stay sharp because the heat was no joke. The mermaid grinned and declared, "That looks absolutely delicious." The second she took a bite of that cooked dish, her admiration explodes past every limit, you know. She kept raving about how insanely delicious it was, like, seriously, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Amazing. Our protagonist froze, totally stunned, because he never saw her reaction coming. But once he caught sight of her, she didn't just eat, she devoured the whole fish in one breath. Codeman demanded more and the protagonist shot back, completely baffled. She'd already devoured every last bite, so it was go time. Now the girls had to get to work. The girl let out a tired snort and admitted she had nowhere else to go. And just like that, the Allies tore into repairs, scrambling to fix the damaged structure. At last, after what felt like forever, the MC burst out smiling, "It's working. The water mill's fully ready, like I'd seen this 100 times before." Then the codeman starts whining, loud and worried, and she's so exhausted, she threw herself into the water and kept going, no stopping. And honestly, she was so starving she couldn't even lift a finger. The protagonist told her, because of you we wrapped it up in a couple hours, and then dead serious, he asked, so what kind of fish do you want for dinner? Dinner time. Kodaman snapped to attention and told him any fish would work, but she was chasing something bigger. He told her, you'll land a huge one, just wait a little. The girl blinked in shock. You're catching it yourself? Rado nodded like, yeah, that checks out, then smirked and said he didn't need a fishing rod at all. He had the protagonist's back with a far more reliable method. Fired off one of his skills, shut his eyes and thought, this is it. His skill lets him sense everything with his eyes shut. It's called inner vision, and somehow he could sense. He tracked where the fish were gliding and how big they were without ever using his eyes. Perfect, he finally got what he came for, MC yelled. There it is, magic in action. He snagged the fish and blurted out loud. Kodamin shot up in shock, what a catch, and that fish sparkled in the sunlight like it was glowing because it wasn't just any fish at all, it was a mirror fish. Its scales used to be chopped up into tiny mirrors, and the protagonist immediately wondered, can I eat this? Iris shot back, yeah, just clean it first. Grill it whole right over the coals, trust me, it comes out way juicier that way, he answered. He replied with certainty, then dove straight into cooking. Kodemian kept his eyes locked on every move, like he was begging for more. Rado took it. Grab an empty bucket and tell Yuru, run to the well and fetch water. The wolf clamped the bucket in his teeth and bolted into the distance. The protagonist snatched every necessary item before anything else could go wrong. From the storage, the mermaid leaned in and asked him, right in the middle of the sentence. Surprise, is this place run by storage magic, or did something just pop off? He shot back that it was, then Kodamin pressed him and he admitted, so yeah, he's a support man. Portmage, yeah, that's what it is, MC muttered, and then he clocked the girl. Joel blurted, totally awestruck, she'd never seen magic like this before. She couldn't believe it, like this was next level awesome, so when you asked, she just shrugged and said, yeah, it totally surprised me. Kodamin grabbed a bottle of spices and quizzed him, what's this for, does it seriously make the food taste better? Waste, Rado blurted out, stunned because even after she learned what his so-called worthless job was, her attitude toward him didn't shift an inch. He called her by name and told her, if you're really that interested, let's cook this fish together. The mermaid gasped with pure joy, is this really true? And she'd gladly do it in a heartbeat. The protagonist told her to start by scraping off the fish's scales first. Kodamin snatched the catch and, in the blink of an eye, stripped every last scale off the fish. Then the protagonist just stared, stunned beyond words. Wait, did she just rip off every single scale with her bare hands? Once everything was finally set, the fish was gone, and the moment her appetite calmed, the mermaid turned to the protagonist and thanked him for the treat. Then she practically gushed that it was unbelievably delicious, and yeah, she definitely ate way too much. MC blurted out that he never saw her as such a skilled cook, because the talent was obvious the moment she started cooking. The girl stared at him in disbelief. Are you seriously telling the truth? And she leaned in and asked, so, do you live in this village? He leaned in and told her, I'm here on business, and that's the truth. He lived in the adventurer's town where they first met. Kodamin demanded to know where his house was, and then, boom, she realized she was completely lost. She told me she lived with her mom by the lake, but then they ended up battling and she bolted like her life depended on it. So far, she couldn't even remember the way back. That's when Bandit snatched her up. After he helped, she finally settled near the rivers, and the surprised protagonist wasted no time asking just how long she'd been lost. Kodemian leaned in and told him it had been 3 whole years, ever since there was still a body of water nearby. Right there, the waters were packed with fish, but she still felt hollow because she had to face it all by herself. MC was blown away by her tale, until she realized she hadn't seen her mother in 3 whole years. Her story somehow clicked with his, then the girl suddenly spun toward him with it. She slid in a sly comment like, yeah, I told you yesterday, but then caught herself, because she normally never admits she's a mermaid. Because every person who ever uncovered her real nature either recoiled in terror or tried to catch her, so he chose a totally different path. Why, he blinked in shock. Wait, no, he meant. Seriously, why would he even bother catching her? The girl made it clear she wasn't just talking about the act of kidnapping, he saved her from the kidnappers. The protagonist answered her, and honestly, he didn't pull out any tricks. Kodamin fell silent for a beat, then finally. He fed her the most delicious food imaginable, and now she's absolutely certain. He's a good man, so she's not letting them slip away. Iris shot back with a sarcastic grin, daring him to actually become friends. He's actually a great man, you know. Dude, not only did he forge an ally, he then went and did this too, and it blew everything wide open for him. Then to top it all off, he got a rare magic stone, so he shot back with an answer to her. Yeah, but she can't let him know she made him build that water mill. For such an outcome then, after a while, coda means splashed, and the phrase hits you out of nowhere. She plunged into the river and promised she'd be back tomorrow, The second she answered, the mermaid burst away from the shoreline, waved goodbye, and shouted her farewell. She shouted and Rado just grinned. She'll come, no doubt. A friend, he thought, and right then a voice so. Just as the protagonist hears it, a voice calls his name and says, he's here, and the moment he turns around. The shocked MC clocked Gonza, the loudmouth who was. He blurted it out, so he really was here. People from his guild had talked about this place, but could this be his own village? Knowledge, the protagonist shot back with something like that, then asked, how's it going? Gonzo admitted he wasn't there to mess around. He came to thank him for the help he'd given him. And as a thank you gift, the guy handed him the boar right there, slamming the carcass of a huge beast in front of Rado with those words. The protagonist stared in awe, thinking, this is for me, and then he blurted, but are you sure that boar is absolutely enormous? Gonza told him, I bagged that boar after the hunt, just like you asked. Then the client handed him a piece of the trophy and basically said, don't be shy, take the gift and don't hesitate. MC blurted, all right, if that's the case, he'll cook it right now, tell him to jump in and eat with us. Neil and Gonza hesitated for a second, then Gonza blurted out, actually, I've still got work to finish. I have to reach my destination by noon tomorrow, so yeah, I'm gonna be running late. The protagonist stared at his weapon in his empty hands, shocked as the question slipped out of him. Is that really all he's grabbing? Are you serious? The guy shot back. Don't freak out, he's got it. He reached in and pulled out. He yanked a strange medallion out from under his shirt, handed it to the protagonist, and ordered him to watch every detail like his life depended on it. He pressed the medallion to life, asked for a flask of water, and just like that, it snapped into his hand. MC blurted in shock, wait, he can use storage magic too. Gonza snapped back, that's not true. It was just one special magical stone, a storage stone, and once you had it, you could tuck items away into a separate space like they never existed. It almost felt like storage magic. Rado blinked in confusion. Wait, a magic stone. The adventurer snapped back that the stone was insanely expensive, yet if it shattered, everything it was holding would burst out in one wild go. Dealing with it was a total headache, so he barely used it, but with this trip dragging on for ages, he had no choice and shoved all the supplies inside. The protagonist nodded, I see. He turned to Iris and fired off a question about the stone, and the spirit replied, that's right. That's exactly why support mages get tossed aside in the first place. Sure, stones sound useful, but storage stones bring a whole pile of problems too. Drawbacks hit hard. These stones max out at just 100 kilograms, so every time you try to move an object into. And once you shove it in, the stones get that extra weight, plus it can't hold another storage stone. But it can store and pull items even as its capacity grows with every level up. So when he muttered "ret" and tried to say he shouldn't be upset, he actually wasn't, and he asked after that. He grilled Gonz about where he was headed, and Gon shot back to a town called Gormu. Turns out golems have been crawling out of a nearby mine for ages, wreaking havoc across the whole town. Then the protagonist blurted out in shock, golems then. Iris had dropped a classic on him, the kind every RPG always throws at you, those nasty little monsters that crawl out in mines where magic stones get mined straight from the golems themselves, packed with high-grade gems, and if a person can take one down, the golem guys will rake in real profit from these stones. So the MC asks Gon if he can tag along, and the guy blurts back in shock, I don't mind, but he's got supplies for just one person, and that's it. So the protagonist let out a chuckle and told him, don't sweat it, he'll grab the provisions, give him a minute, he'll pull together everything he needs. Iris asked if he was really sure about that choice. Wait, hadn't he forgotten the meetup with Koda Min tomorrow morning? Right then, Rado snapped back to reality like a bolt of lightning. He had just enough time, so to reach her, he trusted the whole trip to Yuru. The wolf barked with pure joy, fully backing it with every ounce of his spirit. Just a little later, the protagonist blurted out, everything set. Gonza is left speechless, totally stunned, and when he starts checking the carriage, he blurts out, he can't even wrap his head around it. He built all of this by himself. Rado leaned in and asked if he'd mind riding in the carriage, and the boy squirmed with embarrassment, like, come on, he could see it for himself. He was absolutely massive, heavy as a boulder, and even Yuru might struggle to pull him free. The protagonist shot back that it'd all be fine, his buddy just needed to grow bigger, that was it. Still, Gonza looked totally lost and asked. He straight up demanded, "What are you even talking about?" Then he turned to Yuru and pressed, "So you want me to increase in size? What do you mean, and what am I supposed to do about it?" When the white wolf suddenly swelled in size, Gonzo froze in pure shock. How in the world was that even possible? MC. Yuru blurted out with pure joy, "Perfect. Because yeah, she could handle this form no problem," but that guy had absolutely no clue what just hit him. Rado leaned in and told him, "This is the white wolf transformation, an ability only these creatures are born with and nobody else gets it. They can switch their body size on command, swelling to twice their size, but they can't hold that new form for long." Also, just recently, his friend had finally mastered a giant wolf form. Even as he grows bigger, the same calm guru energy stays locked in him. He proved it to that guy by getting Yuru to hand over. To give him his paw, so the wolf nodded and obeyed, but that paw was absolutely massive, and the wolf gently set it on MC's head. Then Gonza grinned and said, "Now we can ride in the carriage with zero trouble." The stunned guy nodded and said he got it. Those allies took off about an hour into the drive. Gonza suddenly blurted, "We've got a..." He'd finally reached Goramu, and it would still take a half-day trek on foot to get there. It was downright jaw-dropping, and at this pace, they'd reach the stone mine in no time. Mine before sunset. First, they ditched the cart. Rado leaned toward the cart driver and demanded, "So what kind of town is a stone mine supposed to be anyway?" Anyway, the boy shot back, "It's just a plain old rocky mountain, nothing special at all. The mine sits in a sea of dead, barren wasteland, nothing grows there, so the people of Goramu survive by digging for ore." And up in the surrounding mountains, the protagonist leaned in and asked him if there were any other creatures lurking out there besides golems. They fire back, "Nope, not for anyone else, it's only the golems who get that. Besides them there's nobody, just that promise their stone shall keep. Michelle is insanely strong and totally awe-inspiring. If anything goes down, you can bet your life he's got her backing." The protagonist shot back, "Don't worry, I'll do exactly that, and I'll even push harder." He gave it everything he had, and after a while the allies finally showed up. It was a big, plain stone mountain, nothing flashy at all. Gonza said, "To finish this job, you've got to smash 10 golems, no exceptions." MC frowned, totally confused. Why hunt golems inside the mine when they're just trying to break into town? Wouldn't it be way easier to send them running? The guy warned him that there was a real danger of wrecking the town too. Besides, golems always drift back to their habitats and they need to sit right here for a bit, then they start crawling by. They shot back to the surface on their own, and Rado grilled him. Could he really take on 10 golems? The adventurer answered straight up. Honestly, it wouldn't be easy, but he'd fought these things before, and these golems were smaller, weaker, and easier to take down than usual. The protagonist glanced around and blurted, "I get it, I see. Don't you think that stone looks downright weird?" Gonza dropped into a crouch, stared into the far distance, and demanded to know where. "Where is it?" The protagonist pointed him straight to the stone that had been hidden from him, the one that had a lingering. It snapped him to attention and kicked on his observer sight. Just as it hit his eyes, he snapped, He spots the faint outline of a face. Turns out the golem has been disguising himself as a rock. Then the adventurer leaned in, stared hard, and snapped, "Good news, the enemy's still asleep." He pointed out that golems keep their true core in their chest, and that's exactly where they've got to smash the strike. The MC blurted in shock, and when the guy explained, it turned out the core was basically a heart. If that heart didn't get completely obliterated, or the core wasn't ripped out, then the golem wouldn't be stopped. He could shrug off death and crawl back to life again, so Rato leaned in and asked, "Does magic even work on something like that?" Gonza claimed he couldn't be stopped by fire, but he didn't know how the others held up. He'd only seen their shells get smashed to dust by cold water. He didn't know if ice magic would save him or if the ice barrier would hold, but it was a gamble worth taking, so he asked. He cornered the guy and asked straight up if there'd be any objections if he made the first move. Gonza blinked in shock and then said, "Nah, of course not." "No way." He snatched his sword right out of nowhere. This sword suddenly blared into super high-frequency vibration, like it was about to tear reality apart. Got the ice vibration bull. With a bullet-fast skill, he unleashes the attack and hammers the enemy. Gonza shot up to his feet and blurted out, "Whoa, looks like they just yanked him out of sleep." The golem shot up to its full height, roared in pure rage, and MC steadied his gaze, ready to unleash his comeback, and sized up the whole situation. And he was cursed to the core. He'd swung too wide, his opponent's chest was right there, and he missed it by just a hair. By the slimmest margin, it slipped free, then the golem snapped its massive arm up to land the blow. When Gonza barked at his comrade, the cannonball missed, so that golem's about to call for reinforcements any second. For backup, listen, we've got to rip it down before it's too late, Rado snapped, saying that he finally got it, and nearly dropped his jaw when he realized the golem was gone, no longer there. No longer wounded, its regeneration kicked in strong, and it was speeding along like it had nowhere to slow down. Way faster than he ever expected. He leaned toward his ally and demanded, "How did you take down those monsters?" Gonza shot back that his method was dead simple, like this. With that, the adventurer roared and swung his weapon slam, crunching the opponent's head. The protagonist burst out laughing with pure joy. It worked. The boy snapped back, "No, none of that's true." He just yanked his head clean off. Then Gonza rocketed a punch straight into the golem's chest. Chest burst open, shocking the protagonist to his core. He'd smashed the golem with his bare hand, like the adventurer's. The adventurer's blade drove in so deep it nearly tore clean through the enemy's body. Then the guy yanked his hand back and shouted, "Now he's finally defeated." Right after that, he wheeled around and pointed the way to the goal for MC. The golem's core, a tiny chunk of stone, sat heavy in his palm. When Rado's face scrunched with confusion, Gonza let his words fly. "It's even smaller than he expected, huh?" The protagonist nodded, stunned, saying it's brutal to land a hit on something like that from the outside, and they told the team to keep that breakneck pace and smash through the rest, and the protagonist was all in, especially when he realized they only had 9 golems left. Gonza snapped, "Since you're with him this time, why don't you let them wipe out a few more?" "More just to be safe," Rado froze because that number suddenly shot up out of nowhere. "So yeah, come on, really," he straight up promised he'd meet Codeman. Then, after a beat of silence, he snapped to his decision. No, not any other option, whatever it takes, he's going to do it. "You'd better make it, there are only 12 golems left, and we've got to take them down." The allies charged straight into the battle, and after a while, when they finally caught their breath, the protagonist smirked and said, "I just dropped 2 more Gonza." He stared at the cannonballs and revealed the plan to smash their power with water. It worked, but was it worth throwing everything away? The protagonist locked eyes with him and promised he'd make it count. He nodded, yeah, it was fine, they had enough supplies. The young man even said his storage magic saved the day because without it, he couldn't have kept them going. Rado laughed like it was nothing. "I've handled this solo before. It's been a while since he did it like this." Gonza clocked it instantly. The sun was already gone, and now it was time to shine. With a savage fireball, the young man shot forward and thrust his hand out, lighting everything in its path like a warning. He called forth a blazing sphere of light, and a tiny glowing orb hovered above his palm, leaving the protagonist stunned. "Wait, what is it?" Gonza shot back. "It's a sphere made of light, and it's one of the rare spells I can actually pull off. It's just a simple holy magic spell, nothing dangerous at all, because that floating sphere just gives off a gentle, soft glow." He leaned in and asked the protagonist, "Have you ever used this spell before?" And the MC shot back, "No." It was his first shot at holy magic, but he figured that was no big deal. He'd fix it fast and learn the real way right now. He figured if it was a basic spell, then he could pull it off too. Rado shot his hand out and called forth a shimmering sphere of blinding orb of light so savage it made his own allies squint, rained down above his hand. The protagonist suddenly realized he'd gone way too far with the light. The system shot him a message. The basic spell for the sphere of light was finally learned, so he fired it off again and a small, faint glow spilled from the ball. The protagonist went for a brighter touch and it worked. He burst out, "It's wonderful, it's brighter and I can control it way easier than fire." Fireball. Gonza froze in shock because mastering those spells that fast felt absolutely unreal. With this light, Rado tells him the golems will be way easier to spot, right? "All right, lean in." The MC shot a warning to his ally. 3 golems are crouched over there, just waiting to strike. Gonza shot him a confused look and demanded to know where it was. The protagonist pointed him in the right direction, and in the same breath he blurted, "Wait, do you realize you can't see in the dark? Because the guy clearly didn't have night vision, right?" "Does he really?" The adventurer blurted, stunned because night vision meant he had the tricks of a stealthy assassin, and the protagonist couldn't shake the feeling that the enemies were still 100% sure they hadn't been seen. Gonza told them, "Just light the sphere, that's it, and you'll be spotted right away." Without it, they were trapped in this pitch-black silence, couldn't even take one step, let alone throw a punch. So what are they supposed to do? MC told him, "Don't worry, I'll handle it, I'll slow them down." Then he slammed his hand to the ground and triggered the earth block. Block, suddenly everything around him shook violently, and the ground beneath the goal trembled too. The golems split apart and then they plunged down, sinking halfway beneath the surface. Underground, Gonza spilled his fear as he blurted, "Is that an earthquake?" The protagonist leaned in and told him, straight up, how magic could make it work, even down to the last detail. The ground ripped apart beneath their feet. After that, the protagonist broke into a full sprint at the very end. Enemies surged in, and then Helmet Splitter charged forward and swung his sword like a thunderclap. Gonza froze for a second, then suddenly realized what he'd been doing standing right there. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He surged forward and rushed. He sprinted toward the golems and dropped 2 of them in the blink of an eye. Then with one devastating blow that landed with a thud, hammering straight into their weak spots. MC blurted, "No way, THATS2 with 1 hit," and that's when he stopped and went, So that's what a C-class adventurer can do. Gonza just showed him the power of it right there. He shoved the cores from the dead enemies into his hands and growled, 4 more, then we're almost there. Rado thought it had been smooth sailing, until he realized there wasn't a single goal in sight. The protagonist shot back that the others were probably lurking even deeper, straight by the mine. The protagonist froze in shock and the adventurer leaned in and said, "Yeah, they've finally settled there. They carved out a little home for themselves, and honestly that makes total sense, because they're all in, even when it hurts. And hey, wiping out that mine is also part of their mission," Rado said. "I said, wait, I see it. Let him look ahead, it's probably there where the no entry sign was right there, and the allies charged straight toward it." MC blinked in shock and thought, "Whoa, this place is way bigger than the Immermai mine." Just then Gonza snapped his name and shouted that the golems are here, and they creeped toward one of the rooms, peeking inside with trembling caution, and then he spotted a whole swarm of golems. The protagonist he was stunned, only 6 of them. Seriously, they could wipe out that small number no problem. Gonza snapped that if they took them out one by one, they'd get pinned down in seconds, and that was not happening, Could he really pull them all into one place? The protagonist had an idea, an actual one. With an idea, Yoru could act as bait. He whirled around to ask his friend, "Can you handle this?" Right then, Yoru barked behind him, and it really scared his master. MC flinched and asked if he'd been standing behind him the whole time. Then, suddenly, he spotted something shiny stuck in the wolf's teeth, and it was actually glowing. Gonks, wait, no, his head spun, fully thrown off, wondering if it was some kind of glowing stone or something else entirely. Chance, it's a rare mineral with light that never dies. People use it as their very own source of power. His comrades erupted, "Well done, this is an absolutely incredible find." He stared at Gonza and told him, "Yoru busted his ass to track it down, but I still want to hand it to you." The boy blurted out, totally baffled, and the protagonist practically told the adventurer, "Honestly, I don't need it for anything." Especially now that he had the sphere of light in his grasp, Gonza practically erupted with gratitude, thanking his ally for that insane gift. The protagonist grabs the white wolf and orders it to draw the golems off and lead them straight out of the mine. They planned to ambush them at the entrance and spring traps, and they were counting on him to help them pull it off. Yoru made it crystal clear to his master he was ready for this, no hesitation. Rado snapped at Gonza to bolt outside, "Dig that hole again, just like last time. Got it, take the time and face every golem in one brutal sweep." Surprised, Gonza shadowed his every move without a single complaint. Then, just a short while later, MC told Gonza, then the golems surged in. Eurus blasted out of the shaft like an explosion, like an arrow streaking forward, until the enemies followed, and then the white wolf backed away to safety. "Yogan," they yell from the distance, "time's up." The protagonist hit the ground and slammed the earth block to life. The earth buckled under the monsters and they dropped hard into the pit, while the adventurer burst out in joyful cheers. "Thank goodness they're all caught." Then MC strides up to the pit, lights it from the inside, stares at the golems and declares, "Yeah, they're not getting out of this." How were they supposed to wipe them all out in one shot? What if they just blasted them with magic? Gonzo blurted out a warning, hands up like, "Wait." He's not even hesitating, he's got to grab their magic cores later, because without them, that request wouldn't come with any proof. Rado cut in and answered him. He got it all in a heartbeat, convinced that if they had a steady supply of water, they'd just melt everything away, leaving only the cores behind and call it a day. But right now they were running dangerously low on the water. Iris snapped, "It's time, break out the crystal stone." He stared in shock because he couldn't do a lick of water magic, and the spirit had just said ice was basically water. Sure, just toss an ice block into a fireball, but they don't play nice together when you slam them side by side. Pushing through it would have crushed their bodies. Reito decided to gamble anyway. The protagonist leaned in and asked Gonza if he did. The boy froze, baffled, and asked what he was up to. Then he told him, "I'm gonna make a stream of water," and that's exactly what he tried. He melted the golems and then he flipped the switch on the ice block, only to freeze in shock at how huge it was. With the crystal stone in hand, he forged an ice block so massive it had never been seen before. Nice, then he launched a fireball and mashed the two mages' power together. Magic, he took a harsh, shaking breath and it hit him in that moment. He couldn't control it anymore. Wielding two rival powers at the same time was brutally hard, yet somehow he refused to stop because he would still. He'd blast the ice away with a fireball, and the protagonist hauled the magical mixture straight to the pit, then unleashed a roaring stream of water. Then he unleashed a torrent that started soaking the golems. Gonza's jaw dropped in disbelief at that massive, unstoppable stream. The antagonist clenched his teeth and fought like hell not to ruin the process. Then at last the pit filled to the brim, drowning everything. The enemy troops and the golems' magic cores burst up to the surface. Then Reito was then crumpled to the floor and snapped that his mana was completely empty. Gonza, meanwhile, clutching the cores, stared in awe and said, "Maybe dealing with them the old school way would have been easier, but at least their request was finished, and honestly, that was a win." Now they had to sprint back to town. MC was totally lost because just a moment ago the guy warned him that staying here overnight was straight up dangerous. The protagonist felt it in his bones. This adventure was the real deal, so he leaned in and asked Yuru, "Can you give me a piggyback?" "Piggyback ride right away." The wolf nodded and agreed to his master's request, and not long after that, they finally rolled up to the wolf's house. In town, Gonza hurried to the guild, told them the request was done, handed the registrar the golems' magic cores, and before anything else could stall. After getting paid, he stepped outside and shoved the cash into the protagonist's hands. "This is your half of the reward." The MC blinked in total confusion, but the truth hit him. It was exactly what he asked for. But yeah, the reward was his. But when Gonza shut him down fast, he flat out told Reito not to argue, just take the money and be done with it. Reito's face burned with embarrassment, and he swallowed his pride and took the reward. Fresh out of the guild, the protagonist shot the guy a thank you, but Gonza wouldn't let him have it. He told him it was the other way around, because Gonza's really been saved by his help. For now, he was staying in this town. But then the protagonist snapped back, "So what's the game plan?" He'd already headed back to the village, and tomorrow he had a meeting with a friend. "Tomorrow, our adventure gets shut down before it even starts. And night, yeah, that's a terrible idea because those night monsters are already out there stalking beyond the walls." MC weighed his options and said it'd be safer to hunker down for the night and hit the road at dawn. Wait, is that really what he's thinking? Then they've got to track down an inn that'll let Rue in too. So the guy tells them the deal, slots Rue right in where he is, and they're on their way. They let the magical beasts through, and then boom, a noise ahead snapped their attention straight to it. Reito lifted his eyes and saw the whole crowd had suddenly swarmed in. He turned to his massive ally and demanded, "Can you see what's happening over there?" The guy stared back, totally baffled. There was a naked man sprawled out. He lay unconscious on the ground, and he scooped up the protagonist, yanked him close, and told him, "You've got to see this too." The protagonist blurted out, "No, don't stop, don't look at those naked men." Nothing about it sits right with him, but by then it's already too late. Gonza scoops him up, and the MC just stares, wide-eyed. And I gawked at the man named Dine sprawled on the ground, looking straight up like a mummy. Then I blurted, stunned, "What happened to?" It slammed right into him, and Lana watched from the gateway, sharp as a knife. That smirk lit a fire under him, while everyone else scrambled to shake the man awake. But it still didn't work for him. He demanded to know what the hell had happened. The villagers said they didn't get it either. Then a blood-curdling scream tore through the air, and everyone bolted outside to find an old man sprawled on the ground. One villager blurted, "That ain't an old man at all, his face is way too young." He even hauled out a blanket and said, "Maybe he needs a healer." The protagonist demanded to know what happened to the man, and Iris the spirit answered that every last drop of his life energy had been. It tore the life right out of him, and the only way to get him back was healing magic. So he told her, "I understand everything, even if it all started in a dream." And he turned to the villagers, promising he'd unleash healing magic to save the man. The villagers, they swarmed him and blurted, "Are you a healer?" Like the answer could change everything. Answered, "Not quite." He flicked on the healing boost and pushed its power even further. thrust his hands toward the boy, and slowly, right before those wide-eyed stares. With the villagers staring, Dine finally tore through the transformation and clawed his human shape back to the way he used to look. The whole village was buzzing with joy. Seriously, it felt unreal, until the truth hit. The boy was fully recovered, and Gonza looked at Ray with straight-up awe, like he couldn't believe it. Rado was unreal, and right then Dine dropped to the ground, completely lost as everything unfolded around her. The protagonist told him, "I'm fine now," and Dine just froze in total confusion like, "Wait, what What happened to him?" And the moment he noticed he was naked, the guy squeaked in embarrassment and yanked the blanket tight over himself. Then it all slammed back into place and he snapped, "I knew it, beautiful tried to set me up." He whipped around to the crowd and demanded, "Have you seen a curvy blonde around here?" And the people stared back, stunned. "A blonde? And was he talking about one of the forest folk?" The guy snapped back, "Nope, just a normal human woman. Haven't you seen her?" he demanded, racing from person to person, but every single villager hit him with the exact same answer. They never spotted a single soul. Diane whipped around to MC and demanded, "Did you notice anything off?" Rado shot back, "Nope, nothing at all." Then the other guy started. Dejected as hell, it couldn't be. He looked downright pitiful, like all hope drained out of him, and the protagonist leaned in and asked what happened to him. Dine snapped with rage, "Thief," and then some girl rolled in and snatched every bit of his gear and all his money. Gonzo blurted in pure shock, "Wait, what was he even saying? They really robbed him?" The villagers recoiled at the giant's booming voice. The boy shot back that it wasn't exactly raw. He got robbed hard and there was no mistaking it. That was a full-blown robbery. Honestly, he'd just been played. He met this stunning woman in the tavern, they traded a few words and they instantly clicked. She pushed him to try in an back alley, and as they headed there, he'd just been attacked, so the MC pressed him again, cornering him right back in that back alley. Finally, the villagers erupted in outrage. How dare they talk that way in front of minors? He had better spill everything to his savior. Gonza stared in confusion because he was just a kid too, and the protagonist couldn't wrap his head around why the villagers were so furious. Iris leaned in and told him those alley hotels were basically nothing more than cat. Turns out it's not just a cat house in the local sense. This place also serves as a full-on adult inn. The protagonist mumbled, totally stunned, thinking, just how much of this world is still a mystery to me. Iris snapped, and even she knew those places were out of his reach, yet he brushed it off and cut her off with, All right, some women duped him, sure, but why does he look like a shriveled, dried-out corpse?" The spirit swore it felt like he was the one pushing in first. He was coming at her while the truth flipped the whole scene. He was the one getting hunted, and she was just biding her time for the perfect moment. She was a succubus, and when Rado finally caught on, confusion hit him hard, because a succubus is basically like an incubus. Incubus? Iris breathed out, "Yeah, I know them from games and manga." Then she paused, eyes sharpening, "And in this world, succubi are demon folk, but up close they look totally normal, until they unleash their real weapon, seduction. They lure their victims in close, sink their hunger into them, and drain their life energy dry. Succubi don't just seduce, they feed." Rado stared in shock because these folks are all about the fire of young men, and somehow this guy got targeted by a succubus. Dine stared at his hands with tears streaming down his face and choked out that this anti-magic staff wasn't just a weapon, it was the one he'd saved up for an entire year to finally get. Villagers grabbed him with warnings, "Go home right now, because if you keep wandering like this, the guards will catch you and leave you to die." He snapped and burst into tears, practically shaking himself with panic for how careless he'd been. Then the protagonist told him, "Don't worry. He would track her down and snag her." Gonza blurted out his ally's name, stunned and caught off guard. Dine stared at him, baffled and shocked, like she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. The protagonist. The antagonist snapped his head toward Iris and demanded to know where the succubus was. Spirit stared at him, suspicious as hell. Was he actually going to capture her? Come on, if it was really him, then nothing should go wrong. She was rushing to the exact same tavern where she'd conned that guy. Now he leaned in and asked her, straight up, if he had any savings at all. The spirit declared he was a B-rank adventurer, and just like that, he was doing more than fine, plus he had a rare profession nobody else could brag about. MC shrugged like, "A debtor ain't the worst thing in the world," then grilled the guy, "Did you catch her?" He even offered to foot the bill for his overnight stay as a reward, and surprised Dine snapped back, "I don't mind one bit." Gonza leaned in and grilled his comrade. You sure about this? He'd only just come back from a mission, and Rado shrugged, flashing confidence. No problem, I can handle it, I've got a searching skill. Bildine leaned in and said, we've got an agreement. Then he pressed the weight of it into Bill's hands like, Bill, I'm counting on you, and if you do anything, at least bring back his staff. The protagonist shot back, yeah, okay, then bolted into the chaos to hunt for it. He caught Lana swaggering down the street, yanking that guy's wallet and humiliating him like he was a clueless fool, and because of him, she pocketed a seriously fat payoff. She stared in shocked disbelief, like, yeah, that's exactly her vibe, a succubus trapped in an ordinary girl's body. Iris warned him to watch his step, because a succubus only needs one single touch to steal its victim's heart, and you'd better remember, she's not just some temptress, she's a demon. So you've gotta stay sharp. MC barrels toward the lawn and slams into the attack. He fired a bullet straight at her, and the bus let out a furious, screeching scream like it was scandalized. What the heck is he doing? Rado's eyes went wide. She shrugged off his strike like it was nothing, and then she snapped a breath, eyes widening, and blurted, oh my, he's exactly her type. Type out a sweet, adorable little message he'd been imagining as expected, you don't hang around with demons, so the protagonist digs in and refuses to stand idle. He snapped at her to give back every coin and every stolen staff item right now, and Lana Grindin couldn't believe it, so that's the guy who hired him. Oh wow, and the best part is he's got mind-blowing magical power. When she said that, she locked eyes with the protagonist and blurted out languidly, then it hit her. She couldn't resist a thing. She'd slam him down, steal every coin he had, and leave his body behind. Glared at her, yanked his hand out, and snapped, she's not my type, no way. Lana grinned and said she promised to lay bare the full power of female seduction. Then he let out a tired sigh and said it was time to get down to business. She shot him a sarcastic look and demanded, so how exactly are you gonna pull that off? MC slammed the vault open, snatched up the chains, and then, yeah, he started thinking. He'll slam the barrier between them. Those chains will clamp onto her and stop her from reaching him. She stared at him in shock. Storage magic. That's a wild, totally uncommon kind of power. Chains, so what was he really planning to do to her with all this magic? Was he into that kind of thing? The protagonist shot back, irritation surged in his chest, and yeah, that's a hard no, those aren't his people, not at all. He yanked the chains and roared, I'm coming for it now, at her. Now he's done for. Lana stared at him in shock and blurted, what just happened? Well, he totally missed, and those chains had. She tried to hold it together, but before she could even finish her sentence, it hadn't worked on her yet. Chains clamped around her body, and the protagonist burst out in joyful excitement. For once it worked, now she's trapped and there's no way out. Flinching as cold iron bit into her, Lana snapped out in shock, what is this? A magical artifact, he shot back, these aren't just chains, it's a binding technique that fuses. Shape-shifting and metal transmutation hit her like a nightmare. The succubus tried to tear it off, but when she realized she couldn't, confusion swallowed her whole, and the chains clamped down on her even harder. She thrashed, the protagonist yanked them, and she crumpled to the ground. Rado snapped that she shouldn't even bother because it would never work. And he grabbed the stolen goods from her and said it plain. Said, I'm taking the staff and the money, let her call it retribution. Lana snapped back at him with a vicious insult. Right then, two guys sprinted up to them and demanded, what's with all this noise? Why are you even here? MC just let out a chuckle. He chuckled, then the locals rolled in, and right as he was about to explain what he was doing and why, everything about to spill out. As Lana screamed her lungs raw, she shouted that this boy had attacked her. Both the guys and the protagonist blurted out in shock, wait, what was she saying? Rado ordered them to freeze because they'd totally messed it up, and the guys snapped back, sternly asking if he'd completely lost it. Lost his fear? How dare he lunge at a girl? The second guy snapped that Lana shouldn't worry, we'll get her back right now. The protagonist. Dragonist was baffled. He'd totally been misread again and again. He lunged in to stop them, but Lana threw back an evil laugh. He's basically an adventure magnet, right? And if an adventurer ever dares to hurt a civilian, they'll rip his license away. His card was about to be yanked, so what was he supposed to do now? Rado didn't even hesitate. He slammed an ice wall into place instantly. A wall loomed in front of the guys, and the succubus snapped in pure irritation, because he didn't hesitate for a single second. Then the guys hit the obstacle and froze, staring in total disbelief. What is this? He leaned in and reassured them, it's just a wall of ice. Then he looked straight at Lana. Then I promised I'd hand her to the guards, but the succubus snapped into a wild scramble, screaming like her life depended on it. Oh no, she's not going to let this happen. The protagonist snapped, fine, do what you want, but she's insanely stubborn and she just won't calm down. Iris leaned in and warned him, succubi can't stand holy magic. Reito nodded like he got it, then snapped his healing enhancement skill onto Lana, right as she let out a blood-curdling scream. And then he crumpled and blacked out. When he finally came to, he was already slipping toward death like it was over. Yoru came barreling in and barked in shock, right as he met her. Gonza whipped around at the sound, brows knitted, and demanded, half in disbelief, "Did I really catch you?" Lana had barely come. Her senses started fighting the chains again, yanking at her restraints and begging to be freed. Then Dine snapped in shock, "Wait, why are the guards girls?" "So I'm dealing with a succubus." And with that, the protagonist just handed his money back. Money and staff. Then the boy's eyes filled with tears, and he thanked him from the bottom of his heart for helping him. He finally got help, so at least he won't be left out on the street. And then the protagonist blinked in shock at the dark hair on his own head. He shoved his head over and blurted, "What is it?" The guy caught it. Was he talking about his hair color? After a bit, it snapped back from gray to dark like nothing ever happened. The succubus sucked the power right out of him until his skin went gray, and Dine pushed on like they agreed. He was continuing the next step. He'd foot the bill for their stay. He'd even escort them straight to the inn. MC and Yoru nodded in agreement, and when Dine led them there, Reito stared in awe at the sheer splendor, so breathtaking it didn't just wow him, it left him speechless. Not just the buildings, also the interiors. The guy swore it was the best inn in the whole town. And then Dine let him introduce himself. He told the guy his name, called himself a mage, and admitted he fought with dark magic. Yeah, and that's only the beginning, because he was a top-tier mage. The protagonist had only teased him in harmless fun, and still, a mere succubus wiped the floor with him. Dine snapped with irritation and told him to stop bringing it up, because honestly, that kind of beauty is almost impossible to ignore. The protagonist couldn't believe it. A dark mage was supposed to be an ultra-rare title, and the moment they claimed they wielded special shadow magic, it sent chills down their spine. Meanwhile, Dine kept feeding him excuses. He'd seen her stunning beauty with his own eyes, so how could he possibly resist? Reito fixed him with a stare. He was staring at him like, is this kid even thinking straight? Then the boy whipped around and told him straight up if he ever needs his. If his magic can call him, it'll bring him straight to where he lives, right here in this city, and that's when our protagonist steps in. Answered him, and after they spent the night in a luxurious place, they struck a deal. In the morning, Reito and his crew hauled themselves out and headed straight for his villa. "Village," he said to Yoru, then his eyes sharpened. "Did Katamine make it here yet?" Right on cue, the mermaid showed up and filled him in. She showed up in a revealing outfit and lit him up with a smile, then blurted, he exclaimed in. And she looked totally stunned. Wait, what is she even wearing? Then she stared at him, baffled as hell. She fired back with a grin, her special aquatic outfit, and she was dying to wear it just to impress him. She fumbled out a shy thank you, then whispered, "Wait, doesn't this feel a little too revealing?" Kotamine burst out laughing and started to say, "But her cloak." Even back then, the clothes barely covered anything, plus, yeah, this outfit's crafted from water dragon skin. The protagonist's skin prickled with shock. Was it really true? The mermaid snapped, yes. Of course, her mother had handed it to her ages ago. MC's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe it, so now she could make even more aquatic outfits like this. Katamine said getting the stuff for those clothes is brutal. Sold in the city, sure, but the price is so insane that. Reito stared her down and asked, "What about regular clothes? Aren't those good enough?" But she cut in with the real reason: she simply couldn't afford it. He watched her body start to dry out fast right in front of him, so yeah, he'd seen it coming. He'd planned to roam the city with her today, but now he has to cancel. Kotamine grinned and told them, "If you've got to reach the city, just ask the slimes for help. That's the smartest move." Plot twist: our hero's jaw drops in pure shock. Slimes. She told him straight up that slimes and mermaids click instantly, and when she can't find any aquatic clothes, she ropes a slime into taking the shape of her outfit. The moment he saw it, shock hit him like a truck. Yeah, slimes really can do that, and now he's buzzing with curiosity, wondering what happens next. He spun toward Iris and demanded she tell him where the slimes lived. The spirit told them, "Your home base is usually packed near water sources." Water, and she'd point him the way. MC couldn't thank her enough, and when he urged Kotamine to go hunt slimes, she instantly lit up and agreed. Freed, after a while he ducked into a shelter and whispered to her that they could be nearby. He leaned in, locked onto the proof, and blurted, "Yes, there they are." These creepy creatures were sprawled out on the riverbank, totally relaxed like they owned the place. Rito blurted in total shock, "Wait, they're even cuter than he ever imagined." He asked if he wanted to get closer, and as the allies closed in, one of the slimes blurted out something in its own language. "Wait, what?" The protagonist froze, shocked out of his mind. Did it really just talk? The girl answered him, and then it hit. Slimes aren't as dumb as they look. They hear every word in human speech like it's nothing. He was totally thrown off. "Wait, was that really true?" Suraman, one of the slimes, muttered something. MC practically couldn't believe it. Kotomen popped up with sweet water, and he was like, "Wait, my favorite." Favorite treat? When Leto gave in, the creature bounced up and down and let out these happy little sounds, and the whole time the protagonist was completely stunned. Stunned, he watched as the slime lit up with pure joy, then he blurted, "Is it safe to touch? Won't it melt my hands?" Kyudumun cackled and swore no, and before he could finish, he could finally touch it, and when he picked up Suraman, pure shock hit him like a truck. He just froze in stunned silence, staring at its texture. It was like silicone. The mermaid leaned in and purred, "He's charming, right?" The protagonist shot back. Rito decided to call the slime Suraman, and the little slime practically beamed at the new name. Then Rito rolled up to him and said, "I need a favor." So he begged, could he please transform into clothes for Kotomen? Suraman lunged at the girl without warning and dressed her in an instant. She's decked out in a stunning outfit, and the mermaid can't hold back. She springs up in pure delight, then tells the protagonist to look. Now she matches him perfectly. The protagonist stared in shock. This was unreal, because he didn't just transform a little, he became a whole outfit, and now he can. "Yeah," she nodded, "we'll head into town safely." And she added, "with all the thanks too." Standing beside Suraman, the protagonist grabbed his new friend and thanked him for the help that just saved the day. Then it hit him, this was wrong. Suraman couldn't talk like that, so could it be him? And if it was, how was he even going to pour him sugar water? Kotomen burst into laughter and told him, "Don't sweat it, just give it to Suraman to drink straight like that." The moment she spoke, a bubble swelled on her shoulder, then popped into a slime, and it made that unmistakable sound. Rito froze in confusion, like he was sitting right on top of her. On her shoulder, and then, when did he even get a face? He leaned over. He headed over to Suraman and asked if he wanted to team up with them. The slime beamed and happily chirped like it totally agreed. After a while, the three of them hauled Yuru along and rode out into town for a stroll. Kotomen declared her decision, saying she'd truly raised this kid with her own hands, and the protagonist couldn't believe what he was hearing. Wondering why she told him that so he could guzzle as much sugar water as he wanted, Rito asked, completely baffled. She hadn't worked before. The mermaid burst out laughing and asked, "Oh, and what do you think work is?" She'd helped a fisherman once, but every time the job started, she kept getting snagged in his nets, so they fired her on the spot. He fired off his words, nothing to brag about. He warned her work on land would be brutal, but she smiled and said she'd still got that little serum on her right now, so she'd be fine and she could keep using magic. MC blurted, "So if I do this, I can finally become an adventurer, right?" The mermaid realized her magic didn't match the usual kind. She wasn't just casting spells, she was wielding water spirit magic. The protagonist gasped in shock. Spirit magic was just like the wind magic Aaliyah could unleash, so yeah, it wasn't only forest folk rocking that power, even mermaids could summon it too. Kotomen declared, "Where water flows, she becomes untouchable, completely invincible." But without water, her magic just wouldn't ignite, and the protagonist muttered, eyes narrowing, "Yeah, maybe being an adventurer isn't. It's just not for her. Maybe she's meant for something else, something that'll fit her way better." At that exact moment, Rue came in with a furious slam. She braced and crashed the. Rito nearly threw his allies off the wagon, then he finally snapped, completely perplexed, and asked the wolf what on earth had happened. Out of nowhere, Tina blared his name and shouted, "Yuru," and kept searching until at last she finally tracked them down. The protagonist froze in shock and blurted, "Wait, where are you coming from?" Tina beamed with pure joy as Kotomen peeked from behind MC and blurted, "Who is this?"